So then section 2 would be the applicant makes their presentation. And then we go through the normal meeting from there on.
Actually, the applicant gets to go first. Yeah, yeah. And then each additional
Hey, maybe I'm not,
gonna use
I'm
that
not, I'm not
format.
articulating because I thought you said It looked like it.
Now you have those little battery motifs too. Those are
Yeah.
yeah. My husband does. You know that he's retired. Like, stop. Okay.
When you are, Madam
Everybody
Chair.
ready?
Yep, sure.
Okay. Good morning. We're going to call to order. This is the Citrus County Planning and Development Commission public hearing for June 18th, 2026, Thursday. It is 9 a.m. We will get started. We're going to go through the invocation. If you'd like to join us at this time, I invite you to please stand for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Dear Lord, please give us the grace to be understanding, patient, and tolerant. With these attributes, we conduct our work in a manner which will be pleasing to Thee, our county, and its residents. In the Lord's name, amen.
Okay. For the courtesy of the applicants, board, and those around you at this time, please place your cellular devices on mute. At this time, we'll have the roll call.
Morning. The following Planning and Development Commission members are present. Jeanette Collins, First Vice Chair. Michael Faithmeyer, Second Vice Chair. Richard Barmez, Stuart Bozeman, Robert Shera, Kurt Stone, and alternate Timothy Gilbert.
Okay, we will now move on to the appeal process. I'm going to read some instructions. If any person decides to appeal any decision made by the commission with respect to any matter considered at this hearing, he or she will need a record of the verbatim and the proceedings. For such purpose, he or she may need to ensure that a verbatim record of the proceedings is made, which record includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. During the public input portions of the meeting, individuals are given 3 minutes and representatives of an organization are given 5. When anyone wishing to speak comes to the podium, please complete a yellow form to hand to the recording secretary. Please print your name, address, and the number of the application for which you are speaking on the form. The yellow forms are at the podium by the door. If representing an organization, a letter of authorization must accompany the speaker. Comments will be limited to the topic being heard. Please state your name, spell your last name, and give your address for the taped record when you come up. At this time, we will just have open to the public. This is an opportunity to come forward and address the commission on any issue that you may wish. This is not for the applications being heard today. This is other topics. Is there anyone that wishes to come up and address the board at this time?
Madam Chairman, I apologize if we can hold just a moment. We're having a volume issue on one of the overflow rooms, so give me a moment to get that, make sure that's happening, okay?
Okay, do you want me to call
I want you to stop for a second. The IT is working on it, but let me make sure.
Okay, we're on standby. Okay, and we're on standby, but I just want to clarify that anything that's spoken now is not regarding the applications that will be coming up. It's any other topic. There will be opportunity to speak when the applications are in session. Yes, everybody will have an opportunity, I promise you.
Who doesn't charge their electronics?
Okay, we're back in session, and so we'll move back to open to the public. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. This is just a housekeeping comment, not about this, but just in future. I'd like to bring up the point, and I guess I'll take it to the county administrator as well, that when we're going to be having anticipated really large turnouts, we all kind of know that this is not a big enough room, and we may not be able to deal with that. But I think it would help if we could get the county vehicles moved to another location, perhaps the EOC, on days when people are going to be showing up, because the parking is extraordinarily limited, and we have a great number of people who probably have difficulties in getting into the building. So I'd just like you all to think about that. It would help me to maybe get this pushed through if I could get some support from you all to do that. Thank you very much, and it's going to be a long day. Let's.
Yes, thank you for your comments, and I'm sure it's duly noted by staff. Is there anybody else that wishes to come up? Second calling? Yes, ma'am.
Ready?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Denise, and I live on Oakton Street in Hernando. Esteemed commissioners, we stand at a critical point for the future of Citrus County. Our best protection against unchecked sprawl is the current zoning code. I am here to remind you that under no obligation to grant developers massive rezonings that deplete our shared resources. Consider the proposed River Oaks development.
Excuse me, ma'am. Is this regarding the applications
It is
come up?
not. It's not.
Okay. You may proceed.
It's the proposed River Oaks development at 6450 North Carl G. Rose. Developers are seeking a planned unit development to bypass low-density residential, attempting to cram 667 homes onto just 267 acres. This is not a community building. This is a dangerous overdevelopment. This is less than 4 miles than what's on the agenda today. LDR zoning serves a vital purpose, limiting construction to 1 or 2 homes per acre to protect our water resources and mitigate flood risks. Why should developers be allowed to put 6 homes on a single acre through PUD rezoning? With 660 homes on this tract, there is no room left for open space or proper drainage. When these massive tracts are paved over, the water has nowhere to go. Floodwaters will be pushed directly to the surrounding LDR neighborhoods. Furthermore, this concrete jungle will destroy the vital habitat currently supporting red-headed sandhill cranes, deer, gopher tortoises, and other native wildlife. Our traffic, infrastructure, and environment are already pushed to their limits by rapid overgrowth. You have the power to stop projects like River Oaks right now simply by voting to deny their rezoning to PUD requests. Stop these rezonings is our first line of defense. However, piecemeal rejections aren't enough. We need a comprehensive moratorium on all large rezoning requests so our county can catch its breath and preserve the right of the preserve the nature of the Nature Coast. And I support Matt the Welder for Agriculture Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Order. We're going to be respectful, and this is a public hearing. Please, no clapping.
Madam Chairman
is
and
there
PDC,
anybody?
I'm sorry, PDC members, the application she's discussing will be before you at your next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak at open to the public? Second time? Third calling? Okay, we will now close open to the public. We will move on to the approval of the minutes. We have minutes from the March 5th, 2026.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the minutes of March 5th, 2026 as submitted.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, staff announcements.
Yeah, for today, we have 3 overflow rooms within the building as well. They are watching live. This is being broadcast on YouTube as well, which is why we're trying to stop the applause and the booing and everything. I know you want to, but they are hearing this live, and we will give everyone in the overflow rooms a chance to come down here and meet and discuss this when it is open to the public for the applications in front of you.
Thank you. Did you have anything? No? Okay. We will move on to the county attorney for ex parte communication.
Good morning, Commissioners. With regard to the applications before you, there are 2. Have you had any ex parte communications you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Mr. Barmez.
Site visits.
Site visit.
Site visit.
Site visits, and for the record, I've received many emails, I think as others have as well. I filed them and are duly noted. I did receive them for those who are here and are watching.
Site visit, I also received numerous emails, which I did not respond to, but I know they're made a part of the record.
Site visit and a lot of emails.
Site visit.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Attorney, for clarifications, many emails as well. I did not respond.
I second that.
Anyone else need to add that?
Over 100 emails.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to applications. These are comprehensive plan amendments, large scale. We have the 2 items. We have CPA 2025-00012, Attorney Sydney Ansbacher for Deltona Corporation, and CPA/AA 2025-00013, Attorney Sydney Ansbacher for Deltona Corporation. Is the applicant here?
Madam Chair,
Madam,
I have a question. Are we going to listen to these separately or?
That was my first question before we get started to the attorney. Did you want to hold these simultaneously, or?
Actually, I had a couple of procedural questions. The first is we do intend to do them together.
Okay.
And it's already going to be a long enough day. But the second thing, and through the chair to the county attorney, do I read the code correctly that first you have to take up the question of the intervening petitioner?
Yes.
yes.
Okay. So,
I'll be doing that. I just make sure you were here, and
Yes,
I wanted to see how we were going to proceed with the 2 applications.
You said a
Okay.
couple things. Was that it?
that'll cover it. Thank you.
Okay, so board members, we do have 2 applications to intervene that were filed by Joey Hicks, and the second being No Data Centers Citrus. We'll start with number 1, Joey Hicks. We need to determine whether Joey Hicks will be granted party status.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve Mr. Hicks as an intervener.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Second?
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I believe Mr. Hicks has to make his case, and we have the right to ask him questions on
Yes.
the issue. So before you vote, can we proceed in that direction?
We're going to first determine, in accordance with the quasi-judicial ordinance of the Citrus County Code of Ordinances, whether they have status to intervene. And then we will go through, you will have an opportunity to cross-examine. Yes, sir. We will be going through that in accordance with that ordinance.
Well, then, for the record, before you vote, I need to make 2 facts known, and then you can vote. A, Mr. Hicks lives 8.3 miles away from the subject property. And B, the code requires him to establish a material injury above and beyond the general public, and it's not reflected in his filing. Thank you.
Okay, that's been entered into the record.
The code requires for an intervener to have party status that he have a unique or special injury which is greater than the general public. The classic example would be a butter on a property line. Clearly, there's an impact there above the general public. In Mr. Hicks's case, he lives 8.3 miles away. Clearly, he has an element of expertise which we respect and look forward to hearing about. But for the purposes of intervention, his petition doesn't establish that material injury greater than what the general public would involve.
Okay. Well, that's for this board to determine at
Yes,
this
ma'am.
time.
I
Thank
just
you,
need to
sir.
make the record. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, we had a motion, we had a second, Mr. Gilbert, a motion by Mr. Facemeyer. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so they have status. The second is, we need to determine whether No Data Centers Citrus will be granted party status. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Mr. Gilbert has made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Shara. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries to accept. We also did receive some additional documentation from the first intervener, Mr. Hicks. It was received after the time that is required to submit that, so in accordance with the ordinance, we will not accept that. So this is going to be now considered as a quasi-judicial in accordance with the Citrus County Code of Ordinances. We will now need to do a series of swearing in. I need to swear in all the applicant. We need to swear in, I need you all to stand that filed party to intervene. So it's going to be the applicant. If the attorneys are going to be providing testimony, they need to be sworn in as well. We need everybody that's going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant, the interveners, and staff to stand for swearing in. Is that all the interveners and their expert witnesses that are going to be speaking on behalf of the
Chair.
interveners?
Would you like to instruct anybody upstairs to raise their hand, or do they need to be in front of me?
No one has asked to swear in the public, so they
No.
won't be getting sworn. It'll just be parties and their representatives.
All right, everyone raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Okay, we will now have the applicant come up for, oh, I'm sorry, we do need to do an introduction of the applications.
This application proposes to amend the future land use map and LDC Atlas map and revise an existing sub-area plan in the comprehensive plan. The existing industrial sub-area plan contains 557.4 acres, and this application will add approximately 798.6 acres for a total of 1,356 acres. The site lies on County Road 491 and US 41 in the Hernando area, and also abuts North Tram Road. The zoning and future land use designations would change from multiple residential designations to industrial, heavy industrial district with a sub-area plan. This is looking north and south on County Road 491. The photo location is approximately the location of one of two access points proposed on County Road 491. This is looking north and south on North Tram Road, which abuts the site but is not proposed as an access point. This is looking north and south on US 41. This is the revised and expanded sub-area plan provided by the applicant. The accompanying application proposes to expand the county's planned service area as indicated on this map. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if the applicant will come up, just also since we will now be conducting this in accordance with the ordinance for quasi-judicial in the Citrus County Code of Ordinances, The time allotments for the applicant is up to 30 minutes. That's you and your witnesses. And that'll also be for the interveners. They will each get 30 minutes. We will, after each presentation, we will go to cross-examination during each time, and staff also gets 30 minutes. So, are we ready? Are you ready?
Just point of order for the county council. 30 minutes for the applicant also? Or-
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure.
Each party gets 30 minutes. They can use it however they wish.
Thank you.
During cross-examination, the clock will stop, so during cross, that is not charged against the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hansbacher.
Madam Chair and Board, because we had a lengthy presentation in March, we're going to try to streamline today. We are standing on the planning testimony in support of the application by Avis Craig. Clark Stillwell will present based upon his historical knowledge of the property. Jeff Straw, who has been an expert on noise for many decades, including on numerous projects in this county, will follow Mr. Stillwell. So we hope not to take a full 30 minutes in light of the fact that we're trying not to be cumulative to what we've already done, but instead to respond and to supplement. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Stillwell.
As you're coming up, Mr. Stillwell, please try to get close to the mic. We've got a lot of people in here.
I've never been one to be quiet, if that's the term. Normally, we would, at this point in time, have Mr. Gibbs come up and introduce his PowerPoint, but Mr. Gibbs is not here today, so I've got that role. So if we can pull up the PowerPoint, I am going to run you through the new documents that have been filed post the first hearing. Who's driving the bus?
Right here, this is the PowerPoint poster.
Okay. Can you go by numbers, ma'am? It'll be easier.
Just page forward if you like.
Well, the first one we need to look at is slide number 45, and it's very simple. It talks about what is a sub-area policy, and I say this for historical basis. In 2019, when we did this project, it had been rejected as a industrial rezoning in a classic PUD. And the reason it was rejected was because the Board of County Commissioners had a difficulty in evaluating what or was not going to be put in the Holder Industrial Park. So we took the sub-area policy, which is essentially a unique piece of property, putting a unique set of classifications on it that doesn't per se match your plan, and then within the framework of that, adding things like performance standards and a specific site-specific uses. And with that intent, one of the key factors in the 2019 submittal was a list of prohibited uses, and I'll speak to that. But this is what a sub-area plan is. There have been two other examples of a sub-area plan. One was the US 19 piece, the name of which escapes me. I did it years ago. It's now in the city of Crystal River. You may remember the name, Jeanette. Anyways, and then the Port Citrus, and that was a sub-area plan with its own set of maps and its own set of uses and its own set of standards. Kind of like taking part of the land development code and part of the plan and merging it together for one particular piece. It doesn't work for every piece of property. Let's go to slide number 44, please. This is what compatibility is. This is Avis work product. I don't need to repeat that. As you can see on point number 2, within the framework of whether or not a data center is allowed, the buffers are increased substantially, and we'll go through that map. Let's go to slide number 38, please. This is the proposed expansion of the planned service area. Now, in 2019, we expanded the planned service area to include the Holder Industrial Park The portion in red is the expansion. As you can see, 70-some% of this property is already in the planned service area, and within the framework of the northern portion, a significant portion is within the framework of the Duke Energy power lines. The planned service area is a planning tool that was established in 1990. It is the area where it is intended for, how do I want to say this? It is an area where growth was intended to go. And in 1990, that 70%, the Board of County Commissioners determined that this was an area appropriate for growth. Why the other 17% was left out, I don't know, but the intent is to add that. I would say to you, and it's in your plan, you cannot do industrial in any framework, light, heavy, medium, outside of the planned service area. So to do any industrial uses, the first step is it within the planned service area? All right, let's go to slide number 40, please. All right, let's try 37. All right, this is done by Paul, and I wanted to show you what can be done on this property under the current zoning. Whether this application were not to be approved, then the application would be entitled to 1,071 homes on it under the current classifications, and if we did a PUD, you would get the additional standards. But it's appropriate when you look at that number of 1,071 and you put it in the context of water, it becomes quite clear the contrast. So let's move on, please, to number 40. Thank you. This again speaks to the buffers that have been set up, and they're 4 to 5 times wider for the standard industrial project, and you have a 500-foot buffer for a data center. Let's go to slide number 19, please, if we could. So at the initial hearing, we had a discussion about the existing mining pits and the existing areas that were in the floodplain and whether or not they would be developed in the current application in the Holder Industrial Park. So as you can see, and what we stated then publicly is these significant areas where mining pits exist would be included in an open space standard and not subject to development. Now, these mining pits, as per your materials, and some of them are wetlands, and the designation of these mining pits as open space is consistent with your comprehensive plan conservation element, which the very first test of wetlands is avoidance. And here you can see with this map, we will be avoiding all of those areas. Okay, if we can go to slide number 18, please. In the first hearing, there was a question about the site's ability for this any type of environmental and evaluation which had been done. Mr. Taylor got up and spoke to this issue back what was presented to this board in 2019, the material on that site and this site. But beyond that, as you can see, this is from your county's comprehensive land use plan. It's not the applicant's work product. It is done in 1990, and it was done for the whole county. And what they did in 1990, in conjunction with the planned service area boundaries, was they determined what areas were appropriate for future development and what areas weren't. In the case of the Holder Industrial Park, both the existing HIP and the new HIP area, the environmental constraints and the map that the county published, it is at the lowest levels of 1 and 2. Let's go to slide number 6. I should have done this earlier. This is redundant, I apologize. This is existing Holder Industrial Park. You can see it's broken up into a commercial component, the Tier 1 area, which is light industrial, and then the Tier 2 area. The Tier 2 area is the heavy industrial uses. The Tier 2 area is subject to the long list of prohibited industries, and that list basically, as pointed out by Avis's material, would take out what she called the more nuisance value type things, like cement plants are prohibited in this area, that type of thing. It was designed to be an upscale industrial park. Okay, if we can go back to slide number 18, please. No, can't read my own handwriting. Let's try 10, if we could. No, ma'am, keep going. 12. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. One more. Keep going. Thank you. So this is in the performance standards section of the sub-area text. What we did here is we said, okay, if we're going to have a data center, then it will be in this defined area. Now, you can see that the 500-foot buffers, those buffers, that 500-foot buffers was a standard that was proposed in your land development code draft ordinances, which are now on being redrafted. And then you can see it has 50% open space in preservation areas. Significantly, all on Tram Road, that 40-acre piece that is sticks out as the thumb to the east is put into open space. I can tell you whether or not you did a data center or not, that particular piece is not developable and is in the prior map of open spaces. And then to the south, you can see what I'm going to call that area all the way down to the south is all in a preservation plan. So it is put centrally located in the middle of the area. Okay. Then finally at the last hearing, we talked about we would be adding performance standards. We have added performance standards. We have tracked what has subsequently occurred since the last hearing. We have the benefit of the state legislation on this particular land use of data centers. As far as electricity and electrical demand, a lot of public comment on that. We meet in our performance standards that state law. We have pending from Duke Energy, who is the power supplier here, a tariff with the Public Service Commission, which incorporates the same standards of the state legislation relative to the fact that infrastructure costs and additional costs or charges to the consumers from a project like this cannot be, and I repeat that, cannot be allocated to the other consumers. They're borne by the developer. Now, that's state law, and it's going to be codified by the Public Service Commission. We had hoped for June of this year, and it now looks like it's October. Additionally, beyond that, you have a letter from Duke Energy, who has reviewed this project and has provided those comments, and those comments say that they can service this site, and if they service this site, they will service it in a way that's consistent with state law. So the other standards we have, Mr. Straw will speak to this, is noise. Basically, He's done some background noise studies of the area. We call for noise performance studies at the time of development. To do them now would be useless because we don't know how big that particular site would be. So the third, one of the more critical performance standards that we have inserted deals with water use. You need to remember here that this site now has central water and sewer. In the prior application, that did not exist. And there was an allowance in the prior application for on-site sewer and water service up to approximately 50,000 gallons. That has been eliminated. So whether we do 1 square foot or 400,000 square foot of any industrial use, it now mandates central water and sewer. Now, we had a huge discussion, or a large discussion, about closed-loop water systems at the PDC, and the applicant committed to that standard, and they stand by that standard. Now, Mr. Hicks has indicated to us that we have backed off that standard, and I want to tell you why, and I want to tell you how to correct that. This is a comp plan text. So if we put in there that we're going to do closed loop, environmental, non-evaporated type of water use, which is approximately 100,000 gallons to fill it up, and then it uses no water, and something better comes along in 2 years from now, then we couldn't put something better in because the technology had changed. So to take that issue off the table, I suggest to you that the appropriate standard is the closed loop system, which is done by the Microsoft data centers. If you look at any of the data centers that have been done post 2024, they all use this system. One, filling up at the tank, limited leaks, limited evacuation, versus the prior systems done anything before that time all had cooling towers and consumed gallons. So the way you deal with this is we commit to the closed loop system or the functional equivalent thereof, such that if there's a better, newer technology, we don't have to come back to this board and say, hey, we got a newer and better technology. We want to do it. That's 9 months to change just 3 words. So I think that would cure the issue relative to water. Now, one of the slides in your presentation deals with water consumption, and I calculated out the water consumption for a data center on this particular site with a closed loop system, 100,000 gallons annually to fill it up. 2 flushes a year, 20,000 gallons each. That's 40,000 gallons annually. And then we took and put a building on there of approximately 300,000 square feet in an office building of 50,000 square feet, and we calculated the water demand. And then on that same slide, you'll see that we calculated the water demand for 1,070 residential homes based on the existing county standard of 312 gallons per day. The existing consumption of water on site is approximately 6 times greater with a residential subdivision than with a data center. And even if you doubled the size of my estimated conceptual center, it's still far greater. So when these people get up there and say they're going to consume a lot of water, you have to put it in the proper context. My final comment is there's a lot of discussion about the amount of water and how much it could be withdrawn from the aquifer on this side via a consumptive use permit, which is under the control of the Water Management District and preempted by the Water Management District as to standards. The fact of the matter is that will never happen on this site because it's served by central water and sewer in both state statute, state regulation, and your local regulations would mandate any consumptive use of water would be done by the county under its consumptive use permit and under its plants. It's in the existence of their availability of that, and the concurrency for that is reflected by the county staff letter, and it's also reflected by the $2.3 million investment to bring central water and sewer to this site by the state of Florida. Please keep in mind, as with the original application and with this application, the industrial uses are listed, but there's no known hard end user. So how do we deal with that? How do you deal with that issue? How do we know that they're going to be able to meet the demand for central water and sewer, stormwater, and in the other state mandated concurrency issues? You do so by the policy we drafted in 2019, which is restated again. We do a preliminary concurrency analysis here, and then at the time when you know that the building is size X or size Y, you go through a whole new and additional concurrency compliance review. And for the benefit of the public, if that new and second review indicates that there's no water or there's no wastewater, then you don't go forward. It's that simple, and that's how concurrency works. So thank you very much. Mr. Straw, you have 9 minutes.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, good morning. For the record, my name is Jeffrey Straw, spelled S-T-R-A-W. I'm Vice President and Area Manager of Geosonics. Our primary office is at 6900 Southwest 21st Court, Davie, Florida. We're consultants in vibration and acoustics. For the last 48 years, 46 of those being here in the state of Florida, I've measured man-made vibration from multiple sources as well as noise and acoustics. So mining, heavy construction, building interiors, exteriors, residential communities, noise, pump stations, air conditioning facilities. We have made measurements, and I have reviewed those over my career, evaluating those in terms of state criteria, county criteria, city criteria throughout the state of Florida. My background is a Bachelor of Science degree from Slippery Rock State College, pardon me. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had to say that lately. And I have coursework in vibration acoustics from Hewlett-Packard, Brule and Care, our own internal measurement, as well as multiple other agencies over the past. I've spoken before this board probably a dozen or more times. I've been accepted as an expert in both vibration and acoustics through those years. And will address you today in terms of the noise that we anticipate dealing with at this site. As Mr. Stillwell discussed, I have provided some performance standards for this. We've looked at noise from a potential data center in the site. There's lots of information out there. Most of it is old, which means that most of it doesn't apply anymore. Construction materials, the cooling equipment, all of that changes on a daily, if not monthly basis in terms of what is used. And so we have standards that you can apply and work with those. As a matter of fact, Citrus County Code, Chapter 21, has a noise standard for evaluation that would apply to this. We've used this in prior cases. The standards incorporate A-weighted noise evaluation as a means to measure and then the county has determined limits. Now, why do we use A-weighted? It's how we typically hear, and it's the best standard that has been produced nationally, internationally, and has been used for, in excess of 70 plus years as a standard for evaluating noise. It's how we hear noise. And so that is the standard that your county has already adopted. And it covers two things. It covers across a property line. So you have random noise or noise from a continuous source such as a facility within this industrial park, and that is measured as it goes from a source location to a receiving location. And you have standards for that. They are considered daytime, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., nighttime, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Those standards then have an A-weighted noise level, and it's required to be measured by scientific equipment. It's not you go out and go, well, gee, it sounds loud to me, sorry, there are standards. And the county has adopted standards that are reasonable for that. You've also adopted, it's in Table 3, the maximum instantaneous sound level. So it's a peak sound level that occurs. And there are higher standards for that, because that would be like slamming a door, a one-time thing, or like a door closing on a car or a vehicle or something like that. So those standards also exist, and you have to meet both of those standards. And there's also a difference between the adjacent land use. You have reduced standards for residential areas, you have commercial, and you have industrial standards that are already within your ordinance. And so in taking all of that into consideration, when we were asked to address some performance standards, what we looked at is, one, the type of facility that may go in here, as well as the adjacent communities. And what we took into account, and what Mr. Stillwell had mentioned, is that there is a requirement to do a pre-application, pre-construction noise center noise evaluation. And so what would happen is, you don't do that now. We don't know what the building is. We don't know what cooling fans they may use. We don't know where the substation's gonna go. Which way is the building oriented? All of that will come back to you at some future date, and at that time, prior to any construction, prior to anything moving forward in terms of the building, there would have to be a study. So the study would then use A-weighted noise compared to your ordinance. But we've also recommended that you use C-weighted noise and also a 1/3 octave band study. Now, the 1/3 octave band study just breaks up all of the noise into individual categories. So it addresses not just noise as one level, but it also looks at noise at low frequencies, as well as higher frequencies. So we look at everything across the board. And then you design your equipment to meet the standards that are off property. So that if the county standard happens to be 55 at one point in time, then you have to design all of that facility to meet 55 or less. And so at that point, then the building architects and design engineers will then present that and can work backwards based on a noise study that exists. It takes into account all of the noise around. This would take care of the cooling fans. This would take care of electric substations. And it requires this to be done with, a specific qualified group. And your own code requires a specific level of instrumentation. Now, as Mr. Stillwell indicated, we've already done some preliminary noise studies in this area. We know generally what the community produces. And to be honest with you, the community in most of the cases already exceeds the A-weighted noise studies for most of the times. And it exceeds the most quiet, most sensitive, which is nighttime. The worst part in the residential areas where we've really focused our information on comes from vehicle traffic. Vehicle traffic already produces more noise than the county standard. So this type of study that is proposed for this center would then evaluate that noise that's produced by a data center and their equipment, and then what you can do from there is design buffers. I mean, you've already got a distance of a buffer, but when we talk about buffers, we look, does the building have to be turned a certain way? Do you need to put a berm in? A berm is just basically a land buffer raised of a certain height. For lower frequency noise, it's much more effective than a wall. But understanding, and as Mr. Stillwell talked about, the water system, we would also be looking at what technology is available, and that is changing because the folks that run these facilities do understand cooling fans exist, but it relates to outside type of equipment. Once that is done, also as part of the study, prior to the actual, once construction is done, then there's a post-construction study to determine that that facility meets that criteria that was established in the beginning. So we model, we look at what would be off-property kind of noises, and then there's a verification that that's the case. If it's not, it's got to be modified. And so those are some of the performance standards that we've included, which we think are probably different from most other locations. And looking at other locations, they don't really apply. It's older technology. I've looked at a whole lot of old studies that are out there on what's noise, and they relate to old things. So in conclusion, I think the noise studies, the information that you already have as a noise ordinance for the county are sufficient to protect this and to protect what's going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
If there's questions, I'll certainly be glad to try and answer them.
Well, at this time, we will open it up to the cross-examination. We will start with staff, the staff.
Intervener first is fine. They can go first.
Okay, we'll start with the interveners then. First intervener, Joey Hicks. Do you wish to come up and cross-examine? And I believe we will have you at this podium. And then who you wish to cross from the applicant.
Thank you. Just a couple of points. Is this a Q&A or?
This is, yes, so as part of the quasi-judicial ordinance and the Citrus County Code of Ordinances, it provides cross-examination, or it allows for it. You don't have to, but it allows for cross-examination by the interveners to the applicant, the interveners to the intervener, the interveners to staff, and vice versa.
Okay.
So this is strictly for questioning the testimony that was provided by the applicant.
Okay, thank you. A couple questions. The first question is there anywhere in the application where any finite water use is stipulated, 1 gallon, 10 gallons, 11 million gallons a day, for the initial phase, mid-phase, end phase? Is it stipulated in a quantity value anywhere in the application?
Okay, and who are you?
That
the
Mr.
applicant.
I welcome any member of the team to answer.
Okay,
Not getting timed right now.
What's that?
Not getting timed. They're figuring out
yeah.
to respond to.
The simple answer is no, but their correct answer is whether it's 1 gallon, 100,000 gallons, or 200,000 gallons, it'll be central water and it'll be subject to concurrency at the time of each building permit for each building. And if it's not met,
Yeah,
it's not built.
got it.
Okay?
I get another question?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Please cut me off.
And just for the
You're not on
record,
the clock.
let me have you just state your full name, so for the record.
My
of the
name is Joe
recording.
Hicks.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was you for the
Citrus
recording
County.
secretary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Second question, is there any mention, whatever, in the application for any C-weighted noise metric? And I don't mean a general mention of we're studying this or studying that. I mean, is there a mention at all in the application for any addressal of low-frequency C-weighted noise?
For the record, Jeffrey Straw, there is not, because the county standard is A-weighted. We were required to meet the county standard. The C-weighted is part of the evaluation plan, and also the 1/3 octave band analysis, which I mentioned, covers the lower frequencies, which is what the two standards are. If you understand, A weighting is how we hear. We hear from about 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz or cycles per second in frequency. So it's real low frequency, real high frequency, and it's a bell-shaped curve in between. We hear the best in the middle, and as our hearing, as we get older, and as we move higher or lower in frequency, we don't hear as well. C-weighted noise focuses on primarily low-frequency noises. Now, it's good for machinery, diesel engine, as an example, diesel engine running. You hear that noise, there's a lot of, you hear parts of the noise, but there's a lot that you don't fully hear. So C-weighted takes that into account. The performance standards that we have set take that into account in terms of the 1/3 octave band. And then what you do with those measurements that you make is you can evaluate them in terms of how they would be in an A-weighted sound. You can convert C to an A-weighted sound, and then you compare back against the ordinance. So it's a complex process that will be done.
Yeah.
So we have to meet the county standards. We have to meet your standards for noise. And so the C-weighted, while it's not specifically there, it is there in terms of the 1/3 octave band evaluation.
So just to be clear, a follow-up question. C-weighted measurements are not, they're not included in the application measurement criteria. You completely rely on the 55 dB residential adjacent A band. Is that correct?
Well, there's 60 and 55 in the residential, so there are two standards, daytime and nighttime. So there's two standards that you have to look at for A-weighted. But yes, there is C-weighted in the guidelines, the proposed guidelines for the performance standards. It's there, and that's including that 1/3 octave band study includes that. But we're still, again, coming back to you as the county and speaking to the board, we have to come back to your standards that currently exist, and your standards currently say A-weighted noise. So we can measure A-weighted noise and then calculate that back. So C-weighted noise, is low-frequency noise, but if you just measure C, you've disregarded everything else in terms of noise that people hear. And so we would use the full range of noise that's capable.
Would you concur that fan blade leading edge noise from a commercial chiller is in the band of 90 to 130 hertz?
No, I won't concur because that's one study, and I'm going to get ahead of myself, but I know Mr. Hicks's materials, having looked at that, that is one location. It was a previous location, and as I may have said, I think I said earlier, old data, old tests don't work. The equipment's changing. And from the people that do these centers, the people that make these chiller units, the fans change continuously, and that's part of the design process. If we come out to this site and look at the design and come up with something that says we're going to be, let's say, just for sake of argument, we're in your, 80 to 125, bandwidth frequency, and we're producing over the limit, they can change a fan blade.
Okay.
You change a fan blade, you change the speed of the fan, you change the orientation of the fan. I mean, does the fan blow up? Does the fan go sideways? Where's the cooling located on the facility? Do we have a berm in between there? All of that stuff goes into this initial evaluation prior to building the building. But we're at a point where we actually have a design. And you have a design so that people have actually looked at that at some point down the road. I mean, we've done like I said, we've already done an ambient noise level evaluation around here. This would be much more in-depth, but it would also then take the equipment that exists in the building and you move forward from there.
Understand. This is my last question for you. Is any of that you just said in the application?
It's in the performance standards is what we have written as the study, and the 1/3 octave band is included in that.
So the application references over to the county ordinance, and that's where you're hanging on.
Well, whether it references it or not, the county ordinance stands on its own.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's all for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Our second intervener, No Data Centers Citrus. Do you have questions for the applicant's testimony?
Madam Chair, I only have 2 questions for the applicant. I'll make this quick so we can move on.
Introduce yourself, please.
Sure. My name is Michael Hill. I am the principal of Torreya Design and Consulting, a private land use consulting firm out of Gainesville, Florida. I'm here to represent the people of Citrus County through the No Data Centers Citrus organization. My 2 questions that I have regarding the presentation for the applicant on this industrial rezoning is this, okay? If I remember my planning law, and I was at the University of Florida at their planning school, why are we talking about a proposed future use on a comprehensive plan or Atlas amendment at this time? The way I have read and I have interpreted my land use law, and I still have all of my books today, when we're talking about a determination on a future use on a comp plan amendment or a rezoning application, that's a no-no. I have heard that has always been a no-no.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hill. This is your opportunity to ask questions.
Yeah. Okay, I know. And that's my question to the applicant as to why are we talking about a data center when this is a rezoning and a future land use change?
Whether it be a data center or a Ford Motor plant, okay, the application we filed for the expansion is tailored after the application we filed in 2019 on the 515 acres. That application, under Chapter 163, was deemed complete and consistent with our local comp plan by the Board of County Commissioners. That application was reviewed by the Department of Community Affairs, okay, for compliance with 163 in Part 9J5. So if your premise were correct on of the law, then you couldn't do plan amendments. But 163 specifically allows for plan amendments with proposed uses. So hypothetically, if you were correct, the 2019 approval by the Department of Community Affairs in their review is wrong. But it's not wrong. It's correct under the law.
Okay. And my other question for the applicant would be this. They made a point regarding the wetlands on property, and they said that we're going to preserve those in existing open space. I would ask exactly why they want to do that. Simply for the fact of, don't they have to preserve them anyway from the county, from the Water Management District standards?
The answer is no and maybe. Okay. The comprehensive land use plan has a three-part test for wetland impacts. It's in the Land Development Code, and it's codified in FDEP regs. The first and primary approach on wetlands is avoidance. Don't develop them, okay? The second test is, if you're going to impact wetlands, minimization. And then the third test is, if you're going to, once you get past minimization, all right, then you get to mitigation.
Gotcha.
So under the current law, mitigation would be wetland banks.
Okay.
Right. So the question is, why are we putting them in open space? And why are they listed for not for development? It's very simple. It's not economically wise to develop wetlands when you have 800, 900 acres of pasture that can be developed So you avoid them and take the issue off the table.
Perfect. Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. County staff?
Thank you. All right, first question. I heard Mr. Stillwell say no hard end user. I did ask you this question on our previous hearing too. Do we have an end user for either the industrial listing that is part of the sub-area plan or a data center itself for the site?
As was the case in 2019 and as is the case in 2026. We've had inquiries, we've had discussions, but there's no firm end user that we can say is X number of people, X number of square feet, X number type uses.
Okay, so the data center area that you've got there on the slide is very large. It's quite large compared to other data centers, even in the state. What made you, if you don't have a user, use such a wide area? Is there a component you were looking at?
Well, again, looking at that box, and then you take out the open space areas that are set aside, it was designed to just take the 500-foot setback that was proposed and just show it on a map as a potential.
As far as water, there seems to be, I heard you say no consumption use permit is likely here, but I see in the text it could be allowed. Obviously, the industrial ranges quite a bit, some very low water intensive and some very heavy. A data center, perhaps huge water. What is your intent for that as far as water? Are you thinking of on-site? Are you thinking of off-site like county? Are you thinking of trucking in water and doing a reclaim plant?
Well, the state statute says we should use reuse first. Reuse is not available to this site, and if it was available, they would give it to golf courses and not an industrial center. That's just the policy of the state of Florida. The policy of the state of Florida and the policy of Citrus County is this: if you have central water and sewer, you're required to use it. So we don't have the discretion of going to the water management district and asking for a consumptive use permit for water consumption here. We would have to ask the county for service. The county would then deny service, and then we would have the right to petition to do a consumptive use permit, but that's a whole different process.
Okay, so if there's not water available, then you could use on-site or petition to use on-site.
That would be the only option. You would have to petition.
Okay.
And the county would have to, the Board of County Commissioners would have to waive their standard.
And there's no plan for a reuse or reclaim at this time on this site?
Or recycled. It's not
Probably not the right
reuse.
word, yeah.
Gray water is not available.
No, but you wouldn't do your own plant here for that?
No, ma'am. If the water calculation that's in slide 26, I think, shows.
Have that in their packet, yes.
Yeah, it shows 2.6 million gallons annually per year, okay? And that, a majority of that is for the industrial building and the office space, not the cooling system. So you're talking that versus the 12 million gallons for a residential project. It's served by Central Water and Sewer. That's the state law. If it's not there, nothing gets built. That's concurrency.
Okay, final question. I may have misheard Mr. Straw, but I thought he was saying for a data center it would come back before this board. I don't see that in the text. Are you planning on saying if a data center is proposed, it would be a PUD future and require that level?
The way we set up Holder Industrial Park was that we would have the various areas of uses. The uses would be defined. The nuisance uses would be prohibited, if you will, like cement plants. And then you would go through the process of a normal application under the Land Development Code. Right now, it's not required to do a PUD. There's nothing that says you're required to do a PUD on site, and the application doesn't state that a PUD would be done.
So would you consider that because it's such a unique use that we don't have yet, and the intensity, et cetera, the impacts for a data center? Probably not a question.
It's a twixt in between situation. The county has an economic development policy. When you say to an industrial user, forget data centers. Let's just say it was a Ford Motor Plant, and you said, hey, can you meet all these standards? And they say yes. And then you say, well, notwithstanding the fact you can meet those standards, and notwithstanding the fact you're an authorized use, you have to go and do a PUD. That industrial user goes to Marion County because he doesn't have to do a PUD in Marion County.
Order. Order.
Thank you, Madam
Yeah,
Chairman.
and I put that, you need to frame that answer in this fact that Citrus County's historical unemployment rate is consistently in the top 5. So it's a balancing act. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That's all my questions.
Okay, we'll now move to the questions by the board. Who wants to start? Mr. Facemeyer?
I'd like to ask a question that I posed at the previous hearing. It's a pretty simple one. In this large area designated for data centers, how many data centers can fit in there? 1, 2, 20, 100? I don't know. I mean, I know they're large.
The more appropriate question is how many buildings are associated with the data center?
Okay, I'll accept that.
Okay. You're talking about one data center and probably 4 buildings.
And just a follow-up question.
And that's-
What is the, and I'm sure it's in the documentation somewhere, but what is the approximate square footage of an average center? Approximate.
Yeah, okay, we're going to take the definition of a data center as per the state statute, which is greater than 50,000 something, okay? Megawatts. The average size for one of the larger ones that consume 350 to 400 megawatts is probably 4 buildings, office, 100 to 150,000 square feet of building.
150?
Times 4. Remember, inside the building are the computers, outside the building is the cooling system. So if you take that, okay, 450,000, 500,000 square feet plus the office building and put it on 700 acres, the setbacks become exceptionally greater and the open space increases. And this is all conceptual. The idea that you're going to have Mr. Hicks's material evaluates the whole site being built over 100%. You know, I know, you can't do that under the Land Development Code. You got to have parking, you got to have drainage, you got to have buffers and setbacks. So the idea that 777 acres are going to be covered over with rooftops is not realistic. I would point out that one thing in our application that hadn't been mentioned is we specifically identified that if we do this type of use, we will use the rooftops for solar energy and cut back on the demand. Did I answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Shara?
Good morning, Mr. Stillwell.
Good morning.
I'd like to follow on the same line of questioning. In our meeting back in March, one of the things I struggled with was the lack of specificity detail, going from conceptual thoughts and plans to what is actually proposed to be built. And I think you just reinforced that much of what you're proposing today is conceptual. So several questions for you. One is, are you now viewing this site as solely a data center?
No.
If you accept that, if you don't have a data center, could there be multiple uses on this site, of which data center would be one and other light or heavy industrial would be others?
If we have a data center, it's going to comply with that map right there.
Can
Okay.
you explain that, please?
Yeah, that data says, that map was intended to give you assurance that the data center would be built in a site-specific area and that there would be additional open space and additional buffers. Now, there would be no other uses built in that area if we did a data center.
Just
Okay.
as a follow-up, if I could, in the red dashed line, which is identified as data center area, use area, that really comprises the bulk of what is being proposed for both the current and the expansion.
True.
I'm not sure I understood your question then, because I think I just heard you say, if you build a data center, it would be within the red dashed lines.
And the balance of the property would be open space and preservation areas.
What is left?
Nothing.
So then if you build a I'm not.
No, if
trying to
we
be
build a
comical.
data center,
If you
that will
build a
be the
data center,
use
that
on
would
this
be
site, yeah.
That would be the use.
The one use, yes.
So if you do build a data center, it will fall within the red dash line. It would be the sole use.
It would be the sole use.
So although that's not intended today, that's a potential.
That's the intent of that red line.
Okay, got it. So the second question would be, we talk about, there's an old saying, if you don't tell people something, they'll make it up.
I
Or
agree.
they'll extrapolate to find an answer. And we see different representations in terms of water use, electric use, noise levels, that type of thing. So let's just bore into that for a minute. Your representation in the exhibit was for a certain quantity of water for a certain size of a unit. But that's not a specific number applied to a specific project. That's conceptual. Your words on your
Yes.
exhibit, conceptual.
Multiply that times 4, make it 4 times bigger, and then compare it to the number for the existing residential consumption.
I'm not comparing it to residential at
I
this
know.
point. I understand you're establishing a baseline comparative, but what I'm looking to say is, we've got a Holder Industrial Park expanded, should it be approved eventually. If you put a data center in, that will be the sole use, because it will fill that footprint or that space. So now we're trying to see how big the breadbox is. So what would limit the number of data center buildings and the size of those particular buildings on this site?
The open space map, stormwater, buffers, landscaping, parking,
Okay.
roads.
So is it, when you had said perhaps you could build as many as 4 buildings, would 4 buildings represent a full build-out of that site?
No.
Okay, I'm chasing the logic, but I'm not getting the answer. What I'm trying to understand.
Okay, so if someone comes to us and says, hey, we want to buy this property, okay, from Deltona, and we want to put it in a data center, okay, we would take this map out and say, this is where you can put it. Now, there are data centers, okay, frankly, there's a very small data center already in Crystal River in Meadowcrest, the original computing company that was put in there. They did data processing on site in Meadowcrest and had a circular water system. It was done in the 80s. It's been sold twice. And it was, no one said anything about that, but that's the side. You would just say, you can build here. Here you go. Here are the standards. Meet the standards. ISR is a big standard. And frankly, that was the intent, to show people, hey, if we do this, you're going to get the benefit of these open space standards. It's going to be in this location. We don't, otherwise it was, people say it was going to be in the east, the west, south. It was designed to give people knowledge of where it would go.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that what you're attempting to accomplish in your proposed application would be to establish a broad-based approval to develop this site in accordance with the 1736 of the comp plan for the allowed uses. If you use a data center, if you would select that end user, that would be the only use of this property. If you don't select a data center, you could also have the mixture of light and heavy industrial and commercial that would also be identified.
That's a correct statement. I'm just going to rephrase it, okay? If a data center is not built there, okay, in the expanded area, it would be Tier 2. Under the revised text, the housing element that's allowed in Tier 2 now would be eliminated, which is probably an error back in 2019, but we're correcting that. And then the allowed uses in that Tier 2 area would be, quote, any industrial, that's the exact text, tracking your industrial land use classification text, subject to the prohibited land uses, and the list is extensive.
If I could be permitted to ask one more, and I intend this to be a pointed question.
Good.
Why is it, as you're going through this process, that you are looking to expedite the process before the county has completed its LDC ordinance, its standards and regulations regarding data centers?
Well,
let me, if I could follow, just one.
I'll be glad to answer that.
Because if in fact I understand this.
And you have to put this in a historical basis, okay?
Sure.
All right. Last summer, okay, an entity called Amazon, okay, came to the county and said that they were interested in doing a data center in Holder Industrial Park. All right. Now, there was confidentiality agreements signed at the time, but the Amazon engineer erroneously, in one application, used that name. And so confidentiality went out the door. And so Amazon was looking at this site, and we looked at the use, okay, and the necessary acreage. And by this time, if you post-2019, the railroad that used to exist that divided the two sites had been acquired by the county and sold to Deltona. Deltona owned the adjacent land. And the idea of an expanded park, industrial park, was on Deltona's list of potential uses for the site. So we started down that road in August. We met with the staff, I think, in September and October. Okay? No one said to us, stop, wait to let us adopt land development regulations. We filed in December, okay? No one said stop, wait, we need to get land development regulations in place. Albeit they knew that someone called Amazon wanted to develop the site. And then we got a sufficiency letter, and lo and behold, the county commission says, hey, wait, we want to adopt land development regulations. So we're already in the process. There's certain legal concepts that apply since we had a complete application, and the county didn't start till March under performance standards. But the fact of the matter is, under the sub-area policy with our performance standards, we felt like we could craft the standards that would make this site work. Now, for any other data center in this county, okay, that wants to come in, they will have to develop under those standards. The standards may be remarkably similar, okay? I don't know. But you're saying to me, wait until we get something done, and oh, by the way, we don't know what is going to be done, and we were already into the process. State law says we're entitled to a hearing within 1 year from sufficiency.
Thank you.
Did I answer your question? I'm not sure. But
No, I'm not sure either.
I'm not sure either.
Well, listen, I got your answer, and I understood your answer. I understand that what you're explaining is a process that you're going through. I understand that what your client or the developers are looking for is certainty of outcomes so that they can go forward and invest the amount of time and energy and capital and resources to put together a data center. I understand that. What I don't understand is, since the county has already said that they are going forward in the development of an LDC ordinance, and that ordinance will follow the, regulations, statutes, and guidelines, of which you said, and you must comply with, regulations, statutes, and guidelines, federal, state, and local. You have no choice. You must do that. Although I guess I can't address the fact that there's potentially.
Let me give you some.
Let me finish my thought, if I could, because I'm rambling, but I'm trying to get there. My only point is, these relationships don't have to be adversarial. You don't have to be viewed as jumping the gun and out, getting out in front of the county and what it's attempting to do for a measured and organized and reasonable growth. It seems like a reasonable thing to do, to say, we're going down parallel paths. The county is defining its standards and guidelines. And by the way, at least the description of what I have heard is that ordinance will be coming out for review by both the PDC and recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners in this summertime. Why wouldn't you push the pause button on that?
Well, let me answer it this way, okay? First off, the staff recommendation, okay, is that the subject data center would be subject to land development code regulations in effect at the time of building permit. That's the recommendation of their text, and that's a paraphrase, but it's a pretty accurate paraphrase, okay? The second thing I would say to you is, if the county develops a series of regulations for data centers, and they are consistent with the performance standards that we have outlined, okay, then we're on the same road, going in the same direction. What concerns us is we adopt a map, and let's just hypothetically say we shrank that data center to 1,000-foot setback, okay? And the county comes out and says, well, we're going to have a 1,500-foot setback from recreational areas. Well, the state rails to trails is a state park. So you just sliced off 30% of our project without realizing it.
Oh, no.
And that's why they have laws like Bert Harris. So I've said to many people, this particular application, it has so many overtures, so many subtitles, so many side stories, that it's really hard to get a grasp on. But I know that what we did in 2019, using a very similar framework, was a positive for this county, and we tried to trace that.
Well, if I understand this correctly, even if the county, if you proceed on your current path, and even if the county prepares an LDC ordinance, because you're working under a comp plan amendment, that may or may not apply to what you're doing.
Correct.
And my point specifically is it should. And so you have the choice and the option to pause that until you see what the county comes up with. And as you say, if these performance standards are remarkably similar, you can adopt those into your program and be consistent with the long-term view of the county.
Mr. Sheriff, you can figure out a way that my client's not prejudiced by what you're proposing, I'll buy it. But as a lawyer doing land use, I'm not sure that you can give me that assurance of I won't be prejudiced.
Fair enough. I'm not totally sure all the implications from a legal perspective of what you just said.
I know.
So I'll stop.
And I will tell you that probably Ms. Lynn and Mr. Ansbacher and I are not sure either.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Bozeman.
Still, I don't know, you may want to stay up there for just a minute.
We don't often get him under oath, so go ahead and take advantage of it.
Well, he's always been a straight shooter, I think. But I can tell you, in and correct me if I'm wrong, in 2017, when the original rezoning was submitted for the existing property, that was denied, correct?
First time.
Correct. And it was basically based on transportation concerns and what else?
No, the transportation concerns weren't critical, okay?
In Ms. Craig's report that
She
she
indicates-
submitted in March, that was the one thing that was specifically mentioned.
Well, it was mentioned in the sense of the review that we did in 2019. Okay, remember we adopted what we call HIP 1, Holder Industrial Park number 1, and it went up for review to the Department of Community Affairs, who circulates it to all the different state agencies, and the Department of Transportation came back and expressed concerns about US 41, okay? Not 491, because that's a county road. But they expressed concerns, but they didn't recommend denial. Now, what happened, the denial was basically Don Taylor and the Economic Development Committee submitted an application for Holder Industrial Park after this Blue Ribbon Committee, which I was not a part of, selected this site for an industrial park. It was transmitted to the state of Florida. It came back from the state of Florida, and Commissioner Kitchen, who voted to send it to the state of Florida, changed his mind and said, no, I'm not going to vote for it, and it was denied 3-2. And the reason why is because the PUD was, Mr. Scherer's concerns, didn't list anything. It didn't say anything. It was wide open.
It was very vague.
Very vague. And
as
so,
far as the uses, potential uses.
yeah, and so they came to my office. We got Mr. Gibbs and Avis and I. I may not believe it, but it's the truth. We all cut our fees to make it work. And we submitted it. And the way we did it was we said, okay, we're going to have this commercial pod up front, okay, which is appropriate for 41. We are going to have this light industrial area around those lots to the north. And we had extensive buffering proposed, which doesn't change as we sit here today. And then we put the Tier 2 area in. And then we listed all the prohibited uses, and then we relied on the 2017 county economic report that specifies targeted industries that they want in the county. And we incorporated that into the plan. So the denial was based on the vagueness of the initial industrial uses. Now, I want to, since you brought up transportation, I will say this. In the proposed text, we dedicate right-of-way on 41 and 491, which is not in the prior text. In the proposed text, we commit to a joint development of shared drainage for the expansion of US 41 and 491. That would be one of the uses that would go into that 700 acres that would potentially limit the development to that site at full build-out. And additionally, we commit to if you see the S curve up there on 491, I don't know if you've driven it, but people coming out on tram have a real issue making a left-hand turn lane. We commit to the straightening of that road and dedication of right-of-way. So those are the additional transportation benefits in the text.
So let's roll forward to 2019, when the approval was granted, okay? And a lot of that had to do with the utilities being taken, or in planning stages, to be taken to the existing site, correct? Because it's required.
What we did with utilities in 2019, we said there are no utilities available. There was no plan for utilities available. The county still wanted what I'll call a Class 1 industrial park. So we put text in there that said we could do up to 50,000 square feet, if you will, a starter type use on site, using on site water, on site wastewater.
That still limits your uses.
That would, 50,000, it could limit your uses, depending.
Yeah.
Okay, but with the grant from the state of Florida, it's $2.5 million, in the expansion of the utilities along County Road 491. In this particular application, we have removed any on-site water and wastewater use, okay, altogether.
Right.
Mandate central water and sewer, whether it's 1 square foot or 100 square foot, 1,000.
So along comes the utilities. Now you have a much greater marketable site.
Correct.
For a much more significant, much more, much larger use.
Correct.
Square footage wise, diversity of uses. But now along comes the potential for a data center.
Potential.
Okay. I mean, I'm trying to be fair. Please tell me if I'm not.
You're right.
Okay. And it's just it's a business thing. It's a marketing thing. So now comes the opportunity. We go through COVID. Everything's full stop. Everybody's ordering stuff from Amazon. I know the guy wore a path in my front yard, delivering boxes. And then with that became the data center big push. It's been around. You're right. I think it was Champs that was the original one in Metacrest.
That's right.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I was around. We've had several other attempts in this county to have industrial sites. The Metacrest building, it never really panned out. The Chronicle's no longer there. And, to move industrial away from the other side of US 19 is probably a good idea. And this particular site does make sense in a lot of respects. But, again, the concerns over the water, the noise, all of the concerns that have been expressed, let's all boil it down to you now have a much more marketable site to use. And now that, an Amazon, and you're right, they do go by code names. I've been involved in quite a few of their projects. But it creates a much greater opportunity. And if we can address a couple of things, if a data center doesn't decide to come in, now you're going to be looking at a greater variety of potential users, which would increase the intensity and the pressure placed on the transportation network. Is that fair?
You have to put it in a context, okay? It could, okay? Recognize that for water and sewer, industrial uses, consumption of water and sewer by an industrial building, not data center, is substantially well below residential.
True.
From a traffic standpoint, it's a function of what is the industrial use. I know how many trips are generated by a residential project based on numerous county studies. It's somewhere between 7 and 10 average daily trips for a house. That varies with the industrial type uses. We don't have transportation concurrency here anymore. So
unfortunately.
Yeah, but that's the fact. The noise, Mr. Straw addressed. We're trying to address that noise issue. The electricity is, demand is, you have Duke's letter. They wouldn't write that letter if they didn't think they couldn't do it.
No, I agree.
And
I'm always concerned about.
And then you have water. Well, if we do a closed loop system, environmentally sensitive system, the highest state technology, that's going to be far less than the old data centers that everyone has cited in all the articles you get. They all talk about data centers built 5-10 years ago. They're dinosaurs.
Yeah. Now
my point is this: water. If you say the closed loop system or the equivalent thereof, okay. And that's important because I don't want to have to come back here and say, hey, they changed the technology. We're only changing 3 words. Then you know that the water has been minimized a great deal.
Maybe you can't answer this question, but one of these other folks can about the water use. There are a lot of data centers in the Southwest United States.
Correct.
Phoenix, Arizona in particular.
Right.
Very dry, very arid. Do these have these closed loop systems? Because I can understand the concerns over water consumption. We're already straining our water supply now. And something like this, if that technology does exist, which I believe it does, as you described, is that what they're using out there? Because it's dry out there.
Do you have the list of
Because frankly, that's probably a lot of the concerns that are in this room, that one of the concerns in this room, maybe one of the main concerns.
All right, so there's been, in the last 2 years, 6 major data centers either constructed in the United States or approved, okay? And that list tells me that in Maricopa, Arizona. Maricopa?
Yep, Maricopa.
Maricopa. 450 megawatts. That's a significant size data center. And it's a closed loop system under the modern technology. And it's crazy what you learn about data centers. You know why they do data centers in Wyoming and Utah and all those places? It's cold.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, so they don't have to, that cools the places like that.
Yeah.
But you only have 6 new major data centers in the last 2 years. All 6 have got this systems, the closed loop system.
And the water consumption data on those is close to what you've described, 100,000 to fill them up and 20,000 twice a year to flush them?
If they do that, yeah.
Okay.
And what I call the ancillary uses, which are traditional industrial
A
uses.
toilet flush and stuff like that.
That's right.
But you're using a water to chip cooling system. I mean, it's directly cooling chips, or I believe is what I understand.
Fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Chips, yeah. Computers.
I'll let somebody else go for now. I've got
Thomas?
some more, but that's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Bozeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You mentioned, and it's also in our package, about the Duke Energy providing the document, the letter. Can you go a little bit more detail on that?
We asked for it. We gave them the plans, and they gave us the letter back.
So you gave them the plans of what?
That we would do a data center, potentially, that it would be X number of megawatts in the range that I just spoke to, 450 to 500 megawatts.
What is the X?
450 to 500. We told them that was the potential highest type use, and they provided that letter.
So I'm going to piggyback on one of the staff's questions about the water. You keep saying that the water is central. Where does the well water come from? Don't we all drink out of the same straw?
Well, here's the way it works. The county has a consumptive use permit, okay, to service this site.
I'm not talking about the consumption use. I'm just talking about general knowledge.
I'm going to answer your question, okay? So when the county submitted that permit and they secured their consumptive use permit for 2.5 million gallons or 3 million gallons per day, whatever it is, the Water Management District evaluated those impacts, okay, on the aquifer and said this type of withdrawal by the county met state standards. So if the county's at 1.5 million and they have 2.5 and we say we need 200,000 gallons, the impact on the aquifer has already been previously evaluated when they got the original consumptive use permit. Now, if they were at build out, okay, what we peak, okay, at 90% of consumptive use, the county or the utility provider for water has to then expand. Now, if we were doing that expansion, then if there's an expansion necessary, yes, that would be an issue that would be considered, the impacts on the total aquifer. But if you're within the framework of the consumptive use permit, that impact has already been addressed in the original permitting.
Please, no comments from the audience at this time.
All right, my next question is going to, I want to just talk a little bit about how long is it going to take, or how long would you anticipate it taking to build this
3 years.
3 years. And how many years do you think it will take to build 2,500 single-family homes?
Okay.
Using your analogy.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to. The young lady that spoke earlier project is just to the east of this. Pulte's build out for those homes is 3 years. So multiply that times 4. It'd be 5 to 10 years. The residential development, you developer, you want to be out within 7 years. You want to be built out in 7 years on any project.
To go back to the last hearing, I asked a question and never got an answer, so hopefully you did your research and got me an answer.
I hope.
What is the evaporation rate on the cooling system that your closed loop?
0.
0.
0.
And that is
Minimal.
in Alaska
Less than
or
1%.
Florida?
What?
Is that in Alaska or Florida?
Everywhere.
And you got that information from?
The Microsoft data centers that are being built around the state and country.
Anybody besides the data center, any scientists or
They're engineers.
engineers outside of
You know,
the?
we reached out and said, how do these systems work? We need to know the answer. The response back we got was how many gallons it takes, how much evaporation occurs, how much maintenance is required.
Well, pardon me, Mr. Stillwell, I did get my engineering degree from University of Florida. And I believe that any type of moisture has an evaporation rate. I can't go with 0 on that.
If it exceeds 1%, I'd be surprised. I agree with you. I agree with you that there's going to be an evaporation, but when you say that it's not like what you have read on the internet, that's for sure.
No, I don't necessarily read everything on the internet.
Okay.
To go back to the closed loop, you said that there was going to be no reserve tanks and no, reclaimed water being used. I guess you made that statement because of the 0% evaporation rate?
What our research shows is that the reduction in annual water use for a facility like this is close to 1.2 million liters per facility per year. The reduction in evaporation water is close to 100% of a traditional cooling system. 100% of the prior cooling systems.
All right, now my last question might be for Mr. Shaw on determining the noise and the levels of the noise. I'm just curious how you can come up with noise measuring devices or measuring of noises without knowing the equipment size of the equipment or any of the data that will go into that. Is it historically these numbers are generated from site built already?
The way it works is you do a background noise study, okay? And we've done those preliminary numbers. I can tell you that the existing electrical cable lines have an element of noise that has been there forever that doesn't meet current county standards.
Agree.
Agreed. But they're exempt because they're a utility. But it's there. And then you figure out what is going to be built, whether it's a data center, okay, or a Ford motor plant, whatever, and then you noise study based on that design, as he has testified to, and then when it's built, you do a test run, and then from that test run, you do a second noise study to establish compliance with the first noise study.
If you got approval for a data center and you built a data center, what would your noise containment be for the building? Would it be just the construction of the building, or would there be sound advice or sound cushions or sound barriers on the interior walls, ceilings, floors? Or is it just a concrete structure and we're just going to throw it all in there? And the reason I ask that, because I have visited several data centers over the years, and there's multiple different things. So I just wanted to hear from you.
The answer is what is placed inside of the building, or what,
Yeah, to contain the noise inside
Yeah.
the structure,
or what is placed outside of the building.
or outside. It's just something to contain the noise.
Yeah. Is based on the size and what's inside, if it's computers.
I'm sorry, but don't you already know that? You know the size, you know what?
No, we don't know that. That's the thing. We know that it could be as much as 500 megawatts, okay? But whether that's 1,000 square feet or 300,000 square feet, don't know.
So the lesser, we're not going to consider containment? I'm just.
No, it's going to be considered because we have to meet those standards that Jess testified to. But there's all kinds of techniques to mitigate noise. Proline boats, when they made boats here, they had huge blowers, okay? And we designed baffling and walls, and we put interior noise-absorbing stuff on the walls and reduced the noise from Proline boats into their residential areas to meet county standards. It's engineers do remarkable things, if you let them.
I like that comment, thank you. Do you think that the county, now that they have the moratorium, and they're in the process of putting together new LDC standards and so forth, do you believe that the county should be considering this noise ordinance and creating a new one, or maybe one specifically for data centers?
I have no problem with that if it is a reasonable land use regulation, okay? And when I say that, land use regulations are designed to implement all parts of the comprehensive plan, including the economic development element, including industrial uses, and not prohibit those uses, but facilitate those uses. It's a balancing act. So I have no problem with, they want to readdress their noise ordinance, just so long as it's a balancing act.
Now, do you feel like if this is approved, you would have to go by those new standards?
It's an interesting question because the noise ordinance is not in the land development code, okay?
Correct, but that's a
Right.
question.
Yeah, so generally speaking, you're vested for land development regulations. The noise ordinance is outside of the land development code regulations. So the question becomes, and it's been, I agree, I think you would agree with me, there is case law that says noise ordinances are not land development regulations around the state. So, interesting.
Would you have a problem complying to any new LDC laws or ordinances that is created?
If they're
From today
consistent
forward?
with, if they're consistent with and furtherance with the Holder Industrial Park as we propose it, no. It's just when you get this, the problem arises.
I would think.
Example, the 1,000-foot setback.
If it was a little bit more extreme than what you have on your document, you're going to stick with your application.
What's a little bit more extreme? I mean, you see it. Yeah, I know.
I mean, you're saying 500, but it could be 300.
Could be 7.
Could be.
If, and if it was 700, I could look at that site and talk to my client, and we could probably potentially live with that. I said potentially, okay? But if someone came and said, I want 1,500, then we would have a serious problem. You have to balance the concept of economic development with the site and what with the county needs long term.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Shera has an additional question.
Go ahead.
I want to change gears.
Good.
Staff didn't ask you this question, but you had submitted comments to the text of the sub-area plan, in particular 17D, 1736. Did you review the proposed staff comments as well?
I have.
Do you accept the proposed staff comments?
A majority, it's specifically off the top of my head, I can't say which one I had a concern with. There is a concern about the comment that we will comply with future land development regulations, okay? But beyond that, some of the other comments in there I thought were appropriate.
What is the path forward to reach agreement on?
Excuse me?
What is the path forward for you and staff to reach agreement on those?
The way it normally works, okay, like Tuscany Ranch is a good example.
Maybe a different example.
You still don't have an agreement?
We don't have a signed
Oh, damn.
Yeah,
Bad
coming,
example.
So coming back on point, I'm
No, the
asking
point
a
is,
question. How
you
do
sit
get
down,
together
you
and
sit down with your experts and their experts to say, this is our concern, this is my concern. Where is their common ground? Okay, which is something that we don't do a whole lot of in this country anymore, but that's how the normal process is.
So there are substantial changes that the county is recommending, and your changes and some of them are significant in terms of what you propose to delete, what the county would propose to add. So first of all, I guess I just need a clarification. You've not reached agreement yet. It seems like some of these changes, and I will ask staff the question when they make the presentation, it seems like some of these are significant, particularly around noise and noise testing and others. And so I'll just have to leave that as an open item then. We don't have agreement at this point, or you do not have agreement, pardon me, so sorry. You do not have agreement with the county at this particular point in time.
Well, let's just start with the noise standards, okay?
I'm not prepared to discuss them specifically because
Neither am I, but,
I'm
you
not
know,
an expert in those areas.
We're talking about a C-weighted standard that's being proposed in the county's noise ordinances, a different standard altogether. Now, there is a very complex formula that you use to convert C to, was it D? A.
It's A, but
Yeah.
I don't think we should debate that. You
No,
and
we
I.
shouldn't.
The key point is that the appropriate people on staff need to be able to sit down and resolve those things with you. And my question for staff will be, when and how will that happen?
Well,
You
I
have
know
to be a
this.
party to that discussion.
I know that Mr. Hicks has met with Duke already, expressed his concerns. They had a 3-hour meeting. And Mr. Hicks has expressed to us that he would like to sit down with Duke and have another meeting, and that's how you get there.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I have one question, follow-up. I missed my note here. Back to the noise, Mr. Stillwell. How many generators are you anticipating? The standard of 12 per every 100,000, or something less or something more?
I don't know the answer. All I know is that whether it's 1 or 100, they have to meet the standards.
What standards are you referring to?
The noise standards that are applicable.
But if a vehicle already exceeds our noise, what would a diesel generator generate noise?
Well, and therein lies the rub, okay? If you say for a noise standard that at the residential property line we have to comply with X, okay, and X is already in violation of the statute, then you've eliminated the land use. So you have to figure that out, okay? The Holder Industrial Park didn't cause the ambient noise level on Tram Road to exceed the existing standards, but it does. So how do we, even for Holder Industrial Park 1, how do we resolve that conflict?
I'm just trying to vision or hear, if you had a 500K, megawatt data center, you'd have to have 60 diesel generators running at the same time right after aftermath of a hurricane. What kind of noise will that carry? I'm just curious, but no other questions. Thank you.
Well, here's the first thing. They're not diesel. Those 60 generators are being generated by Duke Electric Power, okay, not diesel.
Okay, propane.
Or propane, but propane isn't available to this site. It's miles away. Sable Palm is across the river. So that's being generated. The diesel comes in with the backup when there's a failure.
All right, so there's no propane to this site, so Duke is going to use what energy source?
You have their letter.
Yeah. It's very, very, very controversial for me, but maybe I'm just not going to, I'm not going to discuss that because that's something different. Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Stone, do you have questions?
I
I did not, but Gilbert.
Mr. Gilbert?
Space.
Okay.
Yes. All right. I just got 4 questions, and we'll make this really quick. Okay. So I'm a cybersecurity engineer by day. Like he said, I've been in quite a few data centers. I want to know what type of computing this data center plans on doing, and if we don't know, that's fine. You don't know.
Don't know.
Skip. Next question. Looking around this center here on the map, do you know where there's currently fiber in and or around any of this area?
Fiber optic?
Yeah, in the ground.
I don't know.
Got it. Cool. Third question. You mentioned economy. What number of workers do you anticipate? Because you brought it up, not me. So
I brought it
how many
up.
workers do you think this would add to the Citrus County?
Well, in the construction phase?
Nope.
No.
Sustaining phase. Sorry.
I'm going to
I would
answer
like
it.
sustaining.
I'm going to answer it. In the construction phase, you're going to employ anywhere between 300 and 500 workers over 3 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Give me sustaining, please.
And then when it gets there, depending on the size of the site, it's anywhere from 50 to 150.
Okay. We'll agree to disagree. Go ahead. I'm
Okay.
done.
Mr. Stone, did you have anything?
Mr. Stillwell, you mentioned that the property owners are not committed to being just developing only a data center. Is that correct? They could possibly construct any other heavy industrial type of plant in this area if it's zoned that way?
Okay, if we did a data center, it's in that square up there, okay? If we don't do a data center, it's in the Tier 2 area of the new site plan. And the industrial uses are limited by the prohibited uses. So when you say heavy industrial, I take an element of exception with that because that list of prohibited uses was gone over in 2019. It hasn't changed, and the whole intent was to take away major offsite impacts. Like a cement plant cannot be done in the Tier 2 area. Just can't be done because of offsite impacts. That's what we said. So the industrial uses were designed to be what I'm going to call a Class 1 industrial park, with eliminating the more noxious or intense industries.
Well, looking at the list in your application there, it doesn't prohibit chemical plants, in particular a chlorine gas plant or animal feedlots, even a rolling mill for steel fabrication, rail terminals. All of those are possibly could be added to this site with if the data center didn't go. Is that correct?
There's 250 acres existing in the Tier 2 area, and those 2 tier areas are that 250 acres, and the additional acreage would be defined by, is it an industrial use? If it's a light industrial use, it would go into the Tier 1. It couldn't go in Tier 2. If it was a Tier 2 use and it's not listed as prohibited, it would be potential.
Permitted, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you an example. We had a huge debate about liquefied gas in 2019. Liquefied gas is not listed as a prohibited use in Tier 2.
Right, an LNG plant is about the most threatening thing I could think of.
Well, that's what they said in 2019, yes, sir.
I understand that there's reluctance or difficulty to be specific on things like noise, perhaps less so on water and electricity, but there is certainly a large amount of vagueness in your proposal, claiming that they can't specify what these are until they actually have the, I guess, proposal of what type of machinery that the developers would use. Is that correct?
As I understand your question, there is no objective noise level at the receiving land use other than the current code. That's what exists, and it's done under A-weighted noise levels. And that's based on noise sources that were promulgated by the United States of America, whether it was the Department of Interior or the Department of what, I don't know, but that's where it came from. And it's common, okay, in governments, local governments, to adopt those standards. What I'm saying to you is the way the noise study is written, okay, it identifies those areas that could be of an issue. You then design your product around what that noise study indicates, and if you think you can live with that, you build it. Now, before one person enters that building and occupies it, you do a second study. You do a test run, and when that test run comes out, if it fails, you go back to the drawing board. Okay, you have to go back and modify your product to meet the original noise study performance standards. And then, if you get there, you're good to go.
Yeah, but I can't imagine that you would buy property, design a facility, and not have any idea of where you're going to fall within the limits of anything, whether it be the electrical consumption or the
Mr.
water.
Stone, you are exactly right. And that's what people need to understand. It's called due diligence. And so that end user, whether it be Ford Motor Company or an LNG product, these are sophisticated buyers, and they will do their due diligence. They will do what's necessary for them to know that they can meet those standards. And frankly, the way the modern deals work, like the first Walmart I did, they didn't buy the property until they got the building permit. That's the way it works. So when they were building the first Walmart here, we got a building permit, and then we closed 30 days later. And that's how these deals are structured. They're not going to buy until they get the permit. So that's called due diligence.
Well, you can understand our reluctance to give you a blank check.
I don't want a blank check. I want some performance standards that are consistent with land use regulations and are consistent with your economic development policies and consistent with your property rights element of the comp plan.
But there's two sides to the property rights. Is that correct?
And both of them count.
Yes, sir. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Stillwell.
Thank you. Mr. Stillwell, I do have some questions. You, in your testimony and in the PowerPoint, you indicated the current entitlements of the property along with the proposed area for amendment could result in 1,071 residential units. I mean, the area on the proposal is rural residential, which we know is 1 per 10, or
No.
so. Where do you come up with the 1,071?
If you look at one of the charts, Mr. Gibbs went back, and the area in the planned service area is low-density residential.
Okay.
There's even some medium-density residential involved.
So to that extent, the initial plan that's been approved, the existing 557 acres under the sub-area plan had called for also the workforce housing, and now you're proposing a multifamily. Can you elaborate why the change? What is the difference?
Well, what we said in the initial plan is workforce housing could be done in Tier 2, and I just felt like that potentially was an inconsistent use in Tier 2. So we took the workforce house out of Tier 2 and put it into the Tier 1 area and the commercial area. And then we indicated that if there's residential housing to be done on site, you can have up to X number % of workforce housing, and then it has to be multifamily in nature. We felt like any type of single-family proposed use on site was inconsistent with any of the other uses.
Okay, so you're basically talking attached type housing.
Right,
Okay, clustered, attached. You kind of answered my other question as I was going to talk about the grant, which the 2.8 that was provided for the extension of the services There's a resolution in there, was really based on the premise of the potential of 3,800 jobs based on the sub-area plan 1. But, so that sub-area plan is an option, but then there's option 2, which is for the data center, which you stated to be 50 to 100 jobs.
Well,
It's either one or the other, but
it's the estimate of, and it's in the press release, that if Holder Industrial Park Phase 1 were built out, and that there were potential of 3,800 jobs. Mr. Viotis testified to that in 2019. I don't know what he testified to, but he did testify about the potential number of jobs. Clearly, if a data center isn't built and we had industrial acreage, exponentially, you would think there would be more jobs than 3,800. The idea of a data center, yeah, you're going to have a reduction in the number of potential jobs. You're going to be a different type of job, probably, higher paying job, and you're going to be, you're looking at a totally different tax structure, totally different.
so when you're talking about the 50 to the 100, though, are they going to be here in Citrus County? Because we know data centers, I mean, you've got maintenance of obviously building, hardware, but we know that a lot of these
Mrs. Collins,
the software can be run from anywhere in the country.
That's true, but there are a specific number of people. All I can tell you is some 15 to 18% of the people that live in Citrus County that are employed don't work in Citrus County. They don't. And there's a reason why. They go to Tampa or Cala for a higher paying type job.
Let's go to water. So we know that one of your requests is the expansion of the PSA, and that's predicated on the ability to expand public services to that area. And Mr. Cheek's letter from the Department of Utilities, he spoke about the Charles A. Black plan, what it could provide, but the question mark is in the air, and he talked about the possibility of having to go back and amend the water use permit, which you've spoken to. Has there been any, have you had any meetings with the Water Management District, or is there anything in there that shows that there's any kind of commitment by the Water Management District that they would possibly even contemplate
expanding that plan?
Expansion, that water use permit?
The correct answer is no, we haven't had any meetings with them. The second, to further that answer, at this point in time, it's really not necessary. If we were to do a closed loop, closed loop system and built out as per my chart, 2.6 million annually, Charles A. Black could handle that. The lady that spoke in the very beginning about next month's project, 650 homes, 315 gallons per home. They have a concurrency letter for capacity from the county.
Okay, let's talk about some of your proposed policies and for the sub-area plan. There is one regarding 17.36.12, establishing a potential community redevelopment area. We know that for that to be, first of all, my question to you is would that just be for the sub-area plan, or would there be a need to extend it beyond that to affect the surrounding neighborhood?
Okay, that type of policy is what you call an inspirational policy, It's not a commitment by the county to do that in any form or fashion. It says that the county should consider these type of various financing options to make the park work. Now, if what you saw up there on the map happens, there was no need to do that, But it provides a basis if the county wanted to do something like that and they applied for a grant. As you well know, Ms. Collins, you would cite to that policy in your grant application as a basis to facilitate that potential grant. That's why we call it, an inspirational policy.
I never heard that term. But knowing how a CRA functions, my concern is the way the policy is written, it really would have to be in place prior to the development of the project, because you have to establish your baseline for.
If you proceed in that direction, I agree. But it doesn't mandate that you use that financing technique. It suggests that it's available in the future.
Okay, in the future, it wouldn't make any sense to me. Seems like it would have to be predicated on
All I can tell you
putting
is
it before.
we haven't changed the wording on
Before-
that.
no.
We have not changed the wording on that. The county commission in 2019 felt it was
So that was from the original.
palatable, and the Department of Community Affairs and none of the state agencies questioned that policy at all.
Okay. There was two other policies, and maybe I missed it. I went back and couldn't find it. There was one that is noted to be removed. There's two, one on emissions and one on lighting. Did I miss something, and why would you be removing those policies?
Air quality?
Emissions, there's one on emissions and one on lighting.
I thought we put in there that the lighting, it would have hooded lighting in the policies.
Okay, I'll check with
I'll
staff
check
when they
that.
come up. Maybe I just missed it. I went back and was trying to find it, and
I think we put that the off-site lighting there wouldn't be off-site. Hooded lighting at property line, no, yeah.
I understand. Okay, and then my last question is probably going to be for Mr. Shaw. Another question on how you would mitigate for noise was answered. How about vibration? What are techniques that would be used to mitigate potential, if you do your studies and there's an issue, what kind of measures would be in place to mitigate vibration?
Okay. If there's vibration, it's inside the building. It's not outside. Okay? If there's vibration, it is inside the building. And Mr. Shaw told me before we met this morning, at 200 feet, it's gone. The type of vibration from the computer generating activities inside the building, if they create vibration, it's going to be inside the building, a majority of it. And if it gets outside the building, after 200 feet, it's gone. It's not ascertainable.
Okay, we need somebody in the back to hush.
Please. Take it outside.
Sorry, Mr. Stowell, go ahead.
And if you want Jeff to get up here and say exactly what I just said,
Well, unless he has something else to add, but
did I get that right?
it is a concern by the 1,000+ letters we received. So I just want to make sure that it is answered.
Well, and let me say this about 1,000+ letters. Unless they address a data center that's built in the last 2 to 3 years, their relevance is historically questionable. Because a data center built in 2015 in the state of Virginia is not going to be the same as this data center for 500 megawatts in Maricopa, Arizona, if that's the name. Yeah, because the technology has changed in 10 years. I mean, I used to have an Apple 12 phone. Now I got an Apple 17. You know?
Okay, and I was not here for the first meeting. I went back and I did read the minutes and watched it. So the lifetime of these data centers is approximately 10 years. Is there a plan for afterwards, like
A reclamation plan?
Thank you, like they do with the mining.
It's market driven. You're going to have a building. It's going to be got central water and sewer, and
It's a big building, though. We know it's hard to fill in big anchors, so.
Yeah. But let's just say it was a Ford motor plant, okay?
Please.
Madam Chair, can I have
Yes.
can I have the floor? I'd like to address the audience. Please, your silence is important to this meeting. We will show you due respect when it's time for you to speak, and please show the board and the applicant and those that come to the podium the same respect. Thank you.
If the economics change, if that manufacturer, because of tariffs, okay, or some other mega macroeconomic factor picks up their factory after 10 years and moves it to Mexico or someplace like that, your code doesn't deal with that in any form or fashion for any use.
But in the sub-area plan, you could have a policy to that effect. Could you not?
All I can say to you is that vacant building would comply with the listed authorized uses. And it's amazing. Land uses, what's good in 1970s, a strip center on US 19, 579, is not good in 2025. So you change your land uses accordingly with the market. If you think that within a sub-area plan, you can dictate market conditions, you're wrong. I know that as my undergraduate degree is in economics, and I can tell you the market drives this. Whatever you can write, whatever you want to write, but the market will drive the reclamation. What you don't want is the reclamation to be one of these. Maybe we should put in there that we don't want a cannabis distribution site, just by example. Not to be smart, but you know what I'm saying. It would have to comply with the listed uses.
Okay, I have no further questions. Oh, we've got some more. Mr. Bozeman?
So, just for clarity for myself and for maybe a lot of people in this room, the existing property you have has already got the proper zoning. You could move forward now that you have utilities in place with whatever the allowable uses are for an industrial site, correct?
Correct.
You could also go out on the other property you own and build a bunch of houses, correct?
Correct.
I mean, within the regulations and rules.
Right.
Okay. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off. From a business standpoint and from a marketing and a change in the demand and the uses for land, you now have a couple of options or plus available for that piece of land, but it's required that you change zoning to meet the potential for whether it be a data center or a type 2 industrial. Is that fair? Is that accurate?
Right now, if Deltona felt it was the appropriate land use, they could go in there and start building 1,070 homes on site, single-family residential.
And Deltona's been doing it since the 50s or 60s.
Or Deltona or whoever buys it.
Yeah, someone else.
But Deltona has the other alternative that they could expand their industrial park for industrial uses, and potentially a data center. But
So,
again, it's in the planned service area, majority of it. So there are other options.
So you do have other options how to utilize that property. The owner does. And we probably wouldn't be sitting here talking about all this, but business has determined and the market has determined that this is a very profitable, potentially profitable use. If it could be.
It is the potential for the highest and best use.
Absolutely. I think one of the problems that has been all along is the transparency aspect of this. I mean, there's a lot of people, not just in this room and the other rooms, wherever they are, but in the county and the surrounding area that have, kind of feel like it hasn't been completely open. You are now being very open and I think and transparent now, and I appreciate that. I have a better feeling because you have come to the table with more specifics about what the potential uses are, okay? I'm going to say this, but I may muck it up, but, from a job creation economic standpoint, government does not create jobs. Business creates jobs. Fair? Government gets in the way or can help with that. I mean, maybe that's not 100% agreeable, but that's what I've always felt.
Stuart, I keep thinking back to, in Citrus County, the 5 largest employers right now are governmental employers, and I include Duke as a quasi-government type entity. And then I go back to my undergraduate degree in economics, and it tells me that that lack of diversity is a serious problem long-term.
Oh, we've had that in this county for many years. I haven't physically worked in this county myself over 20 years.
So, does government create jobs? Well, yes, the school board is the largest employer in the county. They create those types of jobs.
Yeah.
What I think the county's policy is in the state policies, and it's Avis included in my letter in 2019. The state comprehensive land use plan has specific policies about economic diversity, and they carry over to this application. That's why you have an economic development element in your comprehensive land use plan. It's a given fact that in Citrus County, that the number of industrial acres is far below the norm compared with Sumter County, Marion County, or Hernando County. And Mrs. Avis's report shows that. If you can't have a site-ready type industrial area, you're not going to get people to come. And you need that economic diversity when your unemployment rate is 0.57 and you're number 4 in the state.
Well, frankly, Citrus County is rapidly becoming a bedroom community for the surrounding area. Tampa, people live here, but they don't want to live where they work, so they travel. They love living here. So that's the component that, a lot of people want to preserve that more natural state and preserve the elements. But I feel more comfortable with one of the main concerns with the water consumption. That is a concern, but with the type system you're talking about, maybe that alleviates some of those concerns for some people. I don't know, but you guys, y'all need to do a better selling job to the people sitting behind you. To us, of course, but transparency really lends itself to that. That's just a comment and an opinion. As far as questions go, I think you've answered most of mine and these other people's questions.
I would love to be totally transparent, but let me tell you how these deals work, okay? A Ford Motor Company, if they were to come here, or a major data processor, or an LPG plant, the first thing they say to you is, here's our 15-page confidentiality agreement. You sign it. And guess what? The county signs a like agreement. Okay? When Amazon was going to come here, the county signed a confidentiality agreement. If it wasn't for the stupidity of an Amazon engineer, we wouldn't know about it. So transparency is defined by a lot of things, and you can only go so far sometimes.
But now that it's clearly out in the open,
that a data center, the people would like to do one?
Potentially one,
Yeah.
yes. Now's the time to maybe play a little catch-up with the people sitting around you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Yes.
So you've mentioned twice there was a confidentiality agreement with Amazon. I've never seen such a thing. Do you have a copy? Thank you. But you say the county signed an agreement with Amazon in the
That's
past.
what I was told by your economic development director. That
Do you have a copy? Have you seen it?
I wasn't privy to the deal, so no.
I've never seen it, so that's why I'm
just
asking.
trying to tell you. They signed like, the state has an agency that does these deals. They sign like documents with the state.
So which economic development director told you that we had signed one in Citrus County?
The last one.
Steve Bayham?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I've just never seen it.
That's okay.
For clarification, not in this area, but I have signed 4.
You said you signed. Thank you.
Not here, not about this one. No.
Yeah, the Board of County Commissioners signs documents that bind the county, so that's why I was just wondering.
Right.
I've never seen the board sign one.
Business is always bound to the same standards.
And
Government's a
maybe,
little different when
in
you
Mr.
have a board.
Bayham's defense, he probably might have been speaking to the statutory confidentiality provisions, okay? Because there are statutory provisions for economic development that make those types of correspondence, et cetera, exempt from public records.
Right, but you've said twice today that there was one, so.
And with your question.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've said twice today that we signed one, so that's why I'm just wondering.
I'm repeating, but I'm thinking back in his defense, he might have interpreted those confidentiality provisions as
It's okay, hearsay is acceptable in these proceedings, so telling us what you heard is okay.
Okay. I believe that, yeah, we're all done. Before we go on to the next person, I think what we're going to do is just take like a 20-minute recess, which will kind of be a refreshment for us, and then we'll reconvene here at, let's say, 11:50. Be ready. Thank you. On. Please take your seats. We'll be reconvening as soon as you all take your seats, please. Thank you. So we will reconvene at 11:50. Just so you know, we still have to go through county staff presentation, and then we will have, the interveners will have an opportunity that will still go through the cross-examination process, and then after that, we will have open to the public. We will be here as long as it takes. I need to wait for staff, because the county, oh, there she is. Okay, so following the instructions, it shows staff is next. Okay,
Who's getting her PowerPoint together?
gotcha.
Oh, who's next? I'm next?
Yes,
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter.
does it matter? Do you want to, okay, well, all three will be heard. But so we'll move to intervener one, which is Mr. Joe Hicks. We'll make a presentation, and then we'll go through the cross-examination. Yes, sir. It's, and you can go over here, please. Yes, no, when we have the cross, we'll have the crossers over there.
Just a procedural before
so
we start.
So you'll have the 30 minutes, which is you and any witnesses you might have brought.
Okay.
And then after that, we'll go into the cross. So everybody's ready, everybody's in position. Okay, Mr. Hicks.
Okay. So are you flipping for me, please? Yes, sir. Thank you. So, hi, everybody. I'm Joe Hicks, and I've been around this a little bit, and I've been involved in this since January. I want to just do some history back and forth today. I know on March 5, we were all here, and, on March 5, this was purely a zoning application, and we didn't know what really was there. We knew there was a use case for a data center, but there was no data center being forefront in the application. But as you can see by the plate here out of the Appendix C, that now we do have a data center front and center. So in addition to the zoning, we are looking at the, specifically at the use case that includes a data center. So my role today here is to make sure that the record is complete, so that when a decision is made, whether that's for it, against it, whatever it is, that the appropriate and relevant information are there when we make that decision. If you give me the next slide, please. So on March 5th, like I said, the PDC here voted to continue the application because it was incomplete. Today, the application before us, which was May 21st, is when the application came. May 12th, I'm sorry, on May 12th is when this application came forward. And the application is still incomplete, and that is my base position here today, that the application is not giving us the adequate information we need to be compliant with the law and to be compliant with the county's needs. The foundation of the application that we have in front of us today is a draft of ordinances that was published on April the 20th, was the title of the file, and it was actually sent by the county to Deltona and some other folks on the 21st of April. And this is very important because after that draft ordinance was sent out, then this application was built on top of that draft ordinance. And the draft ordinance, which we'll call the April 20 ordinance, came forward through until there was a PDC meeting here May 7. And on May 7, here in this room, I was notified that red lines and updates and addendums to that draft would be denied, that we were moving forward with the draft. Should we stop for a minute?
No, you can continue.
And okay, so I just want to bring that back to everybody's attention, that on March the 5th, the burden of proof was on the applicant to provide the required information in the sufficient detail for us to be able to plan and for the county to be able to plan. Could you go to chart 3, please? Okay, so a visual of what I just said is that in early February, February 11th specifically, there was a markup of ordinance, and then that became the application that you heard on March the 5th. Then in April 20 and April 21, a draft was released, and that April 20 and 21 draft became the foundation of the application that we have here in front of us today. Specifically section 17.36.14 through 17 that you see in the application, those are lifted from the April 20 draft. Now, those were just copied straight over. Now, why this is really critically important is toward the idea of completeness. Does the draft and the subsequent application provide the completeness necessary to be able to plan resources, plan water, electricity, to plan sewage, to plan end-of-life tear down, all of these things? Does the draft and does the application include those things? So on May the 7th, like I said, in here, in this room, we were notified that the red lines would not be accepted to it. And so on May the 12th, and May 10th and 12th, we took this directly to the BOCC because they had a meeting on the 12th. And in the morning of May the 12th, this application was published to you. But in the afternoon session of the BOCC, the April 20 draft was found to be incomplete. It was found that the draft did not include the necessary information to be able to plan, and that it needed revision. And so in the supplemental materials, and I would add for the chair, I have emails on file and so forth. All of my supplemental materials were completely submitted on time, days in advance, but a set of them was not added to the county file. I have that email to share with you, but all of the Hicks supplemental materials were definitely in on time with respect. So if you could go to chart 5, please, for me. One more, please. And so let's look at that May 12th application. That's the one that's here in front of you. So this application proposes really big amendments to the HIP sub-area plan. And as I said to you, those policies, 1736-14 through 17, and Exhibit C, which is the picture that you saw there on the first plate, the drawing with the 777, and it was updated later to be 675, so 675, 777, it doesn't matter for today. But those plus the Duke letter let us know that this was definitely a grid-powered data center as opposed to LNG powered, and you know we were looking at how the operation would actually come to fruition in the HIP. So we learned a lot from the application, and then today the Deltona team has told us a lot of really cool and new information. You know, they've given us sizing from 500 to 600 megawatts and so forth and so on. But back to the application in front of us, it's really important for you to note that the application in front of you, those statutes in the application come from the April 20 draft. They've never been in front of the PDC. They're not statutes. They're never ratified, looked at, done by you at all, because on May the 12th that was quashed. Could you go backwards one chart, please? So I want to take just a second here, and I want to call your attention to this photograph. So this is a photograph of a real data center, obviously in construction. And this particular photograph, and please keep your eyes just on the photograph for now, is a Caruso Energy Systems data center in Abilene, Texas. Happens that it's on 1,100 acres, but that's not really relevant for us today. The thing, if you look in the center of the picture, please, you'll see 8 sort of tan-looking square buildings. Everybody see those buildings in the middle? So on the bottom left and on the top, running in rows like that, you see that black line going through there? those are chillers. Those are chiller arrays. And so if you could just mentally please draw a circle around those buildings and around those chiller arrays and say, that is the powered land. So in other words, if the power is not generated on the site via a turbine or so forth, if the power is generated from Duke Energy, then this pad is all we really care about. This is the powered pad. So that powered pad on that real site right there, if you look at the chart now, please, over on the left, that's Texas, and the code name is Stargate. And that's a 2,100 megawatt plant, and those buildings and those chillers are sitting on about 605 acres. So that's 3.5 megawatts per acre. And I give you a reference there, and you can link through to the citation from industry research that 3.5 megawatts for acre of land is a pretty good rule of thumb. Some are less dense, like if you see the Meta Hyperion site on the top row, the left there, you see they're like they're really spread out, 1 megawatt per acre. And then you see some of them going as high as 4. Now, if you could do an eye test real quick, look at the yellow square around the plant. You see the yellow square. So that yellow square is the footprint for another Caruso Energy Systems. This one is in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and the code name of the yellow square plant is called Jade. Now that plant is sitting on 1,375 acres. As you know, Holder's pretty close to that. But more importantly for our conversation today is that the Jade plant has precisely 600 acres of powered development land. So the 8 buildings and the chillers, if you can transport that into the other side in Wyoming, that actual data center plus chiller pad is 600 acres. And that's an 1,800 megawatt plant. So I'm going to stop a minute and think about, I just need to scale this for everybody and everybody in the room. 1,800 megawatts is about 7% of the total energy use in the state of Florida. Miami, Tampa, Jacksonville, everybody's air conditioner running, run all that together, that's 100%. 1,800 is 7% of that. Now, I'll show you this picture just to show you what you can do with 600 acres or 605 acres. And in our case, the chart was submitted before the 777 was trimmed down to the 675. But if you back the 3.5 megawatts per acre in here, then this would be from 1,800 to 2,700 megawatt plant. Now, why, and then the last thing I want to show you on that picture is I've taken great, the best possible abilities I can, and I've scaled the Holder 1,300 acres around. You see the red line there. Now, you can ignore the tail on the south or the north, and you can ignore the little jut out over to the highway. If you look at the picture, you can visually see the pad in the middle of the plant. And now that we know for 100% that it's a Duke-powered plant, we're interested in the powered land. We're still interested in the other land, but we're less interested as it relates to a data center. So the takeaway for this is that the 500 to 600 megawatt information that we got today, number one, it's not in the application at all. Number two, does that represent phase 2? Like phase 1 is a 300,000 square foot building. Phase 2 and 3, maybe that gets you to 500 megawatts. But then is there a phase 7 that gets you to what the site could clearly support? I cannot answer it, and the information is not in the application to answer. Slide 7, please. So if we look at the application, slide 7.
I'm not sure which one that is. Is this one?
Yes, that's great. Thank you for your help. So if we look at the specific application, the application doesn't have any disclosure of true project scale. I just want to stop by just saying that. The application exposes theoretical and conceptual, but it does not include any phase 1. This is what we're going to do. Phase 2, phase 3, end phase, and it also doesn't include at the end of life phase. It just simply doesn't have that information. And so by not having that information, it deprives the county of its ability to plan for this scale. And in the first bullet there, I'm specifically talking about energy. Yeah, we could talk another day about the rate base of that 484. Okay. I'm sorry, I was a little bit nervous, but I want to. I was supposed to hand that out at the beginning, so if you could just pretend that you had that all along, it would make me feel better. Okay. So the second bullet here is that we talk a lot about evaporative cooling, and we talk about dry cooling, and we talk about closed loop systems. Okay, we talk about, last time we talked about gray and purple water. You know what? What I need to know is, on an operational basis, and honestly, and I don't want to offend anybody in the room, but it takes water to fill up the radiator in your car, and it takes a lot of water to fill up a data center for that first time, this closed loop system. But what I want to know about is, after it's filled up, what is the operational water? Over time, the first fill-up water kind of goes away, and it's less than a golf course over time. But the operational water is very important. Now, let me say this. If you have a closed-loop system, you can take that closed-loop system right outdoors, and if anybody's driven by the nuclear power plant, you see those huge evaporative coolers, and you can have a closed-loop system with 100% evaporative cooling. Yes, you can. Should you do it? Oh, no way. If you had that 1,800 megawatt plant in Holder and you used purely evaporative cooling, you would be from 11, 20 million gallons a day. Should you do that? Absolutely not. Would any data center operator in their right mind in the modern time do that? 100% no. Absolutely, they wouldn't, because water is not like it was 4 or 5 years ago. Multiple data center operators have zero water policies. They have zero water goals. They have, last year, Compass, who is a friend of Duke Energy, published that they've achieved their zero water. Now, this is operational water goal. And the point here is that in the application, there is no disclosure of phased water, first water, end water, operational water. There's several hypothetical things. Okay, great, fine. What is the plan? And you would say, well, I don't need that plan now, I need it later. But I would say, well, how do you know the pipe is big enough? How do you know that, for example, if I use evaporative cooling, then evaporative cooling condenses water, and then it goes into the septic system. And do you know where the septic system from Holder will end up? You know where that water goes? It goes to wastewater treatment plant down south, and then it ends up on Black Diamond on the golf course. And so evaporative cooling would be a big problem. The third bullet there, we talked about that a little bit, so I'm going to hit it very, very lightly. At the end of the day, the application does not include specifics on low-frequency noise. And low-frequency noise is critically important for our everything. For our people. It's important. There's a little donkey right there on the street that's adjacent to the Holder plant, and the donkey's name is Eloise. And low frequency noise is critical to Eloise. It's very important. So where in the application is the indication that we are going to, okay, we do a study, that's great. But if we turn around on the study and say, I'm going to live by the A-weighted standard, then the A-weighted standard discounts huge percentages of the noise power coming into a low frequency noise, same effect for a dog whistle. And then going down the bullets here, I would just basically point out that the statute I just put in your hand is Florida 163-3177, and I took the liberty to highlight a few things there for you. And what the law says is that the information and other data available at the time of adoption of the comprehensive plan or amendment. So this information, according to the law, has to be made available. The information necessary for the county to plan and resources, it has to be based on appropriate data. And if you could look at the second page of the law, please. I have in the paragraph 3, I'll read it. It says, the future land use plan element should include criteria to provide for the compatibility of adjacent uses. So this application may do that, but it doesn't tell us any way about these various areas how it's going to do that. Could you slide all the way down to chart 18, please? It says why detailed data is required now. So on March 5th, there was an argument put forward from this very microphone. And it said that we don't owe you that information. And this is not a quote. I'm just remembering, and I'm very old, so it's possible that I remember it wrong. But we don't owe you that information until the site plan phase. And I would hope that, you know, we don't check our brains at the door. I think one of you said last time, sorry, I don't remember who said that. But this use case is so dramatically different that we need to really have our engineering minds around what is the detailed data and equivalent information necessary at the comprehensive plan stage. So if you're talking about 500 megawatts of power, or if you're talking about hundreds, or if you did use evaporative cooling, which is legal per SB 484, if you did that, you would be talking about way more water than what is mentioned in a hypothetical in the application. My takeaway point is to you that none of that is in the application. Could you go back up to please, slide 16? So this SB 484, and I did notice that the SB 484 was attached to the application. And I did badly. I've never done this intervener thing before, but if I'd have known that, I would have attached the statute for you. But anyway, in Florida 484, this sets a minimum statewide floor for data centers. This is the way I recommend you look at 484. This is the minimum statewide floor. In some areas, this is a wonderful document. This document gives the counties the right to do ordinances and amendments, and then this document puts air cover onto the county for those ordinances and says, you know, we stand behind you when you do those ordinances. But in other areas, this is a pitiful document. It's just pitiful, pitiful, pitiful. And the pitiful part, like for example, on water, it says that if you use more than 100,000 gallons a day, and I'm just going to call your attention, please, in the document, you have it from the applicant, around line 286, it says that if you have more than 100,000 gallons a day, and then you can skip forward to line 291, if you have more than 100,000 gallons a day, you have to submit a water conservation plan. And that's it. And so you can use 22 million gallons a day. You can use 11 million gallons a day. You can use fully evaporative cooling. And I already stated, no right-minded data center operator in their mind would do that. But you could do that, and this application leaves open. It does not provide the detail necessary to know that we wouldn't do that. Now, you need this information. You need to know that if you fully comply with 484, you still don't satisfy Florida Statute 163. So Florida 163 is a separate higher requirement. I read to you that, for example, the use plan must provide compatibility for the use areas, and I read for you that the information must be available at the time of the plan amendment. So you can be legal according to the subdocument and still completely fail to protect the people and the environment. Could you please go back to slide 8 for me, please? Recommendation and conclusion. So, yeah, there you go. So, a lot of people here in this room and in the overflow rooms, they don't like me at all. And I do care.
Like you. What about me?
I care about that. And just for the record, in front of all the crowd and everybody, these folks are doing a job. Obviously, I'm against this effort that they're doing, but they're doing a job to bring this client to the county. You have to respect that work effort, whether you agree with it or not. So on the other side of it, people don't like me very much at all, because if an industrial use case for the HIP is commensurate with the needs of the county, and if the industrial use case at the HIP abides by the intent and ordinance and statutes to protect adjacent landowners, to protect the aquifer, to protect the indigo snakes, and there is a vibration section in the proposed red line for 100%. That's for gopher tortoises and indigo snakes. And if this can be done and do those things, and by the way, the answer to the power line being louder than there was a question about the power line's already over the limit. Well, it's complicated. So from an engineering point of view, what you have to do is you have to say, here's the noise limit that you cannot exceed. And you have to have a noise limit where you can hear the low frequency noise. But then you have to say, I'm going to go out in a pre-building, pre-turn-up study, and I'm going to go to Eloise the donkey's fence, and I'm going to measure the noise. And if that already has a power line there, and the ambient noise at Eloise is already, I'm just pulling something from the air, 47 dBs in the middle of the night, then the ordinance can't say, well, you got to be 35, because it's already over that. So if you read closely into the Appendix 3 of the supplemental documents, you can see that if there's an ambient, pine trees are very loud, did you know that? Pine trees are well over 40 dBs when the wind's blowing at night. If there is an ambient noise, then the noise added by the use case can be no more than 3 dBs or 2.5 dBs. Or let's talk about what that number is. But you see, our conversation right now is around the intent of what the noise does. And so why is this relevant for this meeting? It's relevant because this intent and this information that we need. A data center is a very special animal, and it's not in the application. It's not. In fact, the reverse is the 55 dB A. If you do the mathematics on that, it's pretty loud when you get it down to a fan noise. And so on the 5th, you all voted to continue the application. I see the news overnight from the BOCC and the continuance. But I think that the development and even Deltona's customer and Deltona, they need to get these informations into the application so that you can make a defensible decision. And until that's done, and it wasn't done from March the 5th to now, and I don't know if it would be done, I really hope, and I got in a lot of trouble with the crowd for saying that I would work collaboratively. And I already told you, if we did it right, I would not be opposed to a data center in Citrus County. But these things must be there, and they're just not there. And so continuance wouldn't serve that. And so my recommendation is you please, what you need to do today is just outright deny this application. It was here at this podium on the 5th of March, and it was incomplete. I'm very comfortable saying that because you guys voted it to be incomplete. And then now on the May 12th application, which is here before us today, it is still incomplete. It's incomplete about water, it's incomplete, it's all these things that we just talked about. So I want to thank y'all for your volunteer time. I'm very aware of that. Did you give the speech, the volunteer speech?
She did not.
I missed the volunteer speech.
That's Commissioner Bramlett's.
Well, thank you for that nonetheless, and thank you for the team, and thank you for the efforts of all the community people. Everybody's just wonderful. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Does the applicant have questions for Mr. Hicks?
We do, but give us 1 minute.
Should I go over there?
No, stay where you are at.
Oh, yeah, come on.
You're there. You're.
I finished a little early, so maybe they're.
Good morning.
Good morning. Again, happening almost. Yeah.
Mr. Hicks, in your preparation, which has been extensive. I'm sorry, is this even on?
Should be.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. In your preparation, you reviewed the Florida statute about what's required for a plan amendment. Did you review the historical basis of that statute by any chance?
No. And
Did you review Rule 9J5 of the Florida Administrative Code relative to plan amendments?
so my answer to that is I'm here today about the application being complete or not.
I understand, but
That's all.
so you know, the statute that you reference is predicated upon Rule 9J5 historically. And that was passed first, and then the counties they came up with that standard. But as we stand here today, approximately 10 years ago, the rule was repealed. So the legal question all of us ask is, what does the statute really mean? But that's for later. In your mind, what controls the more specific statute of 484 or 163?
So just for the record, 163 was not repealed.
I understand that.
Okay, just want to say that. So I had a slide. The statutes work together, and the SB 484 is new. I'm very on record just now that I just adore portions of 484.
I understand that.
But I forget the adjective that I used, but it was really pitiful, other parts of 484.
I heard that.
So I had a slide.
My question to you is, when you have two statutes and you try to read them together, which controls, the more specific or the general?
So I had a slide on that, and my answer to you is that the 484 represents the floor, but 163 represents the harm factors and the overarching intent. So you could be compliant.
You missed the essence of the question. If 484 is more specific, does it control over the general statute?
In this case, 484 is not more specific because
And
it
383?
doesn't.
What parts of 163 deal with energy, the statute that you cited?
I'm sorry?
What parts of the statute you cited for completeness deal with energy, if any?
Of 163?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that if you took a turbine on that 675 acres and you made energy with it, or if Duke made energy with it, I don't really care. And if that pushed CO2 over the boundary, it was unregulated. I think if it pushed 70, 80, 90 dBs of noise over the boundary, that energy would be definitely violating 163, 3177. But I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a citizen.
I understand that from an engineering standpoint and respect your input. But what I'm asking you is, in 163, 3184, are there specific standards relative to water, electricity, or are they general? And they're general. So given that general statute about what you put in any plan amendment, not this plan amendment, any plan amendment, in your mind, is 484 more specific?
In my mind, 484 has huge gaps, and in those areas of harm, it is actually potentially willingly silent on some of these areas. And so it is.
All right,
it is
let's
specific.
just move on a little bit, Mr. Hicks, and I want to get this for the record. When was 163, 3184 passed?
I have no clue, sir.
1986.
I was a aspiring infrastructure engineer at that time.
So, and we know that 484 was passed in 2026.
A couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. What is your understanding of when you have two statutes and the timing, which controls, the former or the latter?
I think the question is invalid. I know who I'm arguing with here, but I think the question is not valid because one 484 does deal with the modern case of data centers, but the 163 deals with the zoning having a potential harm to the adjacent landowners and so forth. So I don't think the question is really, with respect, I don't think it's a valid question.
So
it's like asking if the Ten Commandments are still valid. Those are older than the 484 and the Florida 163.
So it would be correct to say that you've never filed a comprehensive plan amendment before?
Oh, I am no attorney, no land use attorney. I'm just Joe citizen.
Tell me how your understanding of how concurrency works.
In concurrency, I heard you earlier. In concurrency, in a perfect world, concurrency would work that infrastructure needs to be in place before the project comes.
At what point?
Before. Before.
You understand under the HIP proposal, there's a preliminary concurrency review that was done, and then they do a second concurrency review at building permit when you know the details?
I'm very aware of the phasing. As I said in my presentation, my position is that the use case you're proposing and the size of the plant that you're proposing is significant enough that we don't know if the pipe is big enough. We don't know what infrastructure requirements are coming. And, if I could finish, with the April 20 draft that this application was built on, a definition was put in there that defined a data center as only, remember the tan buildings? Only the buildings and the equipment inside. And the definition, I think accidentally, just to be fair, that the definition excluded the chiller arrays outside. And so did you know, Mr. Stillwell, that those chiller arrays are 30, 35, when we get an engineer in here, 40% of the total electrical input. But did you know that the electrical infrastructure cost of the chiller arrays is legal now per 484? You can pass that on to the ratepayers. They can't pay for the data center, but by redefining the chiller arrays out of the data center definition. So to answer your question, there's great harm in the details here.
So the statutory definition of a data center, does it control in the land development code?
To my knowledge, there's no today, and I'm talking about what's approved and what's been before this board. What everybody, to my knowledge, there's no such thing as a data center in Citrus County, anything.
No definition?
Not to my knowledge at all.
Chapter 2?
Sir?
Not in Chapter 2?
I don't think there's a Citrus County anything that has a data center. Am I
No, I'm
correct?
talking about just the legal definition. It's
Well,
not
yeah,
defined. If you read the land development code, you don't find a definition.
There's no definition of a data center. This is the vacuum that your weak application is working.
Are you aware that the code says if there's no definition in the code, you go by the state statute?
Yeah.
And it's a yes or no question.
Well, no, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not familiar with how the codes work.
Did you read the Duke letter?
Absolutely.
Did you have any personal knowledge that that letter is inaccurate or disingenuous?
No, I don't think it was disingenuous, but I think it was relatively like skipping a stone across the water. It was pretty shallow. For example, it said that
Do you have any personal information that they can't meet their capacity needs of this?
No, actually the reverse of that. I have everyone I've talked to, which has been a ton of people, including everybody, says not only can they meet it, but Duke wants to sell power. They can meet it 10 times over.
So, and then final question, we've talked about this closed loop system. You're familiar with those, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
All right.
I'm not proclaiming to be, I have experience, but I'm not proclaiming to be an expert.
Well, I've had to learn, and I'm not proclaiming to be an expert. So let
Thank
me
you.
just, the numbers we've been given is the initial fill-up is 100 to 120,000 gallons. Is that a good figure?
On a 500 megawatt plant, you would be looking at more than that.
How much?
You know, I don't want to get into a number. It'd be double, triple that. But in my
Okay.
presentation,
No,
I
that's
was,
fine.
it's irrelevant. The initial fill is just not even.
It's irrelevant, right. So then what becomes is how much is consumed after?
Operational water, yes, sir.
Operational water.
That is correct. Day by day, every day.
And the operational water for inside of the buildings, is that defined under the county code for industrial uses?
I don't know the answer to your question.
All right. Thanks. I appreciate it. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. The second intervener, Mr. Hill, do you have any questions for Mr. Hicks?
No, ma'am. I have no questions for Mr. Hicks.
Okay, thank you. And county staff, do you have questions for
Just
Mr.
one question to clarify.
Yes, ma'am.
Setting aside your statements about 163, which Florida Statute 163, excuse me, which Mr. Still was honing in on, am I correct in assuming that what your statement is that the application is incomplete in details, does not have enough information for the board to make a decision?
Exactly, yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I didn't want to put words in your mouth, so I wanted to make sure I was
That's
understanding that.
exactly right. And just to reiterate, much to many people's anger, if the information was provided and if it was done like an industry leader, I would probably be, perfectly fine with it. But it's not there.
No further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we'll move on to the board questions. Mr. Barmes?
I have no questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Bozeman? Did you?
No.
No? Mr. Sharrow?
At least one.
Okay.
I'd like some clarification. You headed down a road here.
I'll try.
This last exchange that came to my mind as I was reviewing it, but I don't have an answer. And that is you seem to be indicating that for the use of both electricity and water, which we can extrapolate into, is that or is that not covered by, Senate Bill, 484? So first of all, on water, if the water is not used directly in the data process system itself, it's used in the cooling system. Were you indicating that you thought that was a different, there was a different designation to that use of water?
In the March 5th PDC presentation, I was in the public, and all these questions came up from you all, and the answers, I was like, ooh, but I couldn't, But the conversation then, there were very confusing elements of it. There was a discussion about original fill water, and there was a discussion about operational water, the water you use every day, not toilets and showers and things like that, but the actual data center water. And then there was a discussion about purple pipe water. And all of these are waters that are, if you simplify it down, you say, well, how much water do you use every day? And now my answer to your question is the initial fill of a 500 or 1,800 megawatt data center is substantial. It's north of 1 million gallons to fill up the radiator the first time. But like as in your car, if you go to Tampa and come back, you do use water to go to Tampa and come back, but you do not consume any water to go to Tampa and come back unless your car's broke. So this initial fill was sort of convoluted into water. And so my conversation today is attempting to differentiate the initial fill away from the operational water. The initial fill, let's just say it was 2 million gallons, just for an example, which would be maybe appropriate for a 500-600 megawatt plant. that initial fill would go in there, and that water stays in there for a very, 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 very long time. And so it becomes like, well, I watered the golf course 3 times, you see. And so my comment was, it becomes irrelevant. However, operational water, which is water, it goes to 2 places. It goes to an evaporative cooling tower, which I'm on record saying modern data centers are nuts if they use that, or it goes to what's called an adiabatic chiller. So what happens with an adiabatic chiller is that you use water actively to push the air across it, and therefore water is expelled into the atmosphere. It uses less water than the cooling tower, evaporative cooling, but it still ejects water into the air. And so that water is operational water. So at the end of the day, if you want to really measure, monitor, and if you really want to enforce standards onto a data center, you need to know the power bill and the water bill each month. And then after that, if I could just be so bold, you can step back and you can release on what kind of cooling. Is it closed? Is it open? Is it adiabatic? Is it evaporative? You honestly don't care. What did the water meter say last month? What does the water meter say this month? That's what you care about.
Okay, fair enough. And I will absolutely agree with you that whether you're talking about a process plant or a power plant, you go through the initial startup and testing and the first charges and and the flushings that are necessary, and that's a once through type process. But then you do look at the operational volumes and gallons that are consumed, because water's critical here. Aquifer, the
Yes.
sustainability of the aquifer, that type of thing,
Yes.
is got to be absolutely critical.
Yes.
The applicant did look to baseline that on a comparative basis to an equivalent number of homes that could be built on the same site, but it's a reference point. Go to the electricity for a second. In electricity, it comes down to what is Duke is proposing in their large load center tariff,
Yes.
which goes before the PSC in October.
Yes.
And I believe the inference I got from your discussion was the energy necessary to run the data center itself would fall under the large load center tariff. Did you infer that the energy necessary, and by the way, and that gives, I did read the proposed tariff, and I did look at how the costs would be shared. I looked at the fact that, the baseline residences would not be, or residential units and customers would not be charged for the infrastructure improvements to serve that load.
Yes.
But were you inferring that the cooling towers themselves, the fans that, if you will, to your description, the radiators, the fan that drive the cooling process through the radiators, they would not be part of the load center?
Thank you for the question. It's a very complicated question. This is where the devil's really in the details. If you look at the 484, it defines a large load customer as being over 50 megawatts, and then it can be a squillion in 50. It'll still be a large load customer if it's over 50. So in the 484, if you notice here, right at the very beginning of 484, it's like an act related to data centers. So I was able to talk to a gentleman who was around when this was being drafted, and the definition of what is a data center here is the large load customer and so forth. And when they wrote this bill, they never anticipated that a county would define a data center differently. So if as long as a data center operates under these definitions, then all of the infrastructure is covered by 484. That's a wonderful, wonderful protection in 484. However, if your definition of a data center is the brown buildings in my plate, the buildings, the telecom infrastructure gear, the servers, the AI engines, whatever it is you're doing in there, only those buildings, that's the data center. That's what's covered by 484. The cooling arrays, if they're carved out of the definition of a data center, then they don't hit the definition of 484. You see how complicated that is? So it becomes a loophole. So if you say that the chillers are 30 to 50, 25 to 45, just whatever, percent of the total load of the data center, so you have the equipment load and you have the air conditioning load, then that chiller load flows around 484. It doesn't go through 484. You see
I
what I'm
think
saying?
it's an item that we need to understand better, or the
It's-
county needs to understand better. But I didn't read the Duke tariff that way, but I'm not an expert in Duke
it's
tariffs.
so
It was just sent. I followed the link and I tried to read it. But I just wanted to understand if you had specific knowledge. And if you don't, and what you're raising is a question, it said, be careful what the definition is
That's
as to what it
exactly
includes
correct.
and
And
doesn't include.
if-
Okay, fair enough.
This is a very easy fix, by the way. I mean, it's just like 2 lines, and it's to close the loophole. Okay.
All right, I got it. Thank
Very
you.
easy. Appendix 3 of the supplemental material has that fix in it already. The VO6 already has the. We're not here today to talk about that, but that fix is already in.
Thank you.
Mr. Facemeyer?
Mr. Hicks, early in your presentation, you talked about a donkey that lives in Center City Holder. Eloise, is that her name?
Eloise.
Eloise. Yeah. During that time, you also mentioned you talked about megawatts per acre.
Yes, sir.
Can you help me understand that? There was a lot of information there. I just want to get my arms around that.
Go back to chart 4, please. So when you have a situation like we have today where you have a piece of land and you're considering this land for certain use cases, you would say to yourself, well, how much land would I need? How much power would I need for the land? How much land would I need for the power? And there's no immediate correlation between those two. So this is an industry area, and you see here Heinz Research has a powered land report. This is their 2025 version of it. And what they're trying to do here is give long-range AI data center operators, clients, land developers, they're trying to give them a TLAR method, that looks about right method, for how much land, if they're getting their power from the grid, do I need for
somewhere
a
else?
data center?
Somewhere else,
Yeah.
not on site.
The on-site,
Out in
you see the column where
power,
it says acres?
out in the power universe.
Yeah. You see the third column, it says acres without on-site power. So this is a grid-powered column.
Okay.
Here. So if I get my energy from Duke, then the industry says around 3.5 megawatts. And so that would be up to 1,800 megawatts for that pad that I'm describing there. Now, Mr. Stillwell and Daytona have come forth today and said it's 500 or 600 megawatts. But prior to this, I just didn't know that. The question would be, is that the final phase, or is, but we did get new information today. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, it's a very complicated question.
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stone? Oh, and Mr. Gilbert left. So I have no
Madam Chair,
question.
I do have one question for him.
Okay, we'll go back to Mr. Shara.
Mr. Hicks.
I'm sorry.
Got you. Mr. Hicks, are you insinuating that the SB 484 bill was written inappropriately?
My comment, if I can try to remember it, because I already told you I'm old, was that certain parts of 484 are magnanimously gorgeous, but some parts of it need to be taken straight to the green swamp and buried 12 feet down. It stinks. And I'll be happy to elaborate which ones are beautiful. The county air cover that I described to you already, the 484 will stand behind the county. If the county puts a moratorium in, if the county puts in a bad data center law, 484 is over you. That's good. That's very good. On the stinky side, 484 allows almost infinite NDAs. 484 doesn't stipulate water. You put a water plant in, you can have all you want. And so those are on the stinky side. Another very beautiful part of 484. Oh my God, this is so gorgeous. It says in here, thou shalt not have the ratepayer pay for the infrastructure for the data center on the electricity. It says it right in here. So unless somebody tries to go around it, then, oh my goodness, that's so gorgeous.
Before that bill was signed and written, we had zero protection, right? As a consumer, as a resident of the county.
Yeah,
in
it
this
was
bill
yeah.
implemented
That's correct.
a lot of things, a lot of protection for us landowners, property rights.
That's correct. That is correct. I would add, if I could please, to what you said. No protection is one thing because it gives the good guys and the bad guys a battlefield to fight on. But if you have a regulation like 484 and it has deficiencies in it, then it allows, and this is I'm sure not the case. I just don't know. It would allow a very bad operator to come in and say, I'm abiding by 484, which is unlimited water. And so I'm legal, and so you have to approve me. And so that in that way, it's very bad.
484 gives us all an equal playing field.
It has very, very great parts, and it has very stinky, pitiful, needs to be.
That was just a question. I don't need a.
Oh, I'm
is the SB 484 bill, is it an equal playing field for the consumers, the county, and the applicants? Does it give everybody an equal playing field, the same rights?
Oh, okay. Thank you for reiterating your question to me. My opinion on that is absolutely not. And the reason is because the general public is not able to do, not internet, oh my goodness, here's the drama of the day research, but real research. And it's so complicated that a normal human can no longer follow the law. A normal human can no longer figure out where is the loophole that takes the chillers out of 484. And because the law is so tricky like that, I think that it creates more fences for bad operators to hide behind. And I want to be careful to reiterate, there are some beautiful parts of this bill, but some of it just really, really stinks.
So my last question is, have you read the entire SB 484 bill?
400,000 times.
And have you compared it to the HB 1007 bill?
Oh my goodness, yes, because the 1007 and please correct me if I make a mistake, okay? The 1007 was sort of in a way, a precursor of the 484 as it came through the process. And so many attributes of 1007 and precursors to 484 were picked up by counties all around, and that text was planted into various different ordinances. So for example, in the April 20 draft, you'll see a few lines of 1007 in there, and you'll see some more lines of 484 in there. But 1007, I wasn't there in Tallahassee when that happened, but it was sort of, what if it wasn't quashed was rolled into 487, was my understanding of how that worked. Is that what you understand?
No, I understand completely different things, but thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Gilbert?
No, I'm good.
Okay, and I'm good as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Thank you for that volunteer again.
Okay, we will now hear testimony from staff. Oh.
No, second interview.
Oh, I'm sorry. The second intervener.
Liz, you've got his PowerPoint. Yeah, there you go.
Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm. One second, let me get set up.
You can use the remote there, the golden one, if you'd like to.
To move for the thing? Okay. All right, so I'm going to have our chair introduce me.
Okay, I'm Cheryl Curtis with No Data Center Citrus, and Michael Hill is our planner, and he's here today to represent us as the intervener, and he'll be joined by Doug Cleash, who is over here, and Doug is an expert, has built data centers for over 23 years, so thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board. As I said, Michael Hill, Torreya Design and Consulting. We're going to go through this. But before we do, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Doug Cleash, our cloud architect. He's an expert, again, in data center construction. He could probably elaborate further on data center designs. Mr. Cleash?
Hey, good afternoon. Thank you guys for your time. And am I actually speaking into this?
Just pull it up a little bit. There you go.
How about now? Better? So, as Michael said, I'm Doug Cleash. Cloud architect has been one of the roles that I've had. There's been arguments. These days, I actually refer to myself as an internet janitor. So what I've done for 23 years is when everybody goes home at night, I sweep the floors of the internet and make sure that it's running. My previous roles have included roles building data centers at companies like Rackspace, Oracle, Amazon Web Services, consulting at most of the major financial institutions in the world, and I have either built, consolidated, or destroyed a data center on 6 out of the 7 continents. So I've done it a little bit. One of the big things that honestly, it's a little odd because I feel that data center should be a very, very small portion of this meeting because it's about zoning and not really data centers today. But if we're going to go down that route, one of the first things and the reason that I'm here today is this is not a good site for a data center. And I'm glad that Mr. Stillwell said that my old colleagues at Amazon agreed. As one of you brought up, fiber paths. There is one tier 1 provider that could currently light that site. That's not much. In our world, we look for 20, 40 large providers that can get us back called to where we need to be, to our transit centers and things like that. We have a property in Florida, a high heat, high humidity area, hurricane issues, weather issues. Power, that's actually one of the great features that this site has. We have access to large power lines that will use transmission lines. It's very unclear as to what generation capacity is available on those lines right now as it sits and how long it would take to put a large load customer there. We do have a letter from Duke that says they will work with a large load customer. It doesn't say that we can give them 50 megawatts today. We can give them 150 in 6 months. We can give them 500 in a year. It doesn't list that. We don't know. From my experience, having been in some of these hearings before, it is up to the applicant to bring competent, substantial evidence that proves that. A letter that doesn't prove it doesn't prove it. So it's not up to me to say Duke can't deliver that. They're not saying they can. That's an issue. Where that becomes an issue for me as when I look at how my colleagues in the industry have done some things recently, if you can't bring me power, I'm going to make my own. And if there aren't things preventing me from doing that, I will do it in whatever way works for the site. It could be trailer-mounted turbine generators, it could be diesels, it could be whatever I can make work at the site, because I have Wall Street saying that they want me to be delivering this product, which is GPUs online in a certain period of time. This site doesn't help me if I can't get it up quick right now. And that's my concern with a lot of these sites that we're seeing in Florida that are coming through companies like Deltona. Not that they're a horrible bad company, other companies are doing it too. If it's a prospect speculative site, you don't know what's going there. If it's a site where, say, Amazon's coming in and working with the county, they're pretty open about it, and I've seen us do it. We bring up the conceptual diagram of this is where we're going to put buildings, this is how much power they take, this is what we're doing for cooling, and they would love to have public meetings, not required public meetings with you guys and rules, but they would love to meet with the public and go over those concerns and learn why, the neighbor who knows that that's an old abandoned phosphate mine, how are you going to mitigate efforts there? So, I mean, I don't like this process. I don't like the zoning at all for this property. When I look at it and see what else could happen, you're not going to attract a great new tech utopia, tons of employees data center with this deal. You're going to attract the guy who needs something now and thinks they can get away with whatever they want. Fun fact, for 10 years, I was a volunteer deputy sheriff in Alachua County, Florida. And one of the things that my reserve captain thought was a great idea was we would help deal with the noise ordinance for airboats on Orange Lake. Noise ordinances, as we know, are almost impossible to enforce. And as they said, we have car engines right now on the road violating the noise ordinance. You're not going to hold them to it. A great example, there's a data center facility right now that is being sued. The DOJ stepped in and said, you can't shut these guys down. They're now providing government workloads. Those are the same customers that would be coming here. And so basically, that is my point, is this isn't a great place. There aren't data center operators going, man, you know, what I'd really love is a piece of land in a hurricane zone with possibly power, no fiber, a mining site we have to mitigate, flood plains, wetlands. That's my ideal site for a data center. Nobody's saying that. But you will have guys that come in, and if it's pre-permitted and you've made it a nice, easy run for them, that's what you're going to get. And that's
your point. Anything else to say, Doug, before we let you go? All right, no, I'm good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, board. We're going to move on. So Mr. Castor is not with us at this moment, so we're going to skip over this one. All right, so let's go into the planning and zoning analysis. As I did, our team conducted the planning and zoning analysis. As you all know, from the comprehensive plan, as you know, this is a comprehensive plan amendment, hence the word CPA at the start of the application. So as you know, we have to follow rezoning and future land use guidelines must follow the county's comprehensive plan and industrial zoning in 17.7.3 when it comes to the rezoning of properties. Other guidelines and criteria within the county's comprehensive plan must adhere when implementing a rezoning request. So, if you take a look at existing conditions, as you see up there, we have the Holder Industrial Site, which is the big IND. So that's the existing current Holder Industrial Site, and as you see, everything else is around it. The predominant use that we have for majority of the site is low-density residential, and we do have existing neighborhoods in proximity to the site. Wetlands. As you can see, right here is a rough kind of delineation of the subject parcel for the 800 acres that I've notated in my staff report. And as you see, we have several amounts of wetlands and also surface waters. Now, let's talk about policy 3.1.3. So, during construction of the vicinity of water bodies or wetlands area, the following criteria shall be met. And so we have the 15-foot buffers, the 25-foot open space, the existing topography and vegetation. So if the applicant is going to provide conceptual plans for development, then they need to prove that they will meet the policy 3.1.3. At the time when this report was written, I had not seen anything until it had shown up last minute. So at that point, I'm still questionable as to why. Sure, they show it open space, but it does not meet this policy 3.1.3 word for word, and I question that. Let's go to objective 3.2. The county shall protect the flood store area conveyance functions of the 100-year floodplain and properties with flood-prone areas by limiting development and fill activities consistent with the policies in the standard future land use element. If you look here, as you can see, majority of the property is in the floodplain, okay? As you see, the predominance that I see is usually A and AE flood zones. So by allowing development on this, and again, this is the 800 acres, not the conceptual, excuse me, not the existing holder. I believe that allowing any kind of development within this area would be in violation of Objective 3.2 within the county's comprehensive plan. Now, let's talk about Goal 17. In Goal 17, as it says, the future land use plan is intended to enhance the quality of life of the citizens of Citrus County through provisions for adequate housing, services, facilities, protections of the environment, creating favorable economic conditions, and the eliminating of incompatible land uses, hazards, and nuisances. That last point is very serious here, and I'm gonna put it in the record that this is something we really need to hone in on. So, our team concluded that the proposed amendment, which would allow heavy industrial uses adjacent to not only existing low-density residential, but existing neighborhoods where families live, where kids play, okay? The introduction of the heavy industrial uses in proximity to this development would create incompatibility. It would cause hazards, and it would cause nuances, and therefore does not meet entirely Goal 17 within the county's comprehensive plan in the future land use element. Now, let's go to policy 17.15.9. So it reads, the county shall establish standards to address compatibility between adjacent land uses within neighborhoods and larger districts. Compatibility standards shall be addressed at a minimum of land use density and land use intensity and buffering, okay? There's the key word there. Land use density, land use intensity, and buffering, so it's all three. Okay. Additional standards may include drainage, landscaping, parking, access, lighting, and to ensure the new developments and redevelopments are consistent with the character of the envisions. Now, the proposed amendment does not adequately address compatibility considerations. Sure, the applicant provided buffering, but again, policy .1.9 says land use density, land use intensity. Okay. and buffering. So the applicant needs to provide buffering from those neighborhoods around this industrial site, both in intensity, density, and buffering. They've only provided buffering to you. So therefore, they have not met the full intensity, they've not met the full outline of policy 17.15.9, and therefore they cannot make the argument that they've mitigated compatibility and they've not met the state's definition. Now, in policy 17.2.6. So the county will ensure that the future land use plan provides for sufficient potable water supply and service as detailed in the 10-year water supply facilities work plan. Now, the county, as you guys know, again, like I said, right now the applicant has not stated what their intended daily use of water is. Nobody has an idea on that. We don't really have a figure on that. We're all over the place, okay? So right now with that, there is not an adequate amount of information within this application to say, or for staff to adequately look and say, okay, I think we can accompany this to our system. And then on top of all of that, which we must be cognizant and conscious about, is that the Southwest Florida Water Management District still issued the Phase 3 water shortage. So then again, you know, we as the county have to bring into consideration this, that we're in a water shortage. These uses have a historic use of consuming a lot of water. Do we have anything are we sure that we're able to actually do this? We don't have any figures. So therefore, I think the information is insufficient to satisfy policy 17.2.6. Now, 17.2.8. The county shall utilize land use techniques and development standards to achieve functional and compatible land use framework. And of course, as you guys see, I have referenced the state's definition of compatibility in 163. So, the proposed amendment of heavy industrial uses adjacent to the single-family residential uses, again, is incompatible. Heavy industrial development involves higher intensity activities that may generate increased noise, traffic, lighting, operational impacts, and other external effects. So again, like I've said, you know, a land use technique would be a way to basically find a way to give industrial to the applicant and not bring it right next door to the adjacent single-family homes. The applicant has not demonstrated that they've even attempted a mitigation measure anyway when it comes to land use intensity and density. They've only done it in buffering. So therefore, they're not meeting the full entirety of this section of the policy. So I want to give you guys a little bit of an example of incompatibility. So this is an example out of Gainesville, Florida. It's right down the road from where I live. And you can see, you know, again, this is why compatibility for you, board and Madam Chair, is very important, because do we really want our community to look like that? You know, do we want single-family homes next to a giant high-rise where people can literally see into our backyards? I mean, sure, it might not be that because it's residential and residential, but it serves as an example and a statement that that's very well what could happen here if we're not careful. Now, Objective 17.7, the county shall provide a range of industrial densities in future land use plan to which minimizes the conflicts and environmental problems within the county. So again, I reiterate that we're reintroducing heavy industrial back to low density residential. The parcel is also a former phosphate mine, so therefore now we have potential environmental issues there that could happen if, God forbid, if a spill of industrial waste occurs later down the road. So again, with all of these, I believe that Objective 17.7 is not being met with this application. And then, this goes into the guidelines of 17.7.3, which is specifically geared towards industrial. And so you see, so basically for industrial zoning, it provides that no industrial waste is created and would not enter wastewater flows. Again, I didn't see a utility plan or anything that would speak to that within their application. So I believe they have not met this. They have met this section of 17.7.3. The new industrial use should generate less than 1,000 gallons of water a day of wastewater. Again, I reiterate, the applicant has not provided a utility plan, or I have not seen anything in their application that would even allude to a utility plan. So how do we know that they're producing less than 1,000 gallons of wastewater a day? Any on-site sewer system is an anaerobic or an ATU system. So this is in your comp plan, as you know. As you guys know, ATUs are essentially, they're the septic tanks that treat wastewater for high levels of nitrates, which, as you know, if you don't, your springs end up turning green, full of algae. Now, again, in the application, we did not see anything that would even allude to the installing of an ATU septic system. Now, let's go into policy 11.1.2, again, going back to the single-family residentials that are all within proximity. Again, this talks about, you know, private property rights. All the counties in Florida and cities had to include these into our comp plans. So we believe that if this rezoning is granted and it comes next door to these people at their single-family homes, they're not going to be able to enjoy their private properties, and they're not going to be able to utilize their properties in a way that they see fit. And I would believe that that this application is in direct violation of policy 11.1.2. Now, let's go back again to policy 3.3.1. It says, provide development shall be evaluated for adverse impact on aquifer recharge and discharge areas and their vulnerability to contamination that shall be assessed before the development is permitted. So again, like as you see, we are in this parcel is in the Kings Bay spring shed, which is known as the BMAP zone or Basin Management Action Plan. The Florida Department of Health usually at this time also requires an ATU septic tank. But again, they have not provided any evidence of that whatsoever in the application. So, and again, knowing that this use that they are proposing here, uses a lot of water, and they have not provided any figures of that, they also are in violation of 3.3.1, and they could very well have an impact on the Kings Bay. And so I would caution you all to please. So here's our recommendation. So we recommend that this application be denied by the Planning and Development Commission based on it doesn't meet goal 17, it doesn't meet objective 17.1.5, it doesn't meet 17.7, it doesn't meet 17.7.3, and it does not meet 11.2. And again, approval of this application with no proof of an ATU being sought is a violation of 3.3.1, and the county is within its right in the application to deny this application due to the policy of 17.2.6 and 17.2.8. We also support staff's findings on their analysis of the application too, and all of the deficiencies that they notated. I'm available for any questions after this one. Thank you.
Mr. Hill, yes. Okay. We're going to have questioning by the applicant to Mr. Hill. No, you stay where you were.
Stay where you were.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Hill, good afternoon. My name is Sid Ansbacher.
Good to meet you, sir.
Several questions.
Sure.
First, just a general one. Do you know, and this is just for general information, is your client an unincorporated association, a corporation, or what?
My client is a unincorporated group of individuals who live within the county. One of our members lives within 1,000 feet of this industrial park.
Okay. There's no such thing as an unincorporated association under Florida law. Are you familiar with that?
I'm very well familiar with that. We are not a bona fide corporation or organization. We do not have any paperwork with Sunbiz. We are a group, we are a coalition of people within the community who are coming together to oppose this project.
And we're not objecting to the ability to do so here today. Just so you mentioned planning knowledge earlier in planning law. Where there is a numerical criterion for setback height, stories, does that trump a general compatibility provision?
I would say in this definition, when you are conducting an analysis on compatibility, specifically when it pertains to this application, you have to take in consideration two things. You would have to look specifically at the comp plan policy that I talked about, which is land use intensity, density, and buffering. And then, of course, I would also too, because again, this is good practice, refer to the state's definition of compatibility, okay? Once you have done those two, I think then at that point, again, if I was reviewing this application as a planner for this government, that is what I would do. I would take into my analysis and conduct my interpretation of the compatibility guidelines accordingly. So, again, like I said, the state's definition is very basic, okay? Now, Citrus County's comp plan goes a little bit further, and that's why they have addressed land use intensity, land use density, and buffering. Now, what I have seen from your application, you addressed buffering. But in my opinion, you have not addressed land use intensity, and you have not addressed land use density because, again, the 800 acres you want to rezone to industrial.
Notwithstanding the open space areas.
again, like I said, we could make the argument here that the open space area is kind of more towards the buffering. But again, you have not addressed land use intensity or land use density. So this parcel is.
What, if I may?
Yeah.
What's the definition in Florida of intensity and density? Let's say intensity first.
Well, intensity, I would say, would be determining on the use and its external impacts. That's what I would say. But again, I don't know exactly the state's definition offhand.
Or the definition of density.
The definition of density, I want to say, is how many living or dwelling units per acre.
But you, as you're standing here, you're unfamiliar with what the specific state statutory definitions are.
I would say this, that if there's one thing I've learned in my career so far, is that properties like this, where they have a high intense use on the western boundary and they have a lower intense use on the eastern boundary, they are what we know in planning as a transitional zone, okay? So the goal is this. If you take that transitional zone and you decide, let's keep it residential, okay, you've then made incompatibility. And the same goes if you move it to industrial. Again, you've made incompatibility. This parcel is what you know as a transitional zone, so you need to find a zoning district that would complement the two on both sides and not cause incompatibility. So again, like I said, if this was a rezoning let's say this was commercial and they were rezoning it to residential, I would be up here opposing that too. And again, as the counter is, if we're rezoning it from industrial to residential, we're creating incompatibility conflicts with industrial being next to residential, because that is how zoning is here, unless you're demarked by a right-of-way.
And as a planner, do you not consider the overall density of a site based upon the mixture of those intensities?
I would say when it comes to residential uses, not commercial, especially in this regard, because if I'm correct, I mean, last I checked, I don't see ground floor retail and apartments on top of a building in an industrial zoning district. I mean, please correct me if I'm wrong, but generally speaking, you don't do urban mixed use in heavy industrial.
The questions that you raised numerous times about septic, the site's on central sewer. Why is septic an issue?
So, again, this is industrial zoning. If you go to the section of the industrial comp plan, that is where you're required to install an ATU. Now, as you said, the sewer was recently installed. So I guess you could say at that point, when the staff report was written, it would have applied. But here, I would say it's probably moot. So then at that point, I would maybe concede and say that, okay, you've met that section about ATUs. However, though, there's nothing was provided in the record on an exemption to that.
But the bottom line is you are conceding that with central sewer, all of the numerous ATU references you made are irrelevant.
Yeah, I guess I would say in this point that since centralized sewer has been brought to the property, that yeah, we probably could not make the argument of the ATU. But that does not negate the fact that you're still in violation of at least 8 other comp plan policies.
Your wetlands comment, what percentage of the site is actually wetlands?
I want to say very little. I want to say when I looked at it, I think it's less than 10%.
Is that an unusually high percentage in the state of Florida?
I would say, at least here, it's not. But if there's one thing I do know from work that I've conducted with some friends of mine when I worked for the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, wetlands grow. And if I'm correct, there's somewhere I've heard some wetlands can grow up to an acre a year.
Do you have any evidence here?
I don't have any evidence with me on that, but I've heard that's a theory.
You're a planner now. Have you ever represented developers?
Not yet. I have. I will say this. I would represent developers, but I will tell you this. It depends on the developer. If you're going to propose garbage in my community, yeah, you can take a hike. But if you're going to propose a good project that's actually going to benefit our community and make it a better place, by all means, I'll give you my time and I'll take you through the public hearing.
Do you think that a 10%, strike that, what review role have you ever played except at DEP?
So, okay, if we're going to question credentials, then that's fine.
No, I'm not actually asking credentials. I'm simply just trying to get a sense.
So,
Quiet in the audience.
currently, right now, I'm a supervisor for a planning department in my current job. We do a little bit of everything: long range, comp plan, environmental planning, current development, you name it. Okay, I am well versed. I'm well versed because prior to that, I did current development mostly. So yeah, I understand the guidelines and when it comes to wetlands and everything else. Now, to this point here, and what we're making about this and going down here. The comp plan had very specific guidelines. Sure, you guys did show that you would include the wetlands and open space, and that's great. But the comp plan said that there needs to be buffers around those wetlands, and I did not see that notated on your plan. So therefore, I have made the interpretation, from my opinion, that you have not met that section of the comp plan. Can you please show those buffers?
And again, assuming that 10% is there, if there were buffers, what would that do to your opinion?
I would say this: if you showed me a plan where it was, let's say it's on a 1 to 20 scale, it shows the actual wetland cell delineated by a consultant, and then it shows, let's say, an improved 15, 25-foot buffer with 70% native plants, which is basically Florida-friendly landscaping guidelines, and, you know, there was not any, I guess you could say, non-native exotics that don't meet the state's definition of 5B40 in the Florida Administrative Code, then I would be like this: okay, well then, you know what, we can't bring this point up to them anymore. So, and I would concede. And I'll tell you this right now, I'm very honest and truthful with my clients. I tell them before we even talk about payment, I go, hey, you have no fight here, or hey, there's a lot of things here that we need to address.
Okay, regarding the flood zone, have you read the engineering report by Burrell in the file?
A little bit. Not too much, because again, I will tell you this, that's a little bit out of my space. I know some basics of engineering because as a good planner, you should always know a little bit of everything, but not fully entirely.
But you're not an engineer.
No, I am not, and I don't claim to be one.
And if I told you that that report concluded that this was an appropriate location, you wouldn't be able to counter, at least on an engineering basis.
I would say this, sir: if you had PE pass your name, which is professional engineer, and you made that point to me, I'm not going to argue with you.
Hold on a second, I'm almost done, I think. And is Mr. Cleese still here?
Mr. Cleese is still here. Doug, can you come up? I hand it off to him. Board, this is okay, right? Doug's okay to jump in for questions?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
How can I help you, sir?
Good afternoon, sir. You were talking about enforcement during your testimony?
Yes, sir. Particularly my experience trying to enforce noise ordinances.
So, do you realize in Florida you can't assume a violation when you're looking at an application?
Correct.
So, at this point, you don't know of any violations. You're just saying it might be difficult to enforce against a hypothetical.
Your colleague's testimony that there are currently violations that you measured.
In terms of this site, though, for this project, you are not saying that about this?
I'm not saying that I have any form of enforcement authority on this site. I was saying that you guys brought up noise ordinances and how they're currently protecting, and I stated that they're notoriously hard to enforce in Florida, which is pretty known well fact. And you stated that they're currently already exceeded. So I'm not sure what that's exactly what I said, so I'm not sure what you're getting to.
I thank you for the clarification, because the inference I drew was you were just saying it would be hard going into the future to address any violations on this site.
Correct. It's hard to address noise violations as a whole.
Question is a general question. You were talking about your general expertise. Is data processing similar to equivalent to a data center?
Data processing is generally done within a data center. It can be done within an office. Data processing is a very wide thing.
And it's,
I'm a data processing company currently.
okay. So data processing could be the bulk of operation within a data center?
Depending on what that data center's workload and use case is. A data center could be an edge location where communication providers from around the globe meet. A data center could be storage. A data center could be data processing. A data center could be AI model training. It could be a lot of things.
Thank you. You were talking about the user potentially, if electricity becomes unavailable, creating its own power source on site. Is that correct?
I would assume that if electricity becomes unavailable, that we'd have backups. That if electricity is just not available to begin with, or at the levels they need, that yes, my concern would be they would be generating their own power, not in an emergency stance, but in a I would like more capacity than you can give me stance.
Do you realize that power generation on site is a prohibited use on this property?
I realize that you guys are asking for data center utilities to be allowed, and that is a very gray area that I, as a data center operator, would assume that I can generate my own power with that use.
And I repeat the same question. Power generation on site is a prohibited use.
I would disagree with what I've read. If you have it for me to read right now, I would love to, but you allow data center utilities. That's power generation. We only have, there are very few utilities that we use in data centers. The biggest one's power, the next one's cooling. We do that many different ways, and there's telecommunications. So I don't know what else. If you could explain to me what data center utilities means in your text.
I'm saying categorically, generation on site is prohibited.
Are you talking about, sorry, are you talking about generation as in the county requiring it as a condition of the approval of the permit?
I am saying it is prohibited as a use on the HIP language, both currently and as proposed.
Then I would say to sell it to the people, you might need to amend that.
And I would say I'd like an answer.
My answer is that if you can't generate power at all on the site ever, then you're never going to get a data center user. I don't understand what you're. If I can't have generators, that means if my utility fails, I'm down. So there's not a single operator in the world that's going to take that. Yeah, I think I've answered the question for. I don't know how many other ways I can answer the.
We're good.
I don't.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're still.
Madam Chair, do you need anything from me before I leave?
No, we still have cross-examination from Mr. Hicks. Intervener one, do you have any questions? Okay, and then county staff. Does county staff have? We lost Joanna.
Hope everything's okay.
Do we move on? Okay, we'll move on to the board asking questions. I think we do have some folks. We'll start on this end with Mr. Gilbert.
Mr. Gilbert.
Can I get the other data guy back up real quick?
Doug, you come up.
Mr. Cleash.
Be nice, Mr. Gilbert.
I am. I'm a super nerdy data guy, so I love this. Yeah.
You know that I don't like security guys.
Yeah. All right, I got two questions in your expertise. We talked about type of commuting a second ago. I know the difference. I would love to hear an expert opinion. When we train AI models in the field today compared to a data storage, like a CDN, like a content delivery network of some kind. What generates more heat? The CDN or the AI generation?
The AI model work is going to, that workload is going to be orders of magnitude more in heat because it's orders of magnitude more in power. Power makes heat. When you're looking at a CDN site, one of our biggest sites here in Florida is Napa the Americas. That's going to have a lot of, all your major providers are there, a lot of them doing CDN. I believe they're under 5 megawatts currently. When you look at an AI training site like, say, the 2.2 gigawatt facility Amazon's building in Indiana, or the facilities that XAI is running in the Tennessee area right now, those are gigawatt class sites, so you have gigawatts of heat to burn off.
So it's a fair argument to say that if we knew what type of computing, we could judge power, heat consumption a little bit better.
I feel,
in your opinion?
In my opinion, that should be a requirement for these sites. There should be a level of, hey, if you're below this amount of power draw, you're permitted. If you're above this amount of power draw, you better have your stuff together and bring it to us.
Absolutely. Sound, real quick. I'm sure you've walked into a network rack room before. If you had to predict from wall to wall of server racks, do you think you would hear it from the parking lot?
In my experience, I'm not going to hear the noise from the floor in the parking lot.
Okay. And then last thing, if we do put in fiber infrastructure, all of this area, because like you said, we only have one fiber runner here right now. Do you think that it would cause more interruption in the surrounding areas because fiber's a lot less like coaxial, where we can just run a cable off a line and call it a day?
I mean, the construction in order to run fiber in the way that somebody asked me recently, and I live in Levy County, by the way. I'm a neighbor. Hey, well, Central Florida just ran their fiber by this property, so that makes it better for a data center, right? Well, no, that is fiber to the home. That is a heavily oversubscribed fiber. In our industry, we want either completely dark fiber that we can use 100 bit of that spectrum to haul back to our places where our CDNs are, or we want commercial grade fiber. We're the only ones on that string as well. And that brings in what you have to, you guys may either be 30 or 36 inches to bury that. I learned in Levy, we're special, we're 36. With larger conduit, more splicing, all of it below ground, it would be a little disruptive.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I got.
Mr. Stone? No questions? We'll go back to county.
Sorry that you missed me. I
staff and
apologize, and
we'll
maybe
follow
I
up.
missed it. Thank you. No questions on your planning analysis. As far as the data center, I do have a few. I'm sorry, or just actually one. I've heard you talk about a closed loop fallacy. Can you please elaborate on that?
Actually, Mr. Hicks hit on it a little bit of, we can have a closed loop in the building, and that loop can heat exchange to something else, or a part of its loop can be a different thing. Closed loop does not necessarily mean that the entire system is closed loop. And Mr. Hicks actually made the great example of with a nuclear power plant. You have a closed loop, that bad water that we don't want to get out and escape stays internal. It exchanges to another loop that then is what we pull from rivers, seawater, whatever. Because you're running closed loop does not automatically mean that it is a completely hermetically sealed, forever, never touches water loop. It can be, the other thing there is, one of you actually brought up the latest technology that's being used places, which is direct-to-chip cooling. Direct-to-chip cooling has to be closed loop, and it has to be closed loop with very good pure water because we run it through tiny little, like tubes about this size that go into the computers. There's a plate there that it uses to cool and suck the heat right off of the chips, which we're putting our cooling right where we need it. And that means we don't have to cool the air in the room as much. Well, so right there, we have two separate cooling systems. Generally, we use free air for that if we can. Today, I got an alert on my phone that the National Weather Service says that we would not be able to use free air cooling in Florida today. It's way too hot. So in that case, we have to use something else. We may use direct evaporative, where we're drawing air from outside and we're running it through a sponge. But there are There are multiple layers that go to that, and just because you say closed loop, yes, that loop may not use water, and there are people who will get mad at us and say, yes, you can make a closed loop for these direct-to-chip systems that you truck in that water the first time, and that's it. Unless there's a break or repair, it just like your car, it's rated to X number 100,000 miles on a charge. You're good, but you have other things to worry about than just that loop. And so you'd really need to see the full building design and what they're going to do. You may have a facility that uses zero water until a day like today, and now they have to use water to cool the ambient air.
Thank you. I did want to hear that again. I've heard that before, but I thought it was very helpful. The other item is the Senate Bill 484 defines large load, and I think you had made the statement that some of your many of your projects may not even trigger that. Can you talk about that just a little bit?
Yeah, to be clear, I liked the other bill better, but that 50 megawatt load, it even states in it, it's 50 megawatts, and that doesn't include aggregating. So if I have a data center at 1234 Road Street, and it's 48 megawatts, and then I put a data center right next door to it at 1235 Road Street, and it's 50 megawatts, or 48 megawatts, I'm now under 50 megawatts, but I can do that all day and go up to 800 megawatts, whatever it takes. That actually brings me to part of it is, if we have multiple buildings on a piece of property, we don't call that a data center, we call that a data center campus. The building is generally a data center. So that kind of gets skewed as well there. You're not talking about building a data center, you're talking about building many, no matter what. I mean, there are some pretty large ones, but I don't know anybody making a 700-acre single building for a data center right now.
Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you. We'll move back to questioning by the board. Mr. Barnes.
Throw it at me, huh? I don't have any questions. The only comment I think as much as I've been around data centers in the last 3 years, I think Doug's pretty intelligent, and I would definitely take what he said to the positive side of my notes.
Okay. Mr. Bozeman?
I had a question. I don't know if he would be able to answer it, but the comment made when the two gentlemen were sparring back and forth, where is it written that you cannot generate power on the site? Can that be answered by the attorney for? I'm looking at you. No?
Commissioner Bozeman, can I jump in?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I think that what might be happening is this, and again, it's what I reiterated. As you know, the legislature recently passed a bill that basically preempted the local governments from requiring on-site power generation. Okay. So as you know, with that, essentially, basically, this board and the Board of County Commissioners cannot make an LDR amendment and says that the data center has to have a full rooftop solar, so they can't do that. Now, the applicant notated that it's in the HIP plan, and so my thing is this: as a gesture, which is what I made the point of, in the sub area of the HIP plan, it notates that no power generation can be made on site. I was like, well, why is that not part of this amendment then? Because I feel like that. No,
We're not there.
Isn't solar power generation?
Well, in industry, there's such a thing as a single cycle peaker plant, potentially, to power specific to that location. They're in development, and some of them are even in existence, and even some potential development for nuclear powered. So I'm just curious if would be permissible on this site. Obviously, with Duke being in proximity to where they are, they don't want it. They'd rather sell the power. But as a backup system, I didn't know what your experience or knowledge about that was.
I would also say, too, that what's not to say that the end user decides to, tell the county, well, you can't force us to do this because of this bill. And then next thing you know, we're in a legal battle. And then, the taxpayer's on the hook for the lawsuit.
That's it.
Mr. Shara?
I was going to say good morning, but I think that ship sailed. Good afternoon.
A while ago.
All right. When you were discussing, let's go back to zoning and and the comp plan, which is where I think we need to get some focus back to.
Absolutely.
You were talking about the applicability of rezoning from the rural residential to industrial in that particular area. And one of the things you talked about intensity, you talked about density, you talked about buffering. And I believe there's a question asked to you, does the buffering, and you've heard the discussion today, and I know it's verbal, the discussion about 500 foot from a data center, and if I recall properly, 100 foot from another industrial application. What does it take to, if you were going to rezone, what would it take to make that an acceptable application, in your mind?
In my mind.
Acceptable application or use adjacent to residential?
So again, like the comp plan says, it says land use intensity, land use density, land use intensity, and buffering. Okay, so the comp plan lays out those three guidelines that we as planners would be like, okay, have they met this guideline? Now, essentially, you know, what you would do, and like I said, if I was in long range planning is what we call it, and I was conducting an analysis of this review, I would tell the applicant flat out, nope, we cannot support this. You need to have a step down at the 800 acres because of the proximity of the existing neighborhoods and the low density residential. Now, as you see, the comp plan policy says that, comma, and that. Okay, so it's all three. They've only addressed one. They haven't addressed the other two. Now, the density thing, let's get to that. That really probably would not apply here too much. It would more apply if like we had single family and we had multifamily and then we had like maybe like high density residential. So like if we were in that guidelines where we had like high density and single family, then we would consider density. But because this is commercial and single family, you know, yes, we still have to consider it, but I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to be, I would say it's not applicable. The second one, which is the intensity, that's kind of what really is, I would call the smoking gun here, because again, you're not it's bad planning and bad zoning practice to put heavy industrial next to residential zoning. Again, zoning was made. The zoning in 1926, which we're coming up on the 100 year of that pivotal case, was made so we don't have industrial right next to neighborhoods. So, like I said, in this opinion, like I said, they've met, out of those three, they've only met one of them, which to my opinion, it's an incomplete application.
So is it a matter of degree? So here's the question: if they're proposing a 500-foot buffer with sound attenuation, and we won't go down the sound path, but
yeah,
that the applicant could demonstrate at time of operation they meet the sound limitations, and that's an assumption. Let's just take that assumption. If 500 feet isn't enough, what is enough?
I would basically say this, is that 800 acre parcel, you need to be very careful when choosing the zoning for that. And I think that yes, the 500 foot buffer is a great start. Okay. But I think that needs to be coupled with not such an intense upzoning, which is what we would call that in this line of work. So again, like I said, that's my opinion. That's what I would do. I mean, like I said, if it was my application, I would call the applicant and say, I'm sorry, we cannot support this. I'll even clarify with my director before I said that if I was working for the county. So yeah, I would say that the upzoning. So like, you know, again, we're at rural mobile home, and they want to go to industrial. I mean, that's two different ends of the zoning table. They need something in the middle.
Okay, but that's a good answer. I understand your answer at least. But in your interpretation, there isn't a finite or a discrete guideline that you as a planner would apply to as far as the buffering space or distance when coupled with sound attenuation, berming, trees, vegetation, and others.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, which most planning documents and most comp plans are very subjective in this situation. So, like, that policy that I notated, as you know, it's not like, okay, you need to have buffering. Buffering is defined as a 500-foot buffer with this, this, and this. So they didn't. So yeah, like it's not. It's a little subjective to interpretation. That's why we have these kinds of arguments. My opinion is that, and this is how I say it, the 500-foot buffer is the bare minimum. okay? The applicant could have gone above and beyond to provide more to make me, to make a person like me, for example, comfortable, but they haven't. So I would say, sir, that like if they had come to me and they had enough evidence in front of me that would prove and without a doubt that they could meet those 3 guidelines in that comp plan, I wouldn't be up here arguing it. But they have not.
Got it. Thank you.
Mr. Facemeyer, do you have questions?
Nothing at this time.
Yeah, I have nothing at this time. You've answered all my questions. Thank you very much.
No problem.
We're all set.
You guys all good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to just take a, oh, please, no. We're going to take a 10-minute break just to refresh. We'll be back at 1:50, I'm sorry, 1:50, 10-minute, yeah. Can't do math anymore. Is this on? If you could please take your seats, we're going to reconvene. Okay, where's Joanna? There's Joanna. We need, she's next. Oh, she,
My calculator a while ago.
oh, she's on the podium.
Oh, there she is.
I'm ready to go. Okay, we're going to reconvene. The time is 1:53, and we will start with now the staff's testimony presentation.
Yeah, definitely not testimony. Joanna Coutu, Deputy Director, Growth Management. You have already heard my presentation at the last hearing. I am not going to rehash a lot of that, but I am going to talk about some of the highlights and some of the things that were discussed today. Many of the questions I'll try to answer in my presentation. So I'm not worried about my 30 minutes. You know me, I can't believe would ever talk that long. All right.
Well, Mr.
Anspacher is here.
I can't see him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize.
All right, so this is actually two applications. I have one application number up there, but this is for two. One is a comprehensive plan amendment to change the zoning and the land use on approximately 700 acres. The other is 777, excuse me. And the other one is to change the planned service area. So I'm going to talk about both of those. You will need to make separate recommendations. Just a reminder, I was asked during the break, and I guess to clarify, I should have. This board is a recommending body to the Board of County Commissioners. This will then move on to the Board of County Commissioners for a transmittal hearing. If the Board of County Commissioners chooses, they would then send the application to the state. The state agencies would give their comments, and they have to go back to the Board of County Commissioners for a second adoption hearing. So there's a long way ahead of them. This is the very first stage. All right, so I don't need to go over the property. You've seen it 1,000 times. What I do want to talk about first is the planned service area. So this is one of the applications before you to extend it. And the applicant provided the map in the top right, which is very helpful. The red area is the extension. I heard Mr. Stillwell say the planned service area is where growth is intended to go. No, that's not really a very good reference for what it is. The planned service area is where we expect infrastructure to be, usually central water and sewer, hopefully paved roads, that kind of thing. Our utilities are very, very I don't know a nice word, but they're energetic about expanding utilities, which is wonderful. Does not mean necessarily that because it has central utilities, it's ripe for development. To just very quickly quote from my application or my PowerPoint, from my staff report, the availability of central utilities does not mean an area is appropriate for more intensive development. It is not here's where we want development now because there's water and sewer. It doesn't work that way. All right, I want to go back to the zoning. So the big part of this application is to change approximately 798.6 acres. And industrial is there already. That was done in 2019. All right, that's a sub-area plan in the comprehensive plan. It's there. So a sub-area plan is a part of the comprehensive plan where there's very, very specific criteria and a map, and here's what can go where, and here's what the criteria is. It's similar to a PUD, a master plan that you've seen, but it's in the comp plan, so it is a different animal. So even though it's been said, oh, comp plans can't have all these uses, et cetera, they can. A sub-area plan is something that the state has approved many, many years now, but they want to expand it. So this sub-area plan would include all this other area. Now, most of this is low-density residential. That's all of this. There's some agriculture and there's some rural residential. So the talk about residential, careful on that because as Ms. Collins correctly pointed out, rural residential and agricultural are 1 unit per 10 acres. That's not very dense. Low-density residential is a max of 2 units an acre, and that's assuming you're going to engineer the stormwater and the roads. So you can't necessarily assume that that would be 1,000 homes or whatever. That's probably not very, well, I know that's not very accurate. You did hear some stuff in here about there's no hard end user or no end user. So this is speculative. We don't know what's going to go here. That is a concern. Staff is very, very concerned about extending heavy industrial in any area. That is our highest besides extractive use. It allows a lot. And I'll talk about that in just a moment. So The planner's report from the applicant says, well, staff didn't have any objections, they only had concerns, so everything's fine. We don't have objections. That's not something in our toolbox. When I sit over there, I would love 1,000 times an hour, probably sometimes, to jump up and down and say, I object. When I hear stuff at the podium that's not true or that's kind of twisting things a little bit, but I can't. That's not in my toolbox. I have to sit there until it's my turn. We don't put objections in our staff report. I will say we are very, very concerned about extension of heavy industrial anywhere. In this particular thing, it's low-density residential, rural residential, and agricultural. That's not where heavy industrial goes. So definitely concerns about that. I want to talk about the tiers. So we've heard a lot. Okay, well, let's put that. This is the existing sub-area plan. This is what got approved in 2019. Staff did not support this. Different county commissioners did approve this. They had 3 tiers. They had the commercial, which is the red, the light gray of the tier 1, and the dark gray of the tier 2. This would expand it. This is a new expansion. And I should point out that in the packet, and anyone that's watching, or if you can get it on your phone, good luck. It's a lot of documents. The real nuts of this, the real good important stuff on this application starts on page 640 of your packet. And that is the actual sub-area text. What's allowed, what's not allowed, what can they have, what can't they have. So what's really important here, you heard a lot of discussion at the very end there about power generation facilities. So page 647 and 648 talks about the prohibited land uses. Some of the uses that are prohibited there are cement batch plant, power generation facilities large scale, and liquid natural gas, but only in tier 1. So careful on that, because that would mean that all of the dark gray could have it. If a data center doesn't come here, a cement batch plant, a power generation, or a liquid natural gas plant could go in those. You heard Mr. Stone use the word scary. When he uses the word scary, that bothers me. I don't know much about liquid natural gas plants, but that is a concern. All of those up against those residential areas are what you would be approving here with this expansion. So right now they would only be approved in the existing Holder Park. Those are new. So I'm not even talking about data centers at this point. I'm just talking about the land uses. So I wanted to make sure we were clear on that. Expansion of industrial. We heard a lot about expansion of industrial and how it's needed. Some of you don't know I did work in Marion County for a little while and then was crazy enough to come back here for whatever reason. And Marion County had a lot of growing pains with all those buildings. Some of them are now vacant. But what that brought to them was traffic, 484 on between 200 and 75. Awful. Absolutely horrible. Workforce housing, they didn't have it. They have a housing coalition that actually builds workforce housing, and they still are struggling with that. Water and sewer, how to get it there. Marion Oaks has gone crazy. It's a sister development to Citrus Springs, and it's gone nuts. They built a new high school in Marion Oaks area, just opened. Big deal. The growth related to those industrial areas are huge. So is something like an Amazon distribution center going to go here? I don't know. It could, though, if they wanted to. Manufacturing is also one of the allowable uses in the tiers. So I'm not even, again, talking about data centers yet. These are the industrial uses that could be allowed with this expansion. All right, so let's go into data centers. This is not an application for a data center. This is an application for a land use change that may include a data center. As you heard from them, that we don't know for sure that's going to happen. So if it does, yeah, there's the area for a data center if it happens. I do want to say quickly that the staff didn't object and didn't say stop about a Amazon data center. That's the first I've heard of this. They didn't talk to planning. You heard they didn't talk to the county attorney. I don't know who they talked to, but that wouldn't be a defense or why go forward. Senate Bill 484, when we first had this application heard, we didn't have any legislation done. It was all pending with the legislature. There was a whole bunch of bills. I think there were 5 at the time. And they narrowed it down to Senate Bill 484 with the one outcome. I would not use Mr. Hicks' wording of beautiful. No offense, Mr. Barmas. I don't think any legislation is beautiful. I struggle with what comes out of the legislature sometimes. It tries. It has a few points that are good. But you also heard the testimony. I'm concerned about what a large load data center is. Will this ever even trigger those regulations? You have the Duke Energy letter in there, and like I think Mr. Shera, I had the misfortune of reading the tariff document that Duke filed. It's ugly and dry and awful, but I did not get out of there that it protects the ratepayers. The idea with trying to protect the ratepayers is because there'll be an electric demand increase, it'll cost more, don't push it off to all the people. Makes sense. And the legislature says that you can't do that. I'm not that comfortable in trying to enforce that legislation locally. I would like to have it in there, and it's in your proposed documents. I would like to have that in the language, that they absolutely can't do that, because I am concerned about it. I am not an expert on reading tariff language, but I was happy to see that an expert representing the Florida's Office of Public Counsel, who represents customers and investor-owned utilities, shared my concern that right now the Duke tariff does not meet that. So I want to make sure if this application does move forward, we're protecting the ratepayers, everybody that has electric with Duke, that you don't get it in the end. We definitely don't want that. We talked a lot about noise. Yes, we have a moratorium, and yes, we're working on a new document. The more we find out, we need to know. 500-foot setback was a great start. The more we read, it's very much in the details. 500-foot may be appropriate for some data centers. A lot of them it might not be. It depends on orientation. It depends on size. You heard a lot about how much they're generating. How are they cooling? What noise baffling or whatever do they have in place? There's so many standards. 500 foot is not a good standard because it's just a start, and we don't have the details as to what can be more. So when that ordinance does come before you, it's probably not going to be flat 500 foot because there's a lot of details there that we don't know, and we're working on that now. I appreciate that someone said that's going to come before you in the end of the summer. I wish it was that fast. I don't think it will be. There's so much going on. It's a constant technology is changing, and there's so many different variables. But a lot of jurisdictions are looking at us. We have a good reputation in this kind of thing and in planning, so I think people are kind of hoping we'll write something for everybody. We're working on it, but we don't have anything now. But noise will be brought up in there. I don't think we need to amend our noise ordinance, which addresses every other use. I think data centers in particular are going to have a very specific noise criteria. Let's see, what else did I have? I was trying to make sure I covered everything. You had a lot of questions. I'm hoping I covered them. Oh, and I did talk about electric utilities. So in the draft text that I talked about that talks around 645 and plus, you'll see a lot of different changes. Yes, the applicant has removed the emission language. They have removed the lighting language. I don't know if that was intentional or not. They had a lot of strike-throughs. I suspect, based on Mr. Stilwell's comments, the lighting language at least was an oversight and will probably be back in there. Staff was proposing a lot of things there in this language. I still don't think it goes far enough. We were basing that on some of the language that was going through the legislature and also some of the language that we had found outside of this. For example, we suggested a community meeting. You heard one of the experts say that some places like Amazon will do those. I think that's a great idea. It's not mandated on any of our uses right now. Data centers are huge. They're very intense, and I think having a community meeting is probably a good idea. We did want to have some more stuff about groundwater. We wanted to have some more stuff about central water. I'm sure you heard the testimony from the applicant that if we can't handle it water-wise, they will apply for a consumptive use. That is definitely a concern. Yes, it is all the same straw. Yes, we're under a water conservation time right now, and this is perhaps a large water, if it's a data center, a large water user. So staff has significant concerns about this. No, I'm not using the word objective. That does not mean that we're okay with this. We have a lot of concerns. I agree that there's a lot of lacking detail because they don't have end users yet. So I just want to caution you that this land use change to heavy industrial is a big deal, taking out the data center idea. And I think that's all I have. I hope I've addressed your questions, but maybe not. So I know you guys will be on me if you haven't. I'm done. You can stop the clock. I told you I'm not going to go 30.
Okay, we'll now allow for cross-examination by the applicant.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon, finally, yeah, sadly.
I just have a couple of quick questions. Actually,
Hang on, that mic takes a second, but go ahead. There you go.
so I actually am not asking, and I will say, to the extent that the items that you mentioned are only in one, that was a result of inadvertent strike-through. They should be prohibited in two as well.
All three of them, the
Yeah.
power generation, the cement bat plant, and the liquid natural gas?
Yeah.
Okay.
And also to clarify, when I looked back, the power generation, I had said categorical. It actually says large scale.
Right.
So things like the solar panels would be allowed. So I just want to clarify that for the record. I just want to make sure, because Mr. Hill and I had a dialogue about something, and I want to make sure where staff is on it, because I think we both conceded a little, and that was on the wetland strips. If we retained them in their natural condition and had 15-foot setbacks, would that satisfy the staff understanding of the code?
Wetlands require,
Yes
wetlands require a 35-foot setback.
Okay.
The 15 is a minimum you can apply for a variance.
Okay, then if we did 35, we would be fine. If we did 35, would we need plantings within the 35?
You're supposed to leave natural vegetation within 15 feet.
Okay.
So it's a two-step.
Okay, that was it. I just wanted to clarify, because he and I were talking about what needed to be done, and we certainly are okay with that. But thank you very much.
And I forgot, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, but I should have said something. If you've already sent public input, we have thousands and thousands and thousands. You don't need to send them again. We will move those forward to the Board of County Commissioners, okay? Don't do them again, please. Done
Okay.
again, sorry.
Okay, we can now have questioning by intervener one, Mr. Hicks. Mr. Hicks has no questions. Okay. And intervener two, Mr. Hill, do you have any questions for county staff?
Mr. Hill here?
Having a Mr. Hill.
Taking a break.
Well, okay, we'll move on to the board, and if he comes back, oh, okay, well,
Is that legal?
Mr. Cleach, is it legal?
You're part of the.
Well, we can move on to the board if you want to allow some time, and he can come back, and then, yeah, okay.
I
You
mean,
want to? Okay.
I really only had one question. So when I'm up here testifying, am I responsible for knowing what's actually written down, or what was in their mind when they submitted it? Because I was accused of not reading.
Yeah, we're not that kind of science fiction movie, so no, it's not what. No theoretical.
That was it.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to the board. Which end do we want to start at? Mr. Gilbert, go for it. Mr. Cleach got it for you.
Mr. Wren, I had some questions. Actually, not even questions, more of statements. Can you give me just a true or false? Because I'm an alternate, so I got handed the paperwork kind of later than everyone else.
Okay.
But I wrote down some notes, and I just want to make sure I'm right here, okay? We have no identified end user, correct?
That is what the applicant stated.
Thank you. No specific developmental proposal right now at it.
trying to understand how to address that. You have a list of allowable uses.
Yep.
So that's what you have.
Okay. Utility demand cannot be fully evaluated because there is no final design. Did I read that accurately in the staff report?
Instead, it's that, yes.
Okay. Traffic impacts cannot be fully quantified because there's no specific use has been proposed.
Correct.
Water, sewer, stormwater, and operational impacts vary by use and therefore unknown at the moment.
You're right on. Yes.
Thank you. Let's keep going. Data centers are not defined in the LDC at the moment. Correct.
That is correct.
All right, let's go. Staff testify that future development could proceed administratively without returning for additional public hearings if this amendment is approved.
What I was talking about was the data center and asking if maybe they would consider maybe a PUD, another step, but they were not agreeable to that.
Okay.
So what's in this plan, if approved, it could be allowed.
Thank you. Right now, approximately 39 to 40 residential parcels join the expansion area, the expansion part.
I didn't count those. I apologize. I don't have a number.
And then last thing, and I didn't see this, no environmental assessment or mitigation plan was submitted.
You have a little some in there. You have something like he talked about with the flood zones, from example, from Troy Burrell, an engineer. So you have some. Environmental is a very open name. I did not see anything related, for example, for a data center.
Okay. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Stone?
Oh, boy, you're going to get yelled at.
The list of prohibited activities only applies to a portion of the industrial park. Is that correct?
Well, that's how it's written, but Mr. Ansparker just testified that that was an oversight, so all of it would be in both industrial tiers, meaning all of the prohibited uses that start on page 647, such as now cement batch plants and liquid natural gas would be prohibited uses.
All right, thank you.
Okay, starting at the other end, Mr. Barmas.
Good afternoon, Joanne. I just have one question. It's about the workforce housing that was moved from Tier 2.
Right.
And they're going to allow multifamily and not single families been added or been prohibited. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I didn't really touch on that. I kind of talked about that last time, and my apologies. I knew the clock was ticking, and I had promised I wasn't going to take too much time. But they are proposing to go from 8 to 12 units an acre. That is very intense for this area, and that would be allowed. I put the language on the screen there. So they are proposing to not do single family in any tier at all, and multifamily would be up to 12 units an acre. Very intense.
Okay, my last question is parcel number 8 that's on the drawing.
Mm-hmm.
That's the parcel that kicks out over, and they have cleared the land and property, and it looks like it probably burnt down at one point recently. I understand there is nowhere I could find in the packet, but on that little kick out to Tram Road, are they planning on putting an emergency exit or something there? Do you know what the purpose of that is?
That's a good question. I'm going to have to ask the applicant that. They are not proposing any access on tram.
Not even an emergency exit? Nothing?
No, it's very specific in here where their access points are, and they are not on tram at all. But you can ask them why they did that punch out. Yeah.
I wanted to. I forgot. Thank you.
I think he's talking about that right there. And they'll have a rebuttal so they can talk about it as well.
Thank you. No other questions.
Okay, Mr. Bozeman.
During the course of this process, it's been going on a while, is the applicant shown a real willingness to really try to work with staff, opposition, whomever, to try to resolve? Now, understanding with an NDA in place, it's difficult to fully divulge, but I mean, I'm just looking for is there any common ground to be met? I don't know.
Right, and so the NDA is not something staff even knew about until we, at the application itself, we knew a data center was now proposed. We have worked with them back and forth on some of those policies, some of the language, but. And I wish, as Mr. Hill said, we could just call them up and say, "Oh no, we can't support this." That's not an option. We still have to go through every application.
Right.
They were willing to change a lot of the language, but you can see that we're all still very far apart. The concept of heavy industrial here is something that staff can't really compromise and meet halfway on, even with a lot of conditions. The data center is absolutely a concern. So yes, they've worked with us somewhat on the language, but we are still very far apart.
Okay.
Wish I had better news, but
No. It is what it is.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely. You know, and it seems like the gentleman sitting there, you know, he's pretty knowledgeable. He expressed some willingness. I don't know about the folks behind him, but
Mr. Osbacher is
I
usually
never give
very
up.
easy to work with, but
I never give up on a deal if I think I can get to a deal, but sometimes you just have to.
we really try before we bring it to you. Absolutely.
I get
Yeah.
that. I get that. I don't know if everybody in this room has tried. That's all I got.
Mr. Shara. Ma'am, you have to be quiet, please.
Sir?
Mr. Shara.
Do I have to?
No.
No, you do not. Let me off easy today.
No. Okay. Mr. Bozeman said, "Don't be a chicken." I do have a.
Not that scary, I
I haven't
promise.
bitten anybody yet.
I think it's getting to be a long day. Okay, PSA, public service area. Can you explain to me on the map on our packet, page 619? It was just up there a moment ago. It was the area in red, but that area in red does not encompass the entire proposed expansion.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt. You said public service area?
I'm sorry.
It's
Planned
land.
service area. I was going to correct him.
Yeah,
You're fine.
yeah, thank you very much. Okay, how about the planned service area? Let's just call it the PSA. That area, my question is, that area does not extend through the entirety of the proposed expansion.
Right. The majority of the expansion area is already in the planned service area. The red area is not. So in 2019, they had to extend it to meet the tongue-tied. The industrial park before in 2019 also had to do this. They had to extend the planned service area a little farther north. It doesn't go this far north, as you can see with the red area. And they did that successfully. This application would also require them to extend that red area to allow this to proceed.
So the addition of that particular area would now make that entire expansion area part of the planned service area.
Correct.
I
And
see.
that would allow things like the 12 units an acre that they're asking for. They couldn't possibly, do that outside of the planned service area.
Got it. Thank you. That was my confusion. I want to go to something that I find troubling. And if we go back to 647,
Okay?
and 647 is just a placeholder, what I really want to address is staff had a proposed strike-through of 1736, and the applicant has a proposed strike-through. I asked the applicant where they stand on reaching agreement with staff on this document. If I understand correctly, if we would recommend and the county commissioners would approve their application, their strike-throughs would go through. I mean, they would become permanent. So how do we go forward to reach resolution between your views, staff view, and concerns, and the applicant's views and concerns?
Well, it's whatever y'all want to recommend. So you can recommend exactly what they're asking for, you can recommend exactly what staff is recommending, or you can do anything in between. These are like conditions that you work with a PUD. You have the ability to play with them. I'm reassured that those uses that were very intense would be prohibited throughout. He just amended that. So we're on the same page there. It sounds like the lighting was probably an oversight as well. Some of the things, but it's up to you what you recommend.
So if we were working on a different type of application, we may see a development agreement in the past. And we know those development agreements are subject to long-term negotiation and compromise. Do these issues, this is in your mind, do these issues all need to be resolved before this goes to the Board of County Commissioners?
You're going to have a recommendation one way or the other. So, regardless of whatever you recommend is what we're going to bring forward to the Board of County Commissioners. So if you think that staff is way off and the applicant is right on what they're recommending, that's what will go forward to the board. If you think they're off and staff's not too bad, we'll go forward with staff's recommendations. They will see both, but what you recommend is what's going to move forward.
If I ask you a different question, what are you hard over on? Meaning, what are the non-negotiables for staff? Can you answer that question?
I can tell you that the expansion into heavy industrial up front, regardless of the language, is non-negotiable to staff. That's a very, very hard no as a recommendation. It's not my call. I'm not a voting member. But as a professional planner, that absolutely is a concern. Some of the other items, such as the language the staff has in there, data centers shall comply with, all data center land development code standards in effect at the time of permitting must be met, as well as the following. I think that's huge because we do have an ordinance that is going to come before us. It's going to talk about noise, and it's going to talk about lighting, and it's going to talk about emissions. And I don't want them to have gotten under the table and not counted. That particular line, absolutely, please keep. Now, you heard from Mr. Stillwell. He doesn't want necessarily that because it might not be fair to his client in his opinion. I get that. We may say 500 foot is nuts, and it should be 1,000 or 2,000 or 20 miles. There's a whole gamut here. So I think that line in particular, I would hope that we keep when moving forward.
We discussed that with Mr. Stillwell earlier.
Yes.
And he fully acknowledges that they would prefer not to have the LDC ordinance apply to this particular project.
Correct. And
Even though he acknowledges that they may be similar and they may be on parallel paths.
It's an unknown.
Okay.
I understand his point, but that would be one I would absolutely recommend, please.
All right. Well, let's go back into your first absolute. And if I understood you correctly, what you seem to be saying was the expansion of the nominal 800 acres should not take place to be rezoned industrial.
Correct.
So your staff's position is that the upzoning in this particular area from residential to industrial is not acceptable
Correct.
from a planning perspective. So let me ask you a general question. We know where where the county has identified in a comprehensive plan where development should take place, where it can't take place. And the Central Ridge is one of the areas that have been targeted and identified for future expansion, and commercial, light industrial, or industrial. Where are we going to find space in this? And this is a theoretical question, but it's important because almost anywhere in our county, in the spaces that are not yet occupied by either residential or other categories, we have rural characteristics. So
We're the Nature Coast.
we have a Hobson's choice.
Yeah, we're the Nature Coast. Remind you that the Central Ridge is all-encompassing a huge area. It includes part of the Withlacoochee Forest. We certainly wouldn't want development there. It includes Pine Ridge, for example. We wouldn't want development in heavy industrial there, but we have the Parkway coming, and we have places like LKQ. So that is constantly a balancing act. I don't think finding a site for industrial because there happens to be utilities here is a strong enough justification in this case.
Well, I did go back and read the report that was prepared by the panel that was previously referenced. And I do understand what they were looking for in terms of physical space, the power lines, the high-pressure natural gas line, transportation, sewer, and water. I mean, if you were a developer and you were going to check the box, you would want to see all those boxes checked. The question that I struggle with in terms of this particular issue, of this transition zone, is where can you possibly build industrial in this county that you're not going to abut up against an existing residential area?
I would say the existing industrial park right now. You can see there's a large industrial park that's been sitting there since 2019 with nothing.
But that sits up against an existing residential area.
Correct, but we're not asking for a zoning change because it's already industrial and it hasn't developed yet. So I don't know if there's a demand there. And I think also industrial, you have to look at, there's small, intense industrial that doesn't take a lot of room, and there's big, distribution centers or data centers that would. It's a tough catch-all. And yes, it is the most intense. So where do you put those? We have the same problem with mines. Where do those go? It's a tough one. That's the fun of being on the PDC, I guess.
Is that the fun?
Yeah.
Tell me when we're starting to have fun, would you please?
Yeah.
A couple questions. You checked the box on the wetlands, and I appreciate that. regulatory agencies that will in fact enforce the standards for water, air emissions, and noise. Which are the prevailing regulatory agencies? Let's start with air, because there was a comment in the staff write-up dealing with near zero air emissions, which is imprecise in practicality. So, what are the regulating agencies that the county would defer to for air emissions?
So, Florida legislature has told us that we cannot require for anybody any permit or any approval having a state agency approval first. So I don't know all the regulations that they're going to have to jump through for a data center or for an industrial plant or for a concrete plant. That's not something that staff knows because we can't require it. We are forbidden from doing so. So I would assume DEP. There's some others, but I don't know. I can't give you that information.
Okay. And in terms of water?
So what?
Well,
I understand what you're asking about water.
Well, we're really talking about use. We're really talking about aquifer and the preservation and long-term concerns. One of the items that came out in discussions today was that if the potable water systems aren't sufficient to meet the needs of the proposed industrial, that they could seek an exemption and seek their own take permit and consumptive use permit. And I'm assuming following that logic trail, they could drill their own well.
That's the Water Management District. That's part of Senate Bill 484, that they do have to have a public hearing with the Water Management District, and there are criteria they have to meet to be able to get that approval. But that is entirely the Water Management District's threshold, and they preempt us. We can't, we can jump up and down all we want, but it's going to be up to Swift Mud.
So the applicant had made a representation that it's really not the applicant in terms of their consumptive use, it's the county in terms of the county's total consumptive use.
We do have hard limits on what we have. We're always trying to expand, but we do have hard limits, and you see the statement in there from our water resources people that there are some limits that we're going to meet, and it depends on the use. So a data center, we may not be able to accommodate. That is absolutely true.
So again, since we don't have any specificity in terms of what exactly we're talking about here, we're goosing butterflies related to the discussion on a number of these issues.
Nice expression. Yeah, we don't have any idea of how much water might be needed for whatever use because they really vary.
All right. Now you've addressed that you're working on the ordinance. We know that. We discussed it earlier. And again, it may not be coming as quickly as
I'd like.
As I had previously referenced. My apologies. Will that ordinance be addressing issues related to noise and others?
100% noise, yes. Like I said, we're preempted on some things, but we are planning absolutely it would address noise. It would address lighting. We hope it'll address emissions. Maybe not. Maybe after we talk to DEP, it can't. But we're going to try to do an all-encompassing ordinance. That's the proposal.
Okay. All right. And going back to our timeline for the ordinance, do you have any, it's a tough question. When would you expect us to see a draft?
I cannot. I was hoping to get through this and then be able to devote more time to that. But yeah.
Okay, fair enough. The Duke question and a concern that you have or a concern that the public watchdog has,
right.
that in fact all the costs associated with the necessary expansion, the infrastructure build out and improvements to satisfy a large load center, that you have concerns that potentially those costs could be filtered down to the residential user or the general folks. Why do you have that concern?
Simply because it's not clear in what they filed with the state that it won't be. I know the statute says that, Senate Bill 484, the new statute says that, but who controls that and what happens if they don't? I'd like to have it in ours as well, to have that safeguard that we can, you can't raise rates based on cost sharing because of a data center.
We have, as a county, have jurisdiction on that?
I don't know about jurisdiction word, but we can put anything we want to on these statutes. Excuse me, on this legislation that we're looking at today. You can put some conditions in there.
Just to be fair, 484 does say that the utility shall not
Right.
pass the cost along to the residential end users. You just have some concern in the language that's there.
I do. It's triggered by a large load, and we heard maybe this would not trigger a large load definition as a data center. That also is a concern because that's the only one that triggers that. I want to make sure that any data center does not suddenly make the electric bills go up for the citizens.
I don't have the proposed tariff in front of me. It's probably not important, but it was a reference that you could have 3 data center buildings adjacent to one another that literally could be different connected loads to stay below that, that large load center definition. I don't recall reading the draft tariff that way. I'll have to go back and look at that, but I'm not certain I agree with that.
I don't think that's in Duke's tariff. I think what he's referring to is just how they're built. The Duke tariff doesn't say they can do that, but the Duke tariff also talks about further negotiations, et cetera, and it doesn't really say we're not going to pass on the costs. That was just my concern, and they may clean it up based on the exception that attorney has filed.
Do I have time for one more?
I don't think there's a clock, so go ahead.
When we look at the industrial zoned area, is that a block? In other words, the developer currently owns that. Is there any discussion that the developer then would subdivide those parcels to individual end users? Or is the industrial park per se going to have a common owner and the others will be tenants or renters?
So there's the 2019 plan, and boy, it had a whole bunch of little pockets that they planned on selling. Now that plan, if this is adopted, would go away, but that was what they originally proposed. Absolutely, they can sell this off in pieces. They can parcel it out. They can plat it out and put some roadways in like they proposed here.
Okay, thank you. Good job.
Mr. Facemeyer?
Nothing at this time.
One on this side, okay. I do have some questions. So just following up on that line of questioning that dealt with the original plan and what's proposed now, in looking at this, I believe that there was essentially 2 plans. You still have some of the original, but then you have if this doesn't work, then we can do the big data center plan. Is that correct?
Somewhat. If you look at it, it's a little bit different. Slightly, but and then some of the terms in the policies have changed. Some of the uses have changed, but yeah, there are some similarities. And then, yes.
Okay, and the expansion of the PSA and the new area that would be proposed to be designated to industrial. I mean, that goes all the way to the property line. So even though they have the buffering, those IND, if approved, those entitlements for IND are going to be all the way to that property line.
They would. Their plan has buffers in there, but yes, it would.
Okay. Let's go to the planned service area because I was always under the understanding that essentially if you're going to expand the PSA or even if you're going to go from one land use to another, you have to determine concurrency, which means you have to either determine that the funding is there or that the service is there. So at this time, just based on the language that's in the sub-area plan, there is no maximum cap on the amount of water that could be used.
And there's no end users. You're correct.
There's no
As
end
a sub-area
users.
plan, what they've put in their policies, which is part of the comprehensive plan, and that's kind of the sidestep from 163 that you're picking up on, they would demonstrate concurrency at the time of permitting.
Okay, but, okay. I had one more. Okay, I think that's it. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Mr. Gilbert? No?
And Mr.
I already
Stone,
got mine.
you're done. You had yours.
Mr. Stone?
The PSA certifies that utilities are in there before the.
We expect utilities would be in there, not always, but yeah.
Who pays for the utilities to extend?
All sorts of different options. Sometimes it's the landowners, sometimes it's the county. It varies.
Okay, if it's the county, do they have various priorities on which areas would get a PSA utilities over a different area?
There's a whole bunch of things that I know Water Resources looks at. Sometimes it's demand. Sometimes it's easy to run lines here. There's a lot of different aspects they look at. I don't think there's any particular.
Is it safe
one
to say they
criteria.
have some sort of priority list for themselves?
I don't know.
Not necessarily. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sorry.
I do remember my last question. It had to do with the letters that we had received. There was a group of letters, I'm trying to find it very quickly, that talked about something with the state, and I'm not familiar. Here it is, and I don't know if staff had the chance to review that. Let me see if I can get it to. Okay, there was something in a group of the letters that stated that they deserve a state-mandated 10-mile water notification and a 5-mile residential buffer. That's not a criteria of the state, or is it? I don't know where that's coming from, or if it's just something that the public wants.
That's coming from some proposed statute that didn't go through. One of the bills had that in the very early version. It didn't make it very far, and it wasn't adopted.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted that answered.
But yeah, I did read all the public input. It's not ignored, and there's a lot of duplicates, but that's perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, I survived.
Okay, let me see. So we will now move on to the public portion of the meeting to be opened. Just as a reminder, anybody that wants to present can come forward to the podium one at a time. Respect, please. I don't want any outbursts. We're going to get 3 minutes to speak. Organizations, if you have a letter from an organization, you can have up to 5. You have to please address the board. If you have any documentation that you want to be entered into the record, please provide a copy to the recording secretary. Again, as Joanna had said, please remember also that we are a recommendation board, so we are appointed based on our professional backgrounds and the fact that we want to be here to serve. Most of us are retired, and we want to give something back. The chair, okay.
Hey, guys,
So,
we can't hear.
yes, you need to be quiet. But I just want to remind you that this will still go on to the Board of County Commissioners. So you will not be cross-examined, so please come on up. State your name for the record and your address.
My name is Chuck Hutterly. I live in Inverness. I want you to deny both applications because there's too many uncertainties here, and I don't want to find out about it later. Modern hyperscale data centers will use tensor processing units, among other processing units. These TPUs require significantly more robust thermal protection than standard GPUs due to their massive power density. If you rezone from light to heavy industrial, Swift Mud will issue new wells on demand by the owner to satisfy thermal protection for these TPUs, tensor processing units. These are the latest things that are being put in the generated hyperscale data center. Control over the Florida aquifer system will be compromised, followed by Florida Department of Environment issuing a deep injection well to permit the removal of wastewater on site. Today's vote by Citrus County Planning and Development's best qualified planning board will be a generational decision to protect the Florida aquifer, a system that is presently facing impairment. Please do not open this rezoning door. Vote no on light to heavy industrial. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Atheline Bulla, and I live in Hernando, Florida. And I've asked you before to please try and get from the Library of Congress about how our Four River Basin area was formed and the water that is so precious to us here. And it's 87th Congress, House Document 585 from the second session. It runs us all the way down to the Green Swamp. And with having this industrialization that's right here in the center, we talk about ERPs and environmental resources and 401s. And what's unique for Florida is that 401s are actually in this state of a higher and a stricter demand than a 404 on a federal level. That doesn't mean that it's like something that you have to come up and you meet, yay, I've got this permit. That's something that you have to protect. It's a protection. You're supposed to be protecting environmental resources. It's not like you're winning a medal and that, yes, I get to plow this over now and wreck it. It's there for a reason. It's for a protection. That's the reason that it is in place. And that's why we have those stricter regulations, is because we're sitting on top of the outcroppings of the Floridan aquifer. That's why we are so unique. And that's a very serious impact for the rest of the southeast coast of the United States. It's not just Florida. And it's not something to be taken lightly. And I don't know how else to express that document is in the Library of Congress, and it's not something that you can find on the internet. Like, you can't. You have to call the Library of Congress. You have to get them to send it to you. So don't be fooled by the internet. You have to make a phone call and talk to a human being and do your research through a library with a librarian. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Good morning, John Oving, and thank you for volunteering. I would like to draw your attention to the actual site. I heard some of you did a site visit. I hope you all went out there. If not, you encourage you to do that. I drove over there a few weeks ago. I wasn't familiar with the area. In 2008, I bought a piece of land at the north end of Lake Tsala, a Popka chain of lakes just south of 200. I built my house there with the goal of retiring away from industrial Tampa to a rural and peaceful area of the state in a county that treasures nature, trees, and wildlife. So I discovered a few things. First thing I discovered, I'm about 3 miles away from the Holder industrial area as the crow flies. That means I'm directly impacted by noise and other pollution, whatever gets built. This isn't about me, though. I'd also discovered that the Holder area is about 3 miles away from the pristine Lake Tsala Popka chain of lakes, probably one of Florida's most beautiful wildlife areas. Let's preserve that. And third, I discovered that almost the entire area that might be changed from agriculture to heavy industry is literally covered with thousands of trees. Most of which, according to your tree ordinance, which I looked up, will have to be replaced. And what a waste is that? Why would you cut down trees in a rural area, in a nature country, to build whatever might be built? And we don't know what's going to be built. Also, shrub jays have been spotted there, and it's an ideal gopher tortoise area. So let's take a look at your comp plan and your tree ordinance. First thing I discovered that you're currently in the process of updating your 1990 comp plan. That might be a bit out of date, and the new one is going to work until 2050. So please make sure that there's lots of good things in there, and I'm not going to finish this way. The update is intended, and I quote, to reflect community priorities related to land use, housing, transportation, conservation, coastal management, parks, open spaces, and more. The goal is to preserve Citrus County's unique character and quality of life. You've recently had not you, but the Board of County Commissioners had recently about 2 public hearings, and I've heard today that you've had thousands of comments. I hope that in the new comp plan you take this into account, that this is a rural county. Rezoning agricultural to heavy industry is incompatible with a tree ordinance that was written to protect the trees in Citrus County. A consequence of granting this rezoning request is that the county will easily use more than a few thousand full-grown trees. That would be devastating. And so I urge you to deny both zoning applications and follow the recommendations from staff. In this, it's rightly zoned agricultural. Please deny both applications and follow staff.
Thank you, sir. Next.
My name's Elaine Capps, CAPPS. I'm new to the area. I just bought a lot in Citrus Springs, about 5 miles from this property. I just found out about it, actually, and I called on Monday to see if I can get my impact fees back, because it's like I spent $18,000 on impact fees, and basically they said, I don't think so, or I'll give you a portion of it back. But finding out about this, I'm ready to move someplace else. I don't think it's compatible with the area. I do think your staff has done a good job. I am totally in agreement with your staff to not recommend what's being presented today. I liked what that gentleman said from the data center expert, who said, find another spot that's more compatible. I have couple of comments on their. I will say I graduated from University of Florida in 1995. I've had my professional engineering license. I've had it for 25 years in the state of Florida. On their map that they showed the 500-foot buffer, they made reference to donating right away, working with the county, I guess. But on that map, they don't show that. Are they going to give 10 feet? Are they going to give 50 feet? I think that that's something that should be shown on their plan. Otherwise, that right away that they're going to give is going to be part of that 500-foot buffer. They also mentioned water management. And I think that's great. They're going to work with the right away, work with the road development and provide water management capacity on site. But I think, again, that needs to be shown on their plan. Where is it going to be? If it's way in the back of their site because that works for them, well, that doesn't really work for the road construction. They're not going to want to pipe it across their property. So details like that, I think, would be important on this plan. When it comes to the water use, this gentleman mentioned that the capacity at your water treatment plant is already, this area is already kind of in that number, but not if you've had acreage that doesn't have single-family uses where they kind of come up with the capacity for the treatment plant. And you can look at your water use permit to see, was this area, what was the volume needed for that area, and was it actually in there? Just him saying that it's in there, and it's just, oh, we're going to use the water that you already have capacity for. I think that's kind of a misstatement. Anyways, I would appreciate it if you did approve this plan and just move forward with the industrial site that's there. Let somebody come in and develop it, create jobs. I also don't think it's very wise, if I heard correctly, that in 10 years, oh, those jobs are going to go. It's going to be something else, and then we've got to find something to put in this building that's just going to look really bad. So I don't know if that's really economic development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Tracy Landry. I'm from Hernando. I'm here today to request that you do not rezone the HIP expansion area from its current land use to industrial. I know data centers have gotten a lot of attention surrounding this project, but the reality is that changing the land use to industrial would also allow for a lot of other industries to come into an area and destroy it. I'm not asking you for not to rezone the area just because of a data center. It's anything on that tier 2 industrial list proposed uses has industrial, environmental, and human impact, health impacts. So let's talk data centers. In this situation, we are the prey and they are the predators. This will not be a symbiotic relationship. They're coming here to make money off us, so why they pollute our land, drain our resources, sicken our residents, and provide no long-term jobs. The developers would have you believe that this is a minimal impact to the surrounding community environment, which is simply not true. The applicant's planning analysis even states, out of respect for the homeowners, they're giving us a 75-foot buffer. This is laughable. Everyone knows projects like a data center affect communities up to 6 miles away. The definition of compatibility means that a condition in which land uses or conditions can coexist in relative proximity to each other. None of these industrial uses is compatible with the current land use. Too much evident, legitimate current studies, not from 5-10 years ago, and complaints from citizens who live near industrial sites prove otherwise. People all across the country wouldn't be complaining if they weren't noisy, if vibrations didn't travel or affect human health. And they aren't upgrading a closed-loop system on a data center that has a lifespan of less than 10 years. Don't be fooled. Since this is a by-right deal, once this is zoned industrial, once it's built, it's here, and our community will be left with the detrimental effects of that decision. It seems like my rights are protected under Florida Statute 187.101. Section 3 discusses comprehensive plans. This is not economically and environmentally feasible. It is contrary to public interest. And nobody wants this here. Thousands of people have signed petitions, and hundreds of people have shown up to oppose this. Florida Statute 163.3161, Section 10 states that comprehensive plans and amendments be applied with sensitivity for private property rights and not constitute an inordinate burden on property rights. In addition, 70.002, number 2 says the right to use and enjoy a property, a data center, or other large industrial projects would restrict the use of my property and limit my activities, be detrimental to my health, and impede upon my inalienable right of liberty, as I would not be free to do as I please on my property. Lastly, Florida Statute 70001, Section 2, when a specific action of a county has inordinately burdened the existing use of real property, the property owner of that real property is entitled to relief, which may include compensation from the actual loss of the fair market value of the real property, which includes acting on an application or permit. Essentially, once a data center or other large industrial project is built, nobody is going to buy my home. In fact, nobody will buy my home now. Property values will take a dive, and everybody will be stuck in their homes. Please do not vote for the rezoning of this area. It is not compatible. We don't want any industrial sites near our homes. We want to protect our environment, our resources, and our health.
Thank you. Next.
Amy Campbell from Ozello. I served on a planning board in a town 100 miles east of here, and there are certain criteria, as you know, which have standing when declining an application. These include traffic, water, school availability, noise, compatibility with the community. There are several. If the 1,300 acres are rezoned to heavy industrial, rural roads would be stressed. It would cost the county millions to upgrade, and likely the bridge over the Withlacoochee River would have to be replaced. How about compatibility with the community and conforming to adjacent land uses? Many people have taken time out of their day to come here and express their concerns, so that speaks volumes for that. Can water use be assessed based on the application? You can only speculate. Lower water pressure due to aquifer depletion would lower spring flows for land and Gulf springs and degrade ecosystems. Speaking of speculation, why should the county approve an application from a land speculator who buys land zoned rural and expects it to be ratcheted up to the most extreme zone designation? The applicant could have bought land already zoned heavy industrial. Higher noise levels and pollution associated with heavy industry will interfere with our wildlife's life cycles. Many won't be able to live there, and nature will decline even with 50% open space and preservation due to the frequencies and the lighting and other things like that. So we don't want a dead zone in Citrus County. Citrus County historic unemployment statistics was mentioned earlier, and they will remain unchanged pretty much if the data center gets in. I have 18 years experience working with data centers, supporting the hardware that's in the rack, storage systems, and I was remote. And if I couldn't fix the problem by accessing the system remotely, then I would send a field engineer who would do, my action plan. The facilities management is remote. So if things change, it'll be even fewer people. So you'll have security. So this is not a justification, because that shouldn't be in your head. Oh, we'll get more jobs. So I recommend denying this application. Also, the comprehensive plan amendment, staff recommendation sounds very good for me, require planned unit development.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Bishop, and I live in Hernando.
Citrus County and the surrounding nature's coast rests atop the Florida aquifer, a thick soluble carbonate rock, limestone. The entire area is highly susceptible to sinkhole formation, underground cavities, and fluctuating aquifer, otherwise known as a karst region. Southwest Florida Water Management District, along with the USGS, has flown the Citrus County area using LIDAR, the light detection and ranging, to determine the topography of Citrus County. For those that fish, this is similar to a fish finder. The Floridian aquifer itself is made of massive thick layers of porous limestone and dolomite. Because the aquifer's limestone in Citrus County is located very close to the surface, rain soaks through the sand and directly into the porous rock below. The quick absorption means that water supply refreshes easily, but must be protected from surface pollutants like heavy industrial contaminants. The karst landscapes offer no natural filtration for runoff, making groundwater vulnerable to industrial contaminants. The Florida Geological Survey has determined Citrus County to be a high-risk karst landscape. Rezoning any portion of Citrus County to heavy industrial would allow freighter storage yards, truck or bus terminals, power generation facilities, and data centers, to name a few. The dangers of having a heavy industrial in or near a karst region are many. Water contamination. Heavy machinery and vibrations can destabilize the ground, increasing sinkhole risks. Ecosystem disruption, soil erosion, and air pollution. Now, more specifically about the dangers of data centers in a karst region. They are physically, structurally, and environmentally heavy operations and have massive resource demands. They require highly specialized raised floor infrastructure to safely bear the immense weight of the thousands of servers and heavy battery backups. Data centers consume hundreds of megawatts of power, comparable to the power required by a small city, 1 to 5 million gallons of water per day for cooling the massive heat-producing servers. Data centers house massive infrastructure, including hundreds of large backup diesel generators, potentially other forms of fuel, and tens and thousands of gallons of on-site diesel fuel storage. Operating intense cooling fans, heavy-duty air conditioners, and backup testing generators create substantial noise and local air quality impacts. A closed-loop surface suggested to continue to use the same water over and over for cooling these overheated servers, but that's not realistic. With the chips getting smaller and AI demands getting larger, heat generated is larger than the closed-loop system can handle. These systems require the lines to be periodically purged to remove toxic sludge, otherwise known as forever chemicals. And the bled water must be evaporated, not staying in the loop. Millions of gallons of forever chemicals evaporated into the sky. Please follow the facts, not a data center sales pitch. Building a data center or any heavy industrial on a fragile foundation is like balancing an anvil on a house of cards, or parking a cement truck on a fragile glass table. The weight is destined to crush the very support that is trying to
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Jerry Nichols. I live at 6745 West River Bend Road, Dunellen, which is actually in Citrus. When I looked down and saw that you were considering changing the ordinance or changing the zone to heavy industrial, I cringed. I made a living for the last 30 years with heavy industrial, primarily regulating it, either from a city, municipal, or the state. My last 10 years was with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. When you're looking at these heavy industrial sites, you might as well figure one or two things are going to happen in the end. Either they're going to become a Superfund site, regulated by EPA, and once those are cleaned up, they're going to become a Brownsfield, which means the ground's no longer suitable for single-family or family dwelling, but it can be used for other industrial uses. One right now that comes to mind is off of Highway 60 in Tampa. If any of you have been to the IKEA Center, that was a Brownsville site. Big success. They were able to get it clean enough to let IKEA move in. So I would encourage you, most especially, not knowing the water volume, how much you're going to use, where they're going to put it. They say there's going to be utilities there. As a licensed wastewater operator, it always frightened me when we got a new a new industry in town, not knowing exactly what they were going to be discharging to me. You know, because I've come into the plant some mornings and everything in it was dead because one employee turned one valve that discharged the wrong chemical. There was no intention there, but it happened. So just keep those things in mind, if you would, and keep it like it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, if I could, most of the overflow rooms have closed. There's one left with about 5 people. So if they can make their way downstairs too, we can close that one. We'll have everyone in the room that might want to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Sherry Clark. I live at 625 East Stockton Street, and I live in Holder. I don't believe that approving Deltona's application for rezoning I don't believe that approving Deltona's application for rezoning is in Citrus County's best interest, especially before all the information reviewing data centers has been investigated and presented. While everyone is focused on the data center, I'm equally concerned about rezoning 1,300 acres to include heavy industrial. What if the data center is never approved and we've opened up all the land to industrial use without knowing exactly what will be built? That's exactly what Deltona is asking you to do. We're worried about noise, water, roads, traffic from a data center, which is a valid concern. What about all the noise, traffic, pollution during the years and years of actual construction? Imagine 1,300 acres developed in what's now a rural area with homes, school, the Central Ridge Park, rails to trails, and horse ranches. I believe it will change everything about why people love Citrus County and why they move here. And what happens to our property values if we're the unlucky ones who move to this area because of the open land and quiet way of life which we love? No one wants to live that close to a massive industrial park. It was bad enough when the 550 acres were rezoned. I don't think any of you or any county commissioner would welcome this if you lived here. As a resident of Holder in Citrus County, I believe there are too many unanswered questions and not enough information to ever allow a change of this magnitude. Let Citrus County remain being known for our quieter, nature-focused lifestyle. Vote no to a massive heavy industrial park, which I feel should never even be part of Citrus County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Ballantyne and I am 17. I'm here today to share my concerns about the rezoning and the AI data center application. I think it's important because there are many negatives about not only AI data centers, but whatever else may be rezoned. I have grown up here my whole life and I am homeschooled, so many of my classes have been outdoors and enjoying the nature of our nature coast, which has recently been voted as one of the most beautiful places to visit. We have many endangered animals here, including manatees and Florida panthers. Industrial rezoning will affect not only the manatees and may affect their migration patterns and the water that they live in, but it will also affect the Florida panthers. There's only about 120 to 230 of Florida panthers left in the wild. This is not a lot, and we need to keep their homes and their food, the home of their foods, safe, because if it's not, then they start to venture into more populated areas and could cause danger for the people of our towns. I hope everybody has a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name's Ethan Sapp. And I was born and raised in Holder. Seen a lot of changes. And if I may, I'd like to start out with a silly story, but it's true. When I was very young, I made a mistake of wandering out into a cow pasture, against all good judgment that had been told from my elders, and was cutting across the cow pasture, and sure enough, I got encircled by a bunch of cows that were with calves and even some pretty rank bulls. And probably about the scariest I've ever been in my life. They started stomping at the ground and pawing at the ground. And our elders had told us, don't run when you're in a situation like that. So I held my ground. I was terrified, but I held my ground. And I even, from watching the cattlemen, knew to stomp and yell at them. And I did that for a bit, and they finally turned and ran. Thank God, because I thought that was it for me. But we're surrounded right now, and we're in the same situation. There's a cow pasture, a lot like real doggone close, exactly one like I'm talking about, behind my daddy's land right there where I was raised and where he lives now. He's 93 years old. He's a Korean War veteran. And now they're talking about putting a data center behind him, which I don't think's right. To be bold, I don't think it should, we should not rezone any of it. Both rezoning should be denied. And to be even bolder, I think they need to leave it natural for the tall ancient oak trees and the many openings to the springs that are there through the old phosphate mining. To cover them would just destroy the aquifer. To develop around it would destroy the aquifer. I mean, it's simple. Your path, the committee's path, is hard right now, and I respect where you guys are at, but your calling is higher. Despite what's been said or written or what exists on files, none of this development exists, and it can stay that way. If you go out there, you hear the wind blow and nothing else, and the crows call, and it's beautiful. It's truly some of the beautifulest land in the world, the state. To put something there, I believe, would really affect our county and be a detriment to our county. I really do. I know that I've heard there's a farmer in Texas who's reported when a data center was put by him that all his calves are being born stillborn, and that raises concerns as we have, I have a 5-month-old, name's Alina Joe, and we live in Holder as well still, in my grandmother's house. Man, that was quick. But
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you, and thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Rodriguez. I live in Inverness, Florida. I'm asking that the PDC not to recommend approval or a continuance to the BOCC because the need for this massive, heavy industrial rezoning has not been justified and which deems the applications incomplete. This is not about being against all industry. Citrus County already has industrial land. The question is whether Citrus County needs to convert hundreds more acres into heavy industrial when existing industrial areas have not reached full build-out and when nearby industrial parcels still remain vacant or underused. In March, it was stated that the county is under-allocated for industrial land, but we aren't. In fact, and I've supplied a list of just a few parcels close to the HIP and around Citrus County, and the ones I looked at resulted in 517 acres of unbuilt industrial land, most already zoned AE/X. We already have plenty to support the footprint of more industrial land. It isn't that we don't have the allocation, we do. We just need to bring in more business to the existing industrial parcels, not add more. The truth is this county does not have a true need for a 1,300 plus acre heavy industrial framework in this location or any location truthfully. Using the county's GIS numbers, current zoning already shows about 2,461 acres of industrial land. The future land use map shows about 2,270 acres of industrial land. That means the county's future land use vision appears to show roughly 191 fewer industrial acres than current zoning, not more. If existing industrial land has not been fully built out, if nearby industrial parcels are still vacant, and if the county's future land use pattern does not show a need for more industrial acreage, but actually less, then this rezoning is not justified. And what industry truly needs 1,300 acres in Citrus County? What kind of use needs that much land, that much infrastructure, that much power, that much water planning, and that much high-intensity entitlement? And what does that industry belong on the Nature Coast? Citrus County should not sacrifice agricultural, rural residential, low-density residential, conservation lands just to create another speculative site by Deltona, this one with a heavy industrial campus clearly meant for a data center complex. Please do not approve another blank check for the HIP that the residents are going to have to pay for later on. Please recommend denial since the applicant cannot prove why this 1,300 plus acre heavy industrial rezoning is necessary for Citrus County's future. We are the nature coast, not an industrial coast. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Heidi Scherzer. I live in Lecanto. I took off today. I didn't really prepare anything, so I'm a little nervous, but I felt so strongly about this that I had to show up. I had to have my voice heard. This is scary. I have a well at my house. I bought my house outright. And for something like this to come here, my investment could be gone. My water could be poisoned. And that's all gone. And I've seen this all across the country. These companies come in and they're forcing these data centers in. They're suing communities and forcing them, and no one wants them in. And I'm hoping that you will deny this. This is a small, great community, and I don't think it fits here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Tammy Nason. I live in Pine Ridge. Although Deltona Corporation is saying data centers are just one possible use, the evidence shows different. If this truly is a broad industrial park expansion, why is there a data center use area map? Why did Duke file a large load tariff amendment on April 22nd of this year to comply with SB 484? Why are there water consumption materials for data centers? Why are data center utilities, data storage, and information processing being added? And why has the public not seen the same level of site planning for any of the other heavy industrial uses being mentioned? The county should not approve data center framework before it has adopted clear standards for them. We still need to decide how data centers are defined, where they belong, what approval process they require, what water limits apply, what noise and emission standards apply, how backup generation is regulated, and whether these uses should require separate public hearings. Amendments to our LDC and Atlas maps need full legislative process review first. Other Florida counties are already treating data centers as a serious land use issue, not routine industrial or manufacturing development. Jackson County commissioners unanimously moved to ban data center infrastructure, and Walton County just approved an outright ban on all data centers. Statewide moratoriums are being put in place. Citrus County should not rush into becoming the ground zero test test case. Our citizens are not guinea pigs for multi-billionaires and corporate paychecks. Please recommend denial, or at a minimum, require this application to come back after the county adopts clear data center standards and requires separate review for any future data use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Renee Pasco, and I live in Pine Ridge. I'm asking the PDC not to recommend approval for these applications. The applicant has made it clear what they want: entitlement and certainty. They want a site position so future users can move faster through the process, but the public is being asked to accept impact and uncertainty in return for rezoning that where we will not be part of the permitting process. Back in March, Deltona reps said the project was compatible, that utilities could serve the site, that closed-loop cooling would reduce water use, and that future industrial uses would support economic development. But the PDC's own question showed the report was not complete. Staff asked whether the concept plan was real future design or just general illusion. The answer was that the conceptual was not final site design. Mr. Barnums asked whether end users had been identified. The answer was no. He also asked how buffers could be determined without knowing the end user. The basic compatibility question, the deflected answers by Mr. Sidney, included that commercial applicants don't need an end user for application approval. But respectfully, this isn't a commercial application. This is a high-intensity industrial rezoning that would make Citrus County the largest industrial site in West Central Florida. Comparing commercial to heavy industrial is not the same and shouldn't be treated the same. Mr. Shera stated that the application did not address data center impacts in detail, including water use, air emissions, noise impacts, or measurement standards. Any reports done in 2019 would have been based on light industrial, not heavy industrial, and should be redone with proper zoning request framework. Differences in zoning on site analysis does matter. The applicants want certainty now, but changes that the applicant constantly and can answer any staff questions with their own certainty. They did not follow through their first conceptual plan, but residents are asked to live with uncertainty again. Please do not recommend approval into the county's impact certainty first and enforceable protections in writing to the full extent of the necessary legislative review per our comprehensive plan and Florida
you.
statutes. Thank you.
I'm John Procedano. I live in Hernando. We are here asking you to please deny the zoning change of one parcel of land that is presently home to wildlife and for people who want to live in a peaceful area. Some of them moved here for the natural beauty of the area and the fresh air. Others for their retirement and the thoughts of living in an area they can call home, and be free of junky industries, all that increased traffic and generally goes along with such a situation. Why not leave technology out of Holder and Hernando and leave leave the natural beauty of it intact for the children growing up in the area. My moving to the area was with the understanding that it was a peaceful area and not touched by the horrendous technologies and the horror stories that generally go along with anything that is not normally seen in a residential area. From my understanding, the beautiful field of green grass that I drive by most every day, there's a pleasantness of seeing some farm animals in their field. I feel that any change would destroy what nature and God put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Hi, Jamie Reiling, 1600 East Glenwood Lane, Hernando, Florida. I represent over 1,600 petition signers opposing these rezoning applications. This is one petition of several. We all have a common goal, and we'd like to have you say no to the rezoning for CPA 2025-00012, CPA AA 2025-0013. I'm uniquely impacted. I live only 2.1 miles away. Getting nervous. First, I want to thank you guys because in March, you gave us a chance by continuing this. I had no clue. I was flipping through YouTube. I found the meeting, and man, was I shocked. So thank you, because without your continuance, we wouldn't be able to get involved, informed, or participate in the process. My concerns are light pollution and low-frequency noise. I feel that I will be negatively impacted if this zoning goes through. And lastly, I'd like to say, while I appreciate because I watch these meetings now, so while I appreciate when you say, we're all the same, we're all part of the community, I think there's one big difference. I'm a citizen standing in front of you, asking you to protect my property and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Julie Cranack, 2360 East Shales Court, Hernando. She thought she was uniquely impacted. My house sits facing the farm, and the stuff on the side is by my house. There's one other neighbor that's even closer than I am. I've lived in my house for 30 years. I raised my children there. My grandson was at my house the other day, and I said, this is what we have to look at. It's beautiful. I hope it's still here when he grows up, because my plan is for him to live there. I sat out on my porch last night, and I listened to the sounds of all the birds, the crows, the whatever, the owls, the nothing, the peace, the quiet. This morning, 6:30, yeah, I heard trucks driving up and down the road, but that's it. You don't hear that really well, though. You have to listen for it. And if I could hear that this morning, imagine what it would sound like if it was a data center or anything else industrial. It wouldn't be the farm that it's always been. I woke up yesterday morning in my well. I didn't have any water. I called the well guy. He came. I needed a new switch or something, or some ants got in it. But it was a panic. Imagine if I wake up one morning and I don't have the peace and tranquility of where I live. And I'm not saying I'm against anything being built there. It is what it is. I believe if people buy something, they should be able to do what they want with it, but they should be able to do with it within reason. I looked up why you would be able to deny rezoning, and definitely there were 4 reasons, and definitely this falls under incompatibility with surrounding areas. And all of us that live around it, it's not compatible to put something like that there. It doesn't help us. It doesn't do anything for us. Nobody's going to get a job there. Nobody's going to be able to improve their land. Nobody's going to be able to say that it was good that a data center was put on this property. So I beg you all, please. I'm grateful for all of you. Because when I'm sitting at home working and I watch these hearings and I hear what you guys say, I'm like, yes, they're out there and they're voting for me. I feel like that. When I can't be here, I feel like you guys are standing up for me. And I appreciate everything you do. I thank you for your time, and I know you're volunteers, and I don't know how you do it. I really don't, because this one's about to kill me. But thank you all. And I'm just grateful for so many people who've gotten involved now. I was going on about this in February. Now people are listening. So thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Jennifer Helly Grogan, 6344 East Peach Street, Inverness, Florida, 34452. I wanted to just say a prayer first. I know we did earlier, but Heavenly Father, I thank you for this community and for the people who call this Sisters County home. I ask for wisdom for everyone in this room, for clear minds, for honest hearts, and for decisions that protect the people you've placed here, in Jesus' name. I'm here because even though this should be an answered question by now, residents are still concerned they won't be listened to. I know the procedures have to be followed. I respect that. But I've talked to people all over this corporation, and here's what I keep coming back to. Nobody is selling pro-data center t-shirts or buttons. In fact, someone handed me this button in line against data centers. I try to be fair. I went looking for the other side of this argument because I think you owe the people that. And you know what I found? Two. Not on the resident side. The voices in favor are the ones standing to profit from it. And the people of Citrus County are not foolish. We know the difference between a project that benefits us and a project that benefits the balance of spreadsheets 3 states away. So when there's no organized support from the people who actually live here, and there is organized concern from the people who actually live here, I have to ask, why is this even still a question? Deltona's application went in before the moratorium took effect, which means we have none of the potential protections that would guard our county from being misused. My friend Julie and others like her at ground zero of this, they're the ones who live next to it, deal with it daily, long after today's vote is forgotten, but everyone except them. So I'm asking you not to allow this rezoning because nobody has a reason that is good for Citrus County, and a lot of people have given good reasons to say no. China has successfully put a data center at the bottom of the ocean. Should we learn from them? If it's zoned residential and agriculture already, how come Deltona isn't using it for that? Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, I'm Michelle Rose from Hernando, Florida, longtime resident. I'm against the data center and also the change in zoning of 777 acres to heavy industrial. Many items concern me, mostly how vague everything is in the proposal. The property has been agricultural and wildlife navigates through there. The interruption to the wildlife will definitely hurt the entire nature system that runs through there and its proximity to the lake system and the river system. We have so many protected species there. Besides that, our water system is struggling to keep up with water restrictions everywhere. The developments that have been approved haven't even broken ground yet, and we're still looking at a dry lake and very narrow river. Burn bans are just lifted, but probably going to come back. Something like this will only make matters worse. I also have concerns for the residents who bought homes there, thinking that they're going to live out their retirement next to nature and agriculture. I have a friend that lives very close to there that has MS, And I'm very concerned about his medical issues and how that can affect him. They talk so much about cooling these data centers. I don't understand why they're building them in such hot climates. Why would you build something that needs to be cooled in a place that's so hot? And to build the data center, you're going to remove so much of the green space, which helps us keep cool. I understand that it's mostly a zoning change at this time, but I'd like to be assured that it doesn't automatically allow it to be a data center without future approvals. I'm also concerned about the power usage. I believe a data center will become the priority to the power company, which means that homeowners will come after that. We would end up with the brownouts, not them. And after the hurricanes, we'll wait longer to get our power back. Please remember, just because some company requests a change in zoning doesn't mean we need to give it to them. I'm also not sure if anyone here knows of this, but I was given a picture today of a gravestone. So there is a cemetery on that property. And it dates back to, I believe, 1926. Thank you, everybody, for your time. I know that you spent a lot of time on this project. I know Joanna has an immense amount of knowledge as I listen to her speak. I would like you all to think about it, and please keep nature in our nature coast. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Rachel Irvin. I live in Crystal River. Thank you for the time to speak. It is well documented in alternative research that industrial pollution is linked to respiratory diseases, neurological damage, and cancer clusters. Therefore, any rezoning that facilitates such hazards can be legally challenged as a direct threat to public health and safety, with citizens arguing that the county has failed in its due diligence and duty to protect us. In March of 26, Mr. Taylor stated that the 550 acres were rezoned in 2019 with Phase 1 and 2 environmental studies done on that property. He also stated no significant findings were resulted. The fundamental flaw in relying on a 2019 study for this new decision is that environmental conditions are not static. Contamination plumes migrate, groundwater tables shift, and new industrial processes may have been introduced in the intervening years. A study from that long ago cannot account for recent contamination events, changes in groundwater chemistry, or the cumulative effects of nearby industrial activity. The claim that of no significant findings is a red flag that demands deep skepticism. A study that fails to find significant impacts on a large acreage likely ignored the long-term cumulative or synergistic effects of chemical exposure. A 2019 study that found nothing is almost certainly a whitewash designed to facilitate development without accountability, and the Deltona Corporation's claim that environmental impact studies were done so long ago with no significant findings is a calculated deception. Commissioners, the Deltona's rezoning application is an existential threat to the proposed community. It is built on deceptive water use figures, ignores proven health risks from EMF and chemical pollution, and serves the interest of globalist control rather than local self-reliance. The document is a typical template for corporate overreach designed by bypass local scrutiny by presenting industrial waste as progress. Please, this proposal must be rejected in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Barry Tillis. I live in Hernando, Florida, and Canterbury Lake Estates, which is next to where a cement batch plant is currently being built. When our community raised concerns about that plant, we were told, due to existing industrial zoning, nothing can be done. If Holder Industrial Park is rezoned heavy industrial, our citizens will be told the same about any heavy industrial proposed. Sorry, nothing can be done. Any heavy industrial poses risk to the surrounding area. There's much residential surrounding the Holder Industrial Park, including schools. Just a few weeks ago, on May 26, 2026, A packaging mill in Longville, Washington ruptured and there was an explosion, killing 11 workers. On the same day at an industrial paper facility in Warren County, North Carolina, there was a boiler malfunction causing an explosion and it injured 3 workers. Also in late May, there was an overheating aerospace plant in Golden Grove, California that forced a massive evacuation due to a leak and explosion threat. That said evacuation affected approximately 40 to 50,000 residents across Orange County, California cities. Thank God that threat was eliminated. We don't need that same thing to happen here. Citrus County can't afford any possible threats from heavy industrial, whether it be a data center, a paper plant, or any other heavy industrial. Please say no to the Holder Industrial Park rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Takia Fiorentino. I live in Homosassa Springs. Thank you guys, all of you, for your time today. Crystal River, Homosassa, and coastal towns along Citrus County are defined by their springs and waterways. We're the Nature Coast. Citrus County draws its water from the Floridian aquifer, which is already under strain. We're already in a phase 3 drought situation. Florida Statute 373.016 mandates the conservation and protection of water resources. Data centers use upwards of 1 million gallons of water a day. Don't let them fool you. The Floridian aquifer spans 67 counties in Florida and underlies 100,000 square miles. So toxic wastewater injected into that aquifer or below it affects all of us. It's impossible for our springs and waterways to coexist with water use of that magnitude. SB 484 requires data centers to bear their own infrastructure cost. However, until we see that being enforced elsewhere, the risk to rate increases for the residents of Citrus County remains. Environmental protection is essential here and everywhere. Clear-cutting land here should be prohibited under the protected species rules. Using FWC guidelines, clearing land that is habitat to state or federally listed endangered species, such as gopher tortoise, wood stork, and indigo snakes, is illegal. The area surrounding that area for the proposed high-intensity industrial data center is absolutely home to all of those, as well as hundreds of other species. Conservation areas surrounding the HIP site include Bearhead Hammock, 2 Mile Prairie Tract, Oxbow, Withlacoochee State Forest, Citrus Wildlife Management Area, Citrus Tract of the Withlacoochee, Potts Preserve, Potts Wildlife Management Area, Flying Eagle Preserve, and Flying Eagle Water Management Area. Disruption of wildlife habitat in all of these areas is incompatible with the character of the Nature Coast. The vision statement there, guys. Health concerns for residents also exist. Water pollution, air quality, heat, noise levels within a 2.5-mile radius, and pollution are the biggest concerns. So I'd like to urge you all to please deny the rezoning and mandate a permanent moratorium against any high industry and data centers in Citrus County. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, and I hope I don't upset anybody with my words. Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. There are many reasons not to approve this land, from agricultural to heavy industry, possibly for a future data site. Ask yourself these questions. How many developments already approved or completely built out? Are you aware that the Florida aquifer is in danger of collapse due to droughts? We are already under a water restriction. We are outgrowing the rate of recharge of the aquifer. People with wells are being forced to drill new ones as theirs has dried up. They are drilling twice as deep. The next problem is salt water intrusion that's moving inland due to the low aquifer. Rising seas and storms that only swirl in the middle of the Gulf will cause fresh water to be contaminated. Will there be drinkable water in the future for Citrus County? The final problem will come in the way of sinkholes. The charm of Citrus County is being lost already and will be totally destroyed if you keep recommending zone changes. Recommending the approval of this rezoning is the first step to a data site that will bring nothing but bad energy to the county and yourselves. If we run out of water as a direct result of this change, each person that recommended the change and those board members who voted to approve it will feel the bad energy that is forced on Citrus County residents. There is enough approved development currently, and if you do not preserve nature, then nature will disappear, and after that, so will everything else. People who make decisions that will affect communities in negative ways will suffer naturally through the laws of attraction, especially when harmful facts are ignored. When a person miscommunicates through lies, cover-ups, expunging information, using their position and for personal gain, without the best interest of the other people in mind, nature's consequences will occur. That person is affected in the throat chakra, also known as the thyroid gland. I wonder if the cover-up by Pam Bondi caused her throat cancer. Water is life. I predict that any person that votes yes to approve this zone change will live with guilt for the rest of their lives, and bad energy, vibration, and frequency they have subjected the community to will find its way to affect them through the law of attraction, naturally. Remember, we live in an age of social media where everyone knows your name, and when the data site comes, they'll know everything. You can just say no. In 1990, data sites did not exist.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Madam Chair and commissioners here. My name is John Blaine. I'm from Hernando. I believe that there's been enough evidence given here today that everybody here can make a good, solid decision to say that we don't want this rezoning. And that's what I'm here to ask you today, is that you vote no to rezone this land. Now, as I sat there and listened all morning, all afternoon, just a couple things I want to point out. I didn't come here with some kind of fancy speech. I just wanted to give you what's in my heart. And I'm thankful for Jennifer Grogan for getting up here and saying a prayer, because my prayer today was for you guys here, that your eyes and ears and heart would be open to what this community here is asking, and that's to not rezone, because we know what's going to happen if it is rezoned. They made that pretty clear. They want a data site. And we as a community, we don't want that. Now, I've lived here for 16 years. I've seen a lot of growth happen here. I've worked really hard in this community. I've earned it. And a year and a half ago, my wife and I, we bought our retirement property in Fairview Estates. And that's just a hop, skip, and a jump away from where this proposed site's at. We have 3 children, all right, that I'm raising in this community. I would like to read you something that came out from the Chronicle here. This was on Saturday. 5 ways data centers endanger local communities. The Chronicle can get it, so I know we can too. They talk about air pollution, the water consumption, and the noise pollution. I'm not telling you guys anything you already haven't heard, because you guys have been hearing it. All the research and data is there. So if the Chronicle can get it and my kids can figure it out, I know you guys can too. So please vote no to this zoning change.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next.
Hello, my name is Athena, and I live in Citrus Springs. I'm here today to talk about the rezoning application for the Holder Industrial Park project, which is 4.4 miles from my home. I think it is very important that we protect the places where people and animals live, so we need to make sure new projects actually fit the area they're going into. Right now, this area is a quiet country area with homes, farms, and natural spaces. Changing it into a heavy industrial site would not match the rest of the area around it. I also learned that Florida has laws that say local government should make smart choices about land use. These rules are supposed to help protect people's safety and make sure land uses match each other and keep development organized. So it's important to ask if this change really fits those rules in our county's long-term plan. I heard a saying, the forest was shrinking, but the trees kept voting for the axe. For the axe was clever and convinced the trees that because its handle was made of wood, it was one of them. That reminds me that sometimes something can sound like it belongs, but still not be the best choice in the long run. Another big concern is infrastructure. Facilities like AI data centers use up a lot of electricity and water to run and stay cool. Can our current power system and water supply handle all that without causing problems for the people who live here? There are also other impacts to think about, like noise from cooling systems and bright lights that stay on all night. That would disturb and scare away wildlife and disrupt natural habitats. This area is near critical regional conservation lands and a major wildlife corridor for the birds, insects, and other animals that depend on this habitat. Those would change how the land feels and functions. Even small changes can throw off the balance of nature. In conclusion, I respectfully ask the board to carefully think about this decision and say no to the rezoning request and protect our nature coast. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next. No clapping. Next.
Hello, my name is Brandon Ludwig. I live at 5879 North Carl G. Rose, right there at the top of the lake. And I don't know if any of y'all have been out to the lake, but it's pretty well empty. We moved it, him and I vote that y'all don't, not very good at public speaking. But we vote that y'all don't do the land change and want y'all to keep it the way it is. Keep Hernando rural, what's left of it, what's not developed. And that goes for the other development that's going to be coming next week, meeting y'all are going to have. Just keep Hernando rural, keep it like it is. And we appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next.
Emily Casey. I'm in Citrus Hills. Just want to address, of course, the rezoning to heavy industry from this land. The land is currently zoned, as you know, ag, rural, residential, low residential. What I do want to address is something that really hasn't been said. On this particular parcel of land, there are several different types of soils, and these soils are classified in the soil survey of Citrus County, the map. Sometimes I have the map. You can find it online. They are classified, they're classified as excessively drained and have rapid permeability. They're called Candler fine sands, and they make up about 35% of the soil on this property. Now, what does that mean? Well, on one page, on page 19 of the soil survey, it states that high density of installations can contaminate the groundwater due to poor filtering capacity of these types of soils. That means that the water on that ground percolates quickly, and where does it go? It goes to the Florida aquifer. So there's also some pits contained on this particular piece of property. Some of those pits are confined, and they do not allow water to percolate down into the ground at a rapid rate. But there's some that are direct conduits to the aquifer. So my concern here is if this is rezoned to heavy industry, where is that going to go? Right straight to the aquifer. It's also important to keep in mind, we were talking about land intensity. It, of course, affects humans, it affects animals, it'll affect the night sky, it'll affect your noise, your quality of life, your air quality. But the water, and that's one of my big concerns, will affect also the watershed of the Withlacoochee River, and then eventually will affect the quality and the quantity of the water that goes into the aquifer. And where does that go? To the springs. I had to, and many of us in Cambridge Greens had to put in a new, or had to pay for a new sewer system to be put in. And that was sold to us because they said, you are in a recharge area that affects the quality of the springs. You will need to, this will help preserve that quality. Yes, it's way up here in, like I said, in Citrus Hills area. We did that. Now we have become liable to pay for the majority of that. However, I do want to thank the county commissioners for getting some grants that we can now help pay for that. So please,
Thank you, ma'am.
deny the rezoning. Thank you.
My name is Kimberly Muller, and I live in Citrus Springs, less than 5 miles from the proposed rezoning site. I'm asking you to deny this application for Holder Industrial Park rezoning. We're talking about a massive area, over 1,300 acres total, potentially opening the door to one of the largest industrial developments our county has ever considered, and one that would permanently change our area. To put that into perspective, it's enough land to fit at least 65 Walmart supercenters, parking included. Right now, we are under Phase 3 water restrictions. We're told to limit irrigation and conserve water wherever we can. Data centers consume enormous amounts of water. Meta reported using hundreds of millions of gallons of water from community resources in 2023. In a region already under water restrictions, that level of demand raises serious concerns about long-term strains on our aquifer. This application also directly threatens our county's character as the nature coast. Allowing a heavy industrial development in an area known for its natural beauty, wildlife, and rural communities, and just 2 miles from our schools, would be a fundamental mistake. Heavy industrial zoning is completely incompatible with this area. There is no buffer zone wide enough to shield our families and young students from the visual blight and impacts of a massive industrial park. It does not belong here. We also need to consider the demand for power that comes with a project like this. Data centers don't shut down at night, they run constantly. They consume enormous amounts of electricity, and the cost of upgrading the grid is often passed to customers in higher utility rates. Beyond that, when the power goes out, these facilities rely on large backup generators. Research shows these emissions contribute to significant public health impacts, including asthma, heart disease, and respiratory illnesses. I've read what people who already live near these facilities have said. Residents report vibrations, trouble sleeping, migraines, and a constant low-frequency hum that never really goes away. That's what concerns me. Not just what gets built, but what happens when residents are left dealing with the consequences. The people who live here will have to deal with the water use, strain on infrastructure, noise, and pollution. So please protect the people who live here, our children, our land, and our future, while ensuring that growth does not come at the expense of our health, safety, and quality of life. I respectfully ask that you put residents and the Nature Coast first by denying this rezoning application before irreversible impacts are placed on our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki Brown from Homosassa, and I just really want to say, first off, especially Madam Chair, I appreciate you all listening. I've been watching, I've been listening to everybody. I've been listening to all the Deltona spokespeople courteously, and I can just see and appreciate that you're listening to the citizens. And I hope Deltona Corporation spokespeople take back and let them know that their buyers or whatever do not want this. It's evident with the thousands of letters you've received, the emails, and then the 3 overflow rooms, the parking lot. We couldn't even get in this morning. I got lucky because I came at 8:30. But anyway, so thank you. So my name is Vicki Brown, and I'm asking the PDC not to recommend approval because residential, let me get my glasses on, that'll help. Residential compatibility has not been resolved, and it's not in this application. This is not an industrial site surrounded only by other industrial uses. The applicant's own March presentation acknowledged the residential properties around this site. Mr. Gibbs stated that 39 parcels adjoin the expansion area, including mobile homes, single-family homes, and vacant parcels. A vacant residential parcel is not meaningless. It is still residential land, and it still carries future home rights, property value, and the expectation that the county will not place incompatible, heavy industrial uses beside it without compatibility review. I was driving down Lecanto, all the doctor's offices. I was driving to Walmart the other day. I saw a dead deer. Now I can see that on the highway, but Lecanto, the dead deer from, all this, whatever, didn't have anywhere else to go, so it got hit. But anyway, the applicant also described the expansion area as having 500 acres of developable land. So even if some mine pits, floodplain, or open space areas remain undeveloped, that still leaves massive industrial development area near our homes. The applicants first described a 75-foot natural buffer next to residential properties. Later they said 500. So I understand a buffer may help, but I live 13 miles away. It's not going to help. It's not going to help our aquifer. It's not going to. Citrus County doesn't need this. We're Citrus County strong. Please, thank you for your time. Thank you for being volunteers. I know this has got to be so hard, but I just hope you see all of Citrus County that's here today and that has written you letters. So thank you again. And Deltona Corporation spokespeople, I hope you take this back to your buyers or whoever.
Thank you, ma'am. Next.
Hi, my name is Susan Shadell. I live at 6080 North Bayfront Drive in Hernando, and I own 5 other properties in my neighborhood, and I'm approximately 2 miles as the crow flies from the proposed rezoning and will be impacted by heavy industrial noise, air pollution, heat generation, as well as decreased property values. I'm asking the PDC to deny approval of Holder rezoning. The county must answer the grant and public purpose question. The public was told Holder Industrial Park was about public infrastructure, job creation, and economic diversification. The grant materials describe a $2.8 million request for construction of a wastewater line to serve Holder Industrial Park with a $700,000 local match. They describe a 551-acre industrial zone site expected to create 3,800 jobs, many in manufacturing, warehousing, and industrial services. But today, the county is being asked to consider a much larger framework, over 1,300 acres, heavy industrial zoning, PSA expansion, data center capable language, data storage, information processing, and data center utilities are now included in the application. That raises a serious question. Does this current proposal still match the public purpose stated to justify the basis for grant money received from the state? At the March 5th hearing, Mr. Barnes asked about the $2.8 million state grant and whether the applicant was familiar with it. He stated that the grant was intended to fund water and sewer infrastructure to make the site shovel-ready to attract high-wage employers, and he specifically raised concern that data centers may not meet that purpose because of limited employment. The applicant responded by pointing back to economic analysis and comparable rural industrial projects, but the same March minutes also state the job and tax models were based on potential uses, industry data assumptions, and comparable industry uses, more smoke and mirrors, and inconsistent testimony. They were not tied to a specific applicant, nor were they tied to the type of uses and multiple users contemplated in 2019 when the Holder Industrial Park was created. Those uses that were the basis for the county's assertion in its grant application as to the thousands of jobs that would be permanently created with the grant monies and the ultimate development of the Holder Industrial Park. If the county does not know the final end user, it cannot know whether the final build-out will actually deliver the job creation and public benefit promised in the grant application. If the end user is a data center, it is safe to say that the county will not meet the grant's requirement and will have to repay the grant money. This could also jeopardize future awards of grant money for county projects. Please recommend denial, or at minimum continue these applications until the county evaluates grant consistency, public benefit, job creation, whether this expanded framework still matches the infrastructure purpose represented to the public and relied upon by the county when it accepted the grant funds. Also, who pays for the fire department upgrades needed to put out industrial fires and battery storage? I love Citrus County. Thank you everybody so much.
Okay, thank you. She's representing an organization.
My name is Dee Dee Ray. I live in Citrus Springs. I'm 2 miles from the proposed site. I still want to address the phosphate pits because construction will still occur around those existing pits. So let's forget the data center for a minute. Ecologically, there's an elephant in the room. The rezoning of this land, which encompasses the historical phosphate mining operations in Citrus County from the 1890 to 1900 era. These lands are likely to be burdened with significant, often concealed environmental and radiological hazards, primarily from elevated levels of naturally occurring radioactive material, heavy metal contamination, and the legacy of industrial processing waste that render them unsuitable for residential or sensitive agricultural use without extensive, costly, and likely inadequate remediation. The processing methods of the 19th century era were crude, leaving behind residues of sulfuric acid, heavy metals like cadmium and lead, and fluoride compounds. Sources emphasize that the only effective and responsible path for any land use change is a rigorous, independent, and publicly transparent soil and groundwater testing protocol, not reliance on superficial environmental impact statements from developers. The concept of remediation is often a dishonest industry practice where contamination soil is merely diluted or capped with clean fill, leaving the underlying toxic plume to migrate into the aquifer over time. The presence of phosphate pits carries severe consequences for surrounding communities, particularly regarding water contamination and respiratory health. The leftover pits in that area could lead to the further pollution of the water supply if heavy industry comes in. The rapid recharge rate in Citrus County creates a direct, immediate vulnerability to water quality degradation. And because the Floridian aquifer is unconfined and close to the surface in this region, rainfall and any pollutants enters the groundwater system with minimal natural filtration. What was once an open mine pit often becomes a lake that directly connects to the Floridian aquifer, and for this reason, the zoning needs to be denied. Industrial runoff from mining operations has been linked to elevated cancer rates in populations living within 10 miles of extraction sites. The Holder Industrial Park pits, if not properly managed, could leach contaminants into local aquifers, affecting drinking water quality for miles around. Citizens must organize and challenge the county's pro-development position and demand the highest standards of evidence regarding public safety, rejecting any claim of safety that's not backed by transparent, peer-reviewed, and independently verified data. On March 5th at the PDC meeting, Mr. Barnes asked why no environmental assessment or mitigation plan was included in the packet. Mr. Ansbacher stated it was not required. At the time, at March 5th PDC meeting, Mr. Don Taylor, former Economic Development Director in 2014, felt he needed to clarify that the environmental studies were extensive and done on all acreage and not just the 550 acres. So where are the results of the Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental studies that were done on all the acreage? The burden of proof is on the developer to provide competent, substantial evidence to prove it won't harm Citrus County residents. And for the citizens of Citrus County, self-reliance and citizen vigilance are critical. The presence of legacy phosphate mines demands that any rezoning application be met with a citizen-led call, along with demanding independent testing and a permanent prohibition on residential development. In conclusion, the legacy of 1890 to 1900 era phosphate mining in Citrus County is a toxic inheritance of radioactive waste, heavy metal contamination, and compromised groundwater. Any rezoning of these lands is a high-risk venture that prioritizes short-term economic gain over the long-term health and safety of the community. The application must be rejected because it contains no site plan, no environmental test results, no hazardous management plan, no remediation plan, no sinkhole susceptibility test, and other specifics of this application. It's all conceptual, and I think residents' health and well-being is more important than a conceptual discussion or marketing pitch. Again, the burden of proof is on the developer to provide competent, substantial evidence to prove it won't harm Citrus County residents or the Floridian aquifer. In closing, the Deltona Corporation should thank the Citrus County taxpayers for the $700,000 sewer main extension. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Sherry Lynn Winchuk, and I live in Beverly Hills. I have been praying that you vote no to the rezoning of Holder Industrial Park, and in doing so, something told me to share with you. While noise pollution does not single-handedly cause dementia, major health research links chronic exposure to environmental noise to an increased risk of cognitive decline and dementia, particularly Alzheimer's. A couple years ago, I watched my father, who was once a sergeant in the U.S. Army and did 3 tours in Vietnam, develop dementia. He was the bravest, strongest, most independent person I've ever known. He declined cognitively until he completely was dependent on other people and developed a constant look of worry from his confusion. If there was anything I could have done to prevent this, I would have. I ask that while you're making your decision today, you remember that these data centers have not been around long enough for us to have a clear understanding of just how harmful they really are. Approval of this rezoning is no different than signing everyone in Holder up to be test subjects to an experiment that so far has shown nothing but negative results. I ask you to imagine if you lived next to this location, to imagine how it would feel to go from waking up, looking at a beautiful pasture as the sun comes up, and being able to go into your backyard and watch the stars appear so bright that you can sit and name the constellations. The rezoning of this property would immediately take this wonderfully therapeutic experience away for many citizens of Citrus County and replace it with the stress that would be caused by this large construction project you would be approving if you chose not to vote no on the rezoning and expansion of the Holder Industrial Park. Chronic stress significantly accelerates cognitive and physical decline in adults. The constant release of stress hormones like cortisol damages neural pathways, directly increasing the risk of memory loss and neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's. The effects of prolonged stress on adults' decline are profound. I'm sure everyone in here knows when you're stressed out day after day, you notice every part of your body hurt more. Your muscles are tighter, you start to feel tired all the time. Now imagine feeling like your county officials don't care enough to stop this from happening, and you're treated like you don't matter, that your mental health is worth the tax revenue and whatever other benefits are promised. If this was your grandmother's situation, wouldn't you do anything to help her? Aren't these residents' cries for help enough to say enough is enough? This is not what the future land plan was supposed to look like. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. We have another organization, so 5. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Cheryl Curtis. I live in Beverly Hills. I oppose the rezoning and expansion of the Holder Industrial Park area, and that would allow a possible data center. Data centers have been disastrous for other communities where they've been built. We have the noise issues, there's light pollution, the use of too much water, which we don't have, and also water contamination. There's the fallacy of the closed-loop cooling system, that it hardly uses any water when it does use a lot. And then there's the toxic chemicals used in the closed-loop system that will get into the aquifer, which is our only source of water. Then there's the particulate matter that is released from the data centers and very harmful to our health and that travel quite a distance. And we have the heat island that gets created in the area around the data center, which has really harmful effects on humans, animals, and plants. And there's the huge electrical demands and diesel generators that pollute the air and cause harm to every living thing around it. And there's the problem of the electrical costs that get passed on to citizens. And we all just heard of the loopholes in Senate Bill 484 in terms of who pays for the electricity. A recent article in the Tampa Bay Times said that Duke Energy is trying to skirt the tariffs they're supposed to put on the data centers. And we have a forest with its own ecosystem on these 813 acres in question. What will happen to those animals if the forest is cut down and they've paved paradise with a hyperscale data center? We have 2 schools in 2 miles of the Holder Industrial Park. Do we really want to expose our children to these dangers? In listening to other communities that have suffered with a data center in their midst, wells have gone dry, tap water has turned brown or completely lost its pressure. It's been unusable. They suffer numerous health issues from asthma to heart disease, cancers, COPD. They have hearing loss and damage from the noise, and their electric bills have skyrocketed. The promised jobs didn't happen, and the promised tax revenues often didn't materialize either, and in some cases, the county actually lost a lot of money. And sadly, the birds all disappeared. I don't see any benefits to Citrus County in having a hyperscale data center in its midst. I only see a long list of seriously negative impacts. To me, this decision is a no-brainer. The only entities that will benefit are what I call the 3 Ds, Deltona and their cadre of lawyers, Duke Energy, and the data center owners. Deltona is owned by a Belgian national who owns 73% of Deltona through 2 offshore companies located in Curacao. The other 27% is owned by undisclosed people, so we can't know if there are any conflicts of interest in this deal. Duke stands to benefit, and as mentioned, is trying to skirt the provisions of SB 484 for requiring the data center to pay for its own electricity. And the data center owner is still unidentified, but most don't have a great reputation for caring for the communities where they build these monstrosities. In Georgia, a data center recently was caught stealing large volumes of water from the community. At the March 5th PDC meeting, the Deltona representatives first stated that they didn't have any inquiries about a data center. Then they had to admit that they did. But they said they didn't know who the inquiries were coming from. They didn't know the company's names. Now, I find that hard to believe. You can't order a pizza without giving your name. So do we really believe that Deltona didn't bother to get the names of the companies that wanted to build multi-billion-dollar facilities on their property? So their credibility and transparency is lacking. Duke is up to no good with the tariff issues, and the data centers have a really bad reputation everywhere. Are these really the companies that we want to give access to our county to destroy our air and water and land? The vast majority of citizens in Citrus County do not want a data center in this county. Please vote no to the expansion and rezoning at HIP. The citizens of this county deserve a lot better. And please consider a permanent ban on data centers in this county, as Walton and Jackson counties have recently done. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Marbette Baker. I live at 6684 West Dunkling Street in Citronelle Mini Ranchettes. Excuse me. First off, mainly is no data center ever. There's no pros to data centers for the environment, people, animals, not to mention water. To people living next to data centers, it's a nightmare. Constant low-frequency noise, relentless electrical hum from cooling systems. Humans hear low continuous hum while animals and birds hear a higher sound. If you have tinnitus like me, thank you, Mom, you hear a constant sound. And that's what these people are going to have to put up with, let alone the animals and the birds. Latent environmental pollution. Residents living nearby note significant light pollution at night, the loss of green spaces, and at the beginning, the disruptive construction noise and dust that starts at dawn and lasts a lot longer than 6 months, like other businesses. I'm sure you've heard from citizens about the Lake Canto building. I've driven by there thinking I'm in a sandstorm on the desert. Then there's the resource depletion, dropping water tables, diminished ponds, lakes, rivers, etc. The higher utility bills directly due to the demands of these centers. I've looked at the lineup of permit applications. I'll say this, developers don't give a damn except about the money. They don't care if people buying their houses will have water in 6 months. Meanwhile, you all keep giving more and more to them, and you don't care about the people who lived there all their lives. Their houses, lands won't be worth anything having a center next door. Remember, you can't get back the environment once you've devastated it. Citrus is a destination, not a devastation county. Listen to the people. Thank you for today.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is John Ray. That's W-R-A-Y. I live in southeastern Citrus County. And thank God I'm no relationship to the former FBI director. The Nature Coast, and specifically Citrus County, can continue the American heritage of preserving natural beauty for the next and future generations. We are known internationally for our numerous natural springs, rivers, fishing, the Apopka chain of lakes, and as the manatee capital of the world. My wife and I, after traveling for many years with the military, chose Citrus County because of its many outdoor activities and non-urban charisma. Many of you will remember this name, Ted Williams. He could have retired anywhere, but he chose to spend the remainder of his life in Citrus County because of our fame for tarpon and game fish. People move here because of the Nature Coast reputation. I have talked with numerous newcomers who have relocated here from South Florida, Tampa, Canada, and the northern U.S. states. They all want a slower, rural pace of life that fits with the mission statement of Citrus County, which is to manage growth and foster prosperity by prioritizing the protection of environmental assets, the development and maintenance of infrastructure, and the health, safety, and well-being of its citizens. However, the conflict between Citrus County's mission statement and the rezoning effort presently before us represents a microcosm of the larger crisis of institutional legitimacy facing American governance. The solution is not to abandon governance, but to demand genuine accountability through transparency, citizen monitoring, and legal enforcement of institutional commitments. Residents of Citrus County have the opportunity to establish a model of community accountability that can inspire other communities facing similar conflicts. By demanding that their county government actually live up to its stated mission, they can create a precedence for integrity in local governance. The alternative is to accept the cynicism that institutional dishonesty brings, which ultimately undermines the possibility of genuine community self-determination. The additional 800 acres adjacent to Holder Industrial Park should not be viewed as an isolated zoning dispute, but as a test of whether citizens can hold their government accountable to its declared values.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Beth Antrim. I've lived in Hernando for 25 years, at the northern part of the Sala Apopka chain of lakes, which is drying up. More so than when I was last here in March speaking. I just wanted to touch on a few things that may not have already been covered. And the first is that the application does not meet the economic development elements of the comprehensive plan. A data center, as proposed, won't promote long-term job creation, and heavy industrial uses don't protect the environment of quality or the quality of life of the county citizens. No evidence has been presented to justify increasing the size of the HIP or to rezone to heavy industrial. The applicant represents that it will not draw down more water than the county's water use permit allows, and that there's sufficient water for a data center. The county's been fined in the past for drawing down too much water, and I don't believe that the applicant's representation would be correct when the 7,000 homes in the lagoon, the possible lagoon, approved for the development between Holder and Beverly Hills comes online. If there isn't enough water, then the Citrus County will be fined, and I don't think Deltona will be paying that fine. There was an addendum filed to the planning report for the HIP 2 expansion. There was a statement by the planner at page 6 of the report that's stating that of the 29 emails in the backup material from the last meeting, the majority were written by commentors who were not directly affected by the applications because they came from other areas of the county not directly abutting the proposed increase in size property, HIP 2, I guess. However, you've heard from a lot of people today who don't live directly adjacent to the subject property, but we're all going to be impacted. And I don't know if this was applied at your previous meeting, so I wanted to present it now. It was presented to the Board of County Commissioners by Bob Rootmiller. Skate Bob, yeah. And it shows just how far outside of this proposed area the sound from a data center would travel. And it goes well beyond 3 miles. So most of the people here today will be impacted either by noise or by impacts on their water and the possibility of having their wells go dry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Nikita Carey. I live at 7208 North Paradise Point, Hernando. I have no idea what to say to you people, really. Like, I've been listening to every single one of these meetings that I've been able to go to. I went to all the rally things I could go to about no data center and no zoning change and all that. And I think it's kind of crazy that, like, you guys have never even said anything about how you even go about voting if you don't want it. Like, I mean, is all these meetings just to have every single person that is under you guys in those chairs tell you how they feel about it, and then you guys all make that decision? So does that mean that there's, let's see, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people making, voting for, what did you say, 5 overflows worth of rooms worth of people, YouTube? There's got to be a crazy amount of people that are very not about this, right? So I just don't understand how, is it 7 or 8 people that get to vote, yes or no, or is it 7? Okay, so 7 people debate whether or not 8 overflow rooms and 1,000 emails and everything that all these people are doing, 7 people get to make the decision whether or not their voice is heard or not? They don't? Okay, so if that's not the case, then how do all of these people that have their voice want to be heard go about voting for it? You don't get to vote. You just get to stand here and say, please don't make me take my home away. Like, and then y'all get to make the decision whether or not that's worthy.
We're receiving input, but we make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners, so there's another meeting you'll get to go to.
We're here to listen to you.
We're here to listen to you, and yes.
I was just curious about that, you know, because I mean, it's like we're all trying to figure out how to get all these people together to state their opinions to y'all, so y'all actually might help these people. But if that's not the case, then is there an exact date where every single one of these people that have been saying something about it can go and like sign a ballot and put it in a box, and then you guys get to like count it, just like you guys got those chairs? Okay, well, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Jessica Kettner. Thank you guys so much for being so patient and listening to all of us. And you can clearly see the county is really interested in this project. I had something to pass around, and it was literally just this map, but an aerial view, so scanned out a little bit to show and encompass the county and just how big, because I'm a visual person, so how big the industrial site would be. So it's in this, I don't know if you can see, but this thick black portion, and that's a lot. It's not, I think that we don't have industrial land here allocated. I just think that we don't have a conglomeration of land that would fit a data center. And I think that's why that's really being presented for us. Mr. Stillwell says that SB 484 would take precedent over 163, but that would only apply if we were really looking at a data center, because that bill is made for exactly data centers. So why would that take statute over an application where a data center is just one of the allowable uses? I said a lot of this stuff. I presented 87 pages in a report, 2 different reports for you guys. So a lot of things that I would say are in those, so I was hoping that you guys would have read those already. But the grant's gonna be an issue. The transparency on this thing is just not present. They're talking about maybe there'll be natural gas, maybe there's propane, but we know that the Denellen compressor station is on 200, right up northeast of the property. It's not across the lake. The Sable Trail pipeline feeds off that Denellen compressor station all the way back to the power plant. Sits right north of that property. So of course Duke's gonna be able to fund that project or be able to supply all the energy for that. So that's where the energy is gonna come from. We need more transparency, pretty much. We've given them a lot back in 2019 that they didn't deliver on. I live in Citrus Springs, which is another Deltona project. We were promised high schools and restaurants and all kinds of things. That's a 60s project and still not built out. So there's a lot of things that Deltona seems to make promises on, but doesn't actually keep them. And they were able to get the zoning in the first place on a conceptual design, and the grant on a conceptual design. And so we are just seeing nothing but conceptual things from them and no follow through. So let's hold them to their first promise that they made us. And also, Deltona last time in March said they didn't want a continuance, give them a denial. I say we do that. Let's give them their denial. Because this whole project in itself is just so unclear what can actually go there. And that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, we have another organization, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Got to lower this quite a lot.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Molly Gurry, and I'm from Floral City, and I am president of Citrus County Audubon. And thank you for your time and hanging in there with us this afternoon. I'm here today to urge you not to recommend the rezoning of 800 acres of land from low-density residential to heavy industrial for the Holder Industrial Park. There are many reasons that we've heard today for not supporting this rezoning. I want to focus today on the impacts rezoning would have on wildlife and in particular birds. People have been asking, what happens to the animals? The rezoning would result in over 1,300 acres of heavy industrial development in an area that's directly adjacent to conservation areas. One of these is the 2-mile prairie tract of the Withlacoochee State Forest. This property is located along the Withlacoochee River, designated as an outstanding Florida water, and according to SwiftMud, one of the primary purposes for acquiring this property was its ability to provide significant water recharge and natural flood control. Important ecosystem benefits include wetland restoration, flood protection, and increased groundwater recharge. Many species found there, including gopher tortoises, a state-threatened species, the southeast American kestrel, another state-threatened species. Also, this tract and surrounding areas are potential habitat for the state-endangered Florida scrub jay. Other species include waterbirds, warblers, songbirds, hawks, and many others. The rezoning of this property would result in the fragmentation of habitat in what currently functions as a corridor between conservation areas and open space. Low-density residential, as currently zoned, would be more compatible with the functions of a habitat corridor. The construction of industrial facilities, such as a proposed data center, would result in significant impacts to wildlife. In addition to the obvious loss of habitat, any large industrial facility will result in noise and light pollution, impacts to the aquifer, and increased carbon emissions. There is a growing body of research that focuses on something called ALAN, or artificial light at night, and its impacts to wildlife. For migrating birds, light at night can result in changes in navigation, altering migration paths and orientation, often resulting in prolonged flight times, increasing energy expenditure, and potentially leading to exhaustion. Birds fly towards the light. They often circle and become disoriented. Changes in flight routes and increased time in migration result in late arrival to nesting sites, causing what we call a phenological mismatch. Animals have evolved behaviors over thousands, if not millions of years, adapting to ideal conditions. When they arrive too early or too late, it does not match up with peak availability of food, optimal nesting sites, and finding mates. This, in turn, lowers breeding success. In a study in Nature written by NASA scientists, concluded that birds subject to ALAN were nesting up to 1 month earlier in open habitats and up to 18 days early in forested habitats. Exposure to light has been shown to reduce the production of melatonin, increasing activities in birds, which again leads to greater energy expenditure. Let's talk about noise. Construction and operation of industrial facilities create a tremendous amount of noise. Data centers can generate noise levels that could exceed 90 decibels, traveling 1 to 2 miles or more on a consistent 24/7 basis. Noise interferes with acoustic cues birds use to communicate with one another for mating, for finding food, and suitable places to land. It can mask cues for avoiding predators and locating prey. Noise interferes with flight patterns. Birds will fly higher to avoid noise, resulting again in higher energy expenditures. A study from Nature found noise pollution delayed nesting for birds whose songs are at a low frequency. Mating decisions are based on the male song, and in some cases, females need to hear the male songs to become physically ready to breed. Another study found a negative influence on bluebird hatching success when exposed to construction noise. This was due to the disruption of incubation by females on the nest. The noise was disturbing them, so they'd come on and off and on and off. High concentrations of low-level electromagnetic fields emitted from data centers and other electrical grid infrastructure negatively affect insects and birds by disrupting navigation, foraging, reproduction, and interfering with their natural magnetic compass, leading to disorientation, altered behaviors, and increased mortality. Birds are foundational to the health of our ecosystem. They act as vital pest controllers, eating mosquitoes and agricultural pests. They're scavengers, pollinators, think hummingbirds and orioles. seed dispersers, and they recycle nutrients. They improve our quality of life. According to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, 96 million people, or 3 out of 10 Americans, engaged in birding in 2022, spending over $107 billion on their activities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, another organization.
Madam Chair,
I know, I was trying to wrap up here.
thank you for your endurance, everyone. It's been a long meeting. My name is Robin Orlandi. I'm with Sierra Club Adventure Coast. I've requested 5 minutes. We would encourage you to deny this application based on incompleteness, incompatibility with existing residential use, and incompatibility with regional water supply planning related to industrial rezoning. The economic benefits of data center construction and job creation are overstated in this application, while the application lacks substantive detail as previously recognized by this board in March. The application argues that the expansion of the Holder Industrial Park and approval of data center uses supports the county's economic development goal for job creation based on a modeling study conducted by Duke Energy for the original 551-acre HIP. The study anticipated 3,800 new jobs referencing NAICS job codes that appear to not include data center workforce occupations, NAICS 518. In contrast, a workforce study in data center intensive Texas conducted by economist Michael Hicks, another Hicks, but this is Michael. He is a specialist and SME in the effect of public policy on economic activity, conducted that study across all segments of the data center work category, including construction, concluded that the casual estimate of net job flows attributable to data centers is 0. And even gross job flows estimates are very modest, less than 10% of the gross employment effect of a Walmart supercenter. In other words, Citrus County job creation goals will not be advanced by data centers. Hicks also examined the cost to counties to subsidize data center clients and concludes that what is very clear from the results of these estimates of employment effects is that the fiscal incentives for data centers cannot be justified on the grounds of job creation. Given that the county has recently invested $700,000 towards wastewater connections for the HIP, it seems clear that approval of data center-related applications should not move forward without further evidence. This site is located within Crystal River Kings Bay Spring Basin, and the 800-acre addition to the existing HIP is within the 2-mile radius of the Withlacoochee River, Gum Spring, and the Salapopka chain of lakes. These surface water resources are designated in the 2024, updated July 9, 2025, Regional Water Supply Plan for Citrus and 3 adjacent counties as potable supply alternatives to address drinking water supply deficits projected to occur by 2040. That's in addition to the existing drought, without accounting for additional demands associated with any new data centers. I'm going to submit this into the record. This is the Withlacoochee Regional Water Supply Authority's document. A surface water treatment facility at Holder is also proposed by 2045 to treat that water and distribute it to meet regional use gaps in Citrus, Sumter, Marion, and other adjacent counties. Given these supply projections, rezoning 800 acres, undeveloped acres for industrial use at a location in proximity to these critical surface water resources directly contradicts policy 1711 and 1712, protection of potable water sources and environmentally sensitive lands. The proposed site additionally includes wetlands and century-old mining excavations that have reverted to semi-natural conditions and now provide site drainage and recharge to groundwater function, as you've heard other speakers state. Without conservation assessments and other guardrails in place, this expansion for industrial use should not be approved as it endangers potable water future resources. A public work group concerning the amendment to the LDC regulation of data centers has been mentioned and is essential moving forward in this process so that we get strong data center regulations and ordinance. That's a recognized process in other communities at this time because there has been so much public pushback and concern with data centers, and I would encourage that it be included in our planning process, contrary to the recommendations of the applicant's planner, who seemed to think that non-adjacent residents' opinions didn't matter, when in fact, as you've witnessed today, they do. Thank you very much for everything you do. We appreciate you.
Thank you. I'm going to allow these two next folks, and then I'm sorry, I have to take a break. I'll need a 10-minute break after. If there's more people, well, when we come back, you can come up, but go ahead and these, you two. Yes. Yes. She did. Open. Three, okay.
Right. Maxine Connor, Homosassa. I would like to augment the comments of the person that just spoke in front of me.
No.
The applicant planner's response to the PDC staff report asserts that public comment from citizens residing outside the immediate vicinity of the proposed HIP expansion is irrelevant, when in fact, potential industrial impacts of the development may affect potable water supply, air quality, energy costs, and other health and quality of life concerns of citizens residing throughout the county. This outcome is contrary to Goal 17, which is to protect and enhance citizens' quality of life. Adequate planning can and should incorporate what they call community benefit agreements. This is an example of the one from St. Louis, Missouri, that is a draft right now. And they are also called citizen impact statements, which weigh public input as a factor in planning and zoning for data centers. Now, these things have been adopted in the Comprehensive Data Center Ordinance in St. Louis, which I just mentioned, and other municipalities to address impacts of data centers on the well-being of residents. To assert that opinions of affected residents do not bear on planning decisions is unacceptable and indicative of a lack of understanding concerning the scope, intensity, and duration of impacts. Substantial and competent evidence from research such as the Brookings Institute's document entitled Why Community Benefit Agreements Are Necessary for Data Centers and Columbia University's Saban Center's assessment of community benefit agreements all describe the important role residents play. This means that local governments and communities experiencing impacts from data center development have a crucial role to play in regulating data centers. Development of the local land use ordinance needs to consider existing data center regulatory models in other communities like St. Louis to define protective and functional models. Our local Sierra Club would like to see and participate in a public workshop to make this happen. This document is a draft of the St. Louis Community Benefit Agreement. The local government can monitor environmental impacts through these agreements, such as noises, heat emissions, e-waste, energy use, and water use to protect the community. And this is the example. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And, sir.
Hello, my name is Gary Engstrom, and I reside in Hernando, and our property butts right up to where the proposed data center is going to be, and we're not happy about it. And also we're on the south side where the rezoning could happen, and we're just praying that that doesn't happen. And I would just like to ask each one of you to consider, would you like to live next to a data center? Would you want your loved ones to live next to a data center with all the health risks and the risks to animals and people? Mostly people. I mean, we've got a lot of, this is a bedroom community, and there's a lot of older people that are out here, and they just can't, they're not going to be able to take this. It's going to hurt our property values. For what? Just for the love of money. And it's going to hurt our water. Our water isn't that great right now. We went to a meeting in Hernando, and a hydrologist was there, and he said our aquifer is down to 18% of its capacity right now. Now that's from a hydrologist. I can't prove that's true or not, but that's what he is saying. And if that is true, and our water supply gets messed up, how are we going to go back and fix that? You can't. And another thing is with the Deltona Corporation saying, yeah, it's only going to take a few million gallons annually. So when they flush out the lines, where does that go? What are you going to do with 2.5 million of contaminated water? Are they going to put it in tanks and refilter it and reuse it? Or is it going to find its way back into our system and pollute things even more? Another thing to consider is our environment as far as the global warming. This data center stuff with all this surface area is going to raise the temperature even more in Florida, in this surrounding area anyway. So I mean, these are things to consider, and it's going to be awful hard to come back if all these things that have been said today are not true. And I don't believe a lot of it is true that has been said of how great these data centers are. They're all around the country, and people are just throwing a fit about them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time to express my views.
We're going to take just a 10-minute recess. We will resume with open to the public when we come back. Okay, everybody take your seats. Thank you. We'll reconvene at 4:58. And we'll continue it open to the public. Next person.
Hi, my name is Sandy Slowey. I live on Paradise Point in Hernando. How's everything in Paradise? That's how every conversation starts when my boyfriend calls me. Paradise is why I call my little piece of property on North Paradise Point. It's where I sit each morning with a cup of coffee as I watch the sun come up over the trees and listen to the birds. It's where I spend peaceful afternoons enjoying a glass of ice-cold water on a warm Florida day. It's my sanctuary. Now imagine a massive data center being built just a little over 1,000 feet away. That's how close Deltona's piece of property is from my home. From my property, I can see straight to that location. Sound travels farther than many people realize, especially across open land. Even with proposed sound barriers or rows of shrubs, the constant hum of industrial equipment can carry for long distances and forever change the quiet character of this area. And what about that ice-cold glass of water? Our community depends on the Florida aquifer for clean drinking water. In a region known for sinkholes, many of us worry about the potential consequences of accidents involving fuel storage or other industrial materials. If a sinkhole were to impact infrastructure and contaminants reach the aquifer, the effects on our water supply could be serious and long-lasting. If a 500-gallon diesel fuel tank, which would be used for backup generator, were swallowed by a sinkhole, what would happen to the water under and beneath our feet? Would I feel safe drinking from my tap? No, my well water would be ruined. After losing my husband in 2016, I faced some difficult decisions. One of those decisions was selling my home and starting over. In 2019, I purchased this property because I believed I had found my paradise, a peaceful place where I could heal, enjoy nature, and build a new chapter of my life. I had no idea something like this could someday be planned so close to my home. For me, this just isn't about a development project. It's about protecting the peace, natural beauty, and resources that make this place feel like paradise. It's about preserving the quality of life that drew so many of us here in the first place. This is my plea. This little piece of land is my paradise. Please don't take away the peace, beauty, and tranquility that make it so special. Once those things are gone, they may never come back.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, next.
Hi, Tracy Duncan of Lecanto. I truly appreciate y'all's time. I know it's been a long day. I'm going to try to be very direct and to the point. And hearing a lot, not a lot, but some from the commissioners, I know they're very interested possibly in this data center because of the tax revenue they think it's going to bring in. Well, I'd just like to say, along with hundreds in the community you've seen through emails and phone calls and people coming today, people have taken off work today to sit here all day and, you know, to speak their worries about this data center. But no tax revenue is worth a data center. I'm sorry, it's not. It is not worth it. And I would just like y'all to please think about the jobs that it's promising. It's not really going to be for our local people, because I would think that the data center is mostly going to be for those who are trained and engineered in that department. So I don't think it's really going to encompass many of our local people as far as work. I would think it'd be most out-of-towners. But again, it's not worth the tax revenue. There's not going to be that much of a job increase here for our locals. sales is not going to increase that much. I know that's another thing that commissioners were talking of. It's not going to increase that much to be worth having a data center here with all the dangers that it poses, not just to our health, to our water, to our energy, to our wildlife, as many have said. It's not worth it. So I just honestly ask that you think about this. Do not approve this rezoning. Do not approve this heavy industry. Please consider our community, the people that have come out to speak on this, that have emailed. Please hear us. We're asking you to please hear us. Just say no. It's honestly very simple. We say, just say no to drugs. Well, just say no to this rezoning. Thank you so very much for your time, and I hope y'all have a blessed night.
Thank you. Next.
PJ Offhammer, Citrus County. So many people have shown up here, and I want to thank everybody in Citrus County that has shown up and has had something to say. They've stolen so much of my thunder that I could feel like I could just sit back here for 3 minutes and do nothing. I can't tell you how wonderful that is, because I remember in the earlier iterations of Holder Industrial Park, when Maxine and I were the only ones here that weren't chamber drones. I've been here. You know, back then, my hair was blonde. And we still don't have anything in that industrial park. Before I get carried away, I want to first say I'm asking you here and now to deny any and all applications that you get from Deltona regarding this data center. So now that that's off the board, I'd like to read you Chapter 10, 17, 2.10. Land uses adjacent to conservation areas shall, where possible, only allow for low-density residential or agricultural use. Directly across the street from the boundaries of where they want to change to industrial use is 2 Mile Prairie. It's an area that I've spent almost 10 years. I do bluebird routes in this county through Audubon and other people. I have 3 different routes that I've done throughout my time here. And I spent almost 10 years doing them at 2 Mile Prairie, so I'm intimately familiar with what's there. I know how important it is that we not have things that impact our conservation areas, because we don't have enough of them in this county. We've had consultants tell us that. We can't count on the state lands only. And every time we allow more and more development, we've, not just you guys, but the BOCC has approved well over 10,000 homes that are going to require water in the future. I've never seen an encumbrance map of how much water we're going to need for everything we've already approved versus what we're allowed to have. And then don't forget that, the villages, they want our water. We could have the water wars like Tampa had. So water is a very, very big issue, and I could talk to you about it for hours. But I really want to talk to you about 2 Mile. And the other state park that is, thanks to Clark for reminding me of that, is the Withlacoochee State Trail. It's another conservation area that should not be anything but low-density residential and agriculture. 2 Mile Prairie is a really interesting thing. I did scrub jay surveys for about 10 years, predominantly in Half Moon, just over the bridge in Sumter County. And we had birds change territories. They used to say that they don't migrate. Well, guess what? They migrate because they run out of room. And as we develop and put development pressures on things, oh, crap. There are scrub jays there, and we need to protect them. Please deny everything. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else willing or wanting to speak? Yes, please come on up. Willing, wanting. I'm getting giddy.
Hi, Karen Baldwin, Hernando. No technical talk today. I'm going to talk about people. This map shows what lies within a 5-mile radius of the proposed Holder extension. It includes all of Hernando, a large portion of Citrus Hills, most of Beverly Hills, parts of eastern Pine Ridge, all of Holder, and parts of southern and southeastern Citrus Springs, plus yet to be built Tuscany Ranch, Trailhead Ridge in Citrus Springs, and a 600-plus unit development east of Tram Road. It includes 6 schools: Hernando Elementary, Forest Ridge, and Central Ridge Elementaries, Citrus Springs Middle School, St. Paul's Lutheran School, and America's Angels Preschool. It includes a population of more than 30,000 people, and the planned developments would add even more. Deltona's 500-foot barrier against the noise and air pollution from a heavy industrial development is a joke to nearby residents. Even less consideration is given to the many parcels within a short 1/4 mile or 3-mile radius to the site. Allowing heavy industrial development near any of these parcels would have a significant adverse impact on their values. Surrounding developments were platted in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, long before a Holder industrial site was planned. People who invested in these lots did so with the reasonable expectation that surrounding land use would remain with the area's character. Introducing a heavy industrial facility would diminish the desirability and investment values of these properties, resulting in economic harm to their owners. You build heavy industrial sites away from populated areas because of their impact on health, quality of life, and property values of people. School students in noise-sensitive zones in the area would be irreparably harmed by the noise and pollution of heavy industry on this site. The purpose of Section 19-22 of the Citrus County Code Enforcement is to protect health, safety, and welfare of residents, and to protect the aesthetic and property values of properties within unincorporated Citrus County. You must seriously ask yourselves, does the approval of this zoning change reflect that purpose? You did the right thing before by stopping the golf resort. You said back then it would have disrupted the rural nature of Citrus County. Now you are considering a heavy industry proposal that would expand a site that is surrounded by mobile homes, long-established residential developments, several planned developments, numerous lakes, and several wildlife management areas. I sincerely hope you will do the right thing again. Away from populated areas. Don't sacrifice people to a questionable placement of heavy industry. We are the nature coast. Heavy industry does not belong here. Not now, not ever. Thank you, and I want to thank you all for stifling yawns and staying awake. You deserve extra kudos for that, so
Thank you, ma'am. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Third time, anybody else? Okay, we will close the public portion of the meeting. We will now go to rebuttal, and
15 minutes, is that what we're doing?
yes. Yes, so we have each party gets 15 minutes. We'll start with the parties to intervene. Is Mr. Hill? We'll start backwards. Mr. Hill still here? Mr. Cleash, do you have rebuttal?
You don't have to.
You don't have to. I'm just, okay. We'll move on then to, yes, okay. I'm sorry. Yes, let the record reflect that we have no rebuttal from intervener 2 or intervener 1. We'll go to staff rebuttal, or do you want to? Okay, I was kind of following these instructions to go backwards, but okay.
In
Yes,
deference
sir.
to the long day, I'm just going to respond to several things and give points of clarification.
And you have 15 minutes.
Yeah, I sincerely doubt I'm going to hit 15. And again, as everyone else has said, thank you for your service. Thank you for putting in, like,
Yeah.
12 hours between the two. In any event, several clarifications. Mr. Hicks had a question, and Mr. Ashara, and he had a dialogue. Unfortunately, I'm fairly familiar with PSC tariff records and dockets, and so I understand why there was a confusion as to what the impact of 404 was going to be on data center equipment and data centers. We just want to concede for the record, if and we should be approved, that if we were to have a data center, any equipment, any building, any structure that is the data center, we would not want any billing to go to any third party. We can address that more formally, but the bottom line is our perception was somewhat consistent with Mr. Shara's, which is if it's a data center under 484, it essentially gets treated as uniquely not having any tariffs be able to be bled off to customers. I think Mr. Hill and I reached accord on a couple of things with Ms. Katu's assistance on what the wetlands buffers would be. It's 10%, 35 feet is certainly consistent. We also, I think, reached accord about the impact of central water or sewer, rather. There was a question from Board Member Barnes about Parcel 8 and the access onto Tram Road. We were actually back there wondering why there would be any improvements on that parcel, because we don't know of any that have taken place. If they were, none that we know of. It is a preserved property. I understand it connects literally to Tram Road, but it's dedicated as a preserve, and we don't know exactly how we would create an access through there. Let's see, number 3 is consistent with that. To be clear, and thank you, Mr. Barmas, to last time get me to go back and learn everything I could. I actually have done utility work for years for Lake Toho Water Authority and a number of others, JEA, on several things. Truly, I was not up to snuff on the current closed loop system. You compelled me to do that. We consent that should, and again, what Clark was trying to say, and just as a clarification, we don't want to ask for anything that is lesser than a complete closed loop system, and we would use dry cooling tower and whatever else we could to minimize anything that would create evaporation. So again, just to that end, with that in mind, took a lot of notes. I think those are the key points. So if you have any questions, I'm here. I took a lot of notes from Mr. Shara, and we'll take them back. But regardless, I again thank you very much for your patience, and the people for notwithstanding anything that they may have inferred from Avis's supplemental report. This is how the sausage is made. And this is what Article 1, Section 24 of the Florida Constitution is about, petitioning government. However it turns out, we thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Ansbacher, there's also a opportunity for closing argument up to 5 minutes. I don't know if you kind of wrapped it up with your last statement, but anything else to add for
I can
closing?
give you, showing my age, the Reader's Digest truncated version. We've already said we're standing on Avis Craig's testimony regarding consistency and compatibility. Victor Leota testified at the last hearing regarding economic benefits. We would note that we are 10 times the Citrus County setback for incompatible use for buffer. And essentially, a couple of other points. I think there's no need to be argumentative. I mean, basically, our view is we understand it's a delicate process. In our view, by virtue of the buffers, the preservation of the wetlands, the phosphate pits, we understand the phosphate issue. They seem to have essentially returned to nature. It's one of the reasons we want to preserve them. And we, I believe, corrected, Joanna had several points about where things were removed from Tier 1 and not Tier 2. Our view was to try to remove those more noxious uses, as Clark stated, and I apologize that because we were doing everything on the fly, a few things got lost, but I believe we've corrected it. So with that, again, thank you so much for 2 long days of your lives.
Thank you. Mr. Hicks, did you want your 5-minute closing argument? Okay, and Mr. Cleash, is he still here? Yes. Or Mr. Hill, did you want your 5 minutes of closing argument?
15 seconds.
Okay.
You're on the clock.
On the clock.
I just want to take the opportunity to thank you guys for your patience today with everything, and I don't want to add to the litany of you guys hearing me ramble more, but thank you for your time. Thank you for listening to all of us, and thank you guys for everything that you do here in Citrus County.
Thank you, sir. And county staff, you get 5 minutes argument.
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay, we will now close that public portion of the hearing. So we go to discussion regarding the application by the board. Where do
Madam
we
Chair.
want to start? Oh, Mr. Gilbert.
Yes, I actually would like to go ahead and jump into a motion. So, for the purpose of a motion, the Plan and Development Commission finds application numbers CPA 2025-00012 and CPA-AA-2025-00013 inconsistent with the Citrus County Comprehensive Plan and County Land Development Code, and that this board recommends denial of the application to the Board of County Commissioners based on the evidence and testimony presented and the staff report and conclusions regarding this petition.
Second.
Okay, we have a first by Mr. Gilbert, a second that was by
Second.
Mr. Barmas. Thank you. So now we can discuss too. Did you, Mr. Stone, did you have any
I won't support
statements?
this.
Okay, I know you're opposed. Do you
Yeah,
have anything
I'm
to
opposed.
add? Let me start at the other end. Mr. Barnes, did you have any statements or?
I do. And first, I'd like to thank all the people that attacked me at Lowe's, Home Depot, Publix, everywhere since March the 5th. Y'all kind of made me a celebrity. And I was not being rude when I told each and every one of you the exact same thing. I cannot talk about it. Y'all wanted to know why I made a continuance instead of a denial. The first is I wanted to preserve the due process rights and continue the application ensured the applicants receive full and fair consideration under our Florida law, protecting the county from claims of prejudgment and procedural unfairness. Second, I wanted to allow staff and all agencies time to complete their technical reviews. Several elements, utilities, transportation, environmental impacts, compatibility, all require additional analysis. A continuance ensured that the record would be complete and defensible. I wanted to give time to evaluate the implications of the SB 484, the HB 521, and the HB 1007 from the legislation landscape around data centers, and continuing to allow the county to understand how new state perceptions might affect the local authority. To avoid rush decisions on a project with a long-term consequences. A hyperscale data center is a generational land use decision. It wasn't one that I wanted to make that day. Continuing the hearing ensured that the commissioners had the full information needed to make a sound and transparent decision, as the data center has never been presented to the county prior to March the 5th. I also wanted to protect the county's $2.8 million state grant investment. The county, we needed time to analyze whether approving a data center at a site funded for light industrial job creation could or would it conflict with the stated procedures of the grant. Most of all, I wanted to allow you, the public, and the community, the awareness. Residents in this county deserve the opportunity to review the proposals, understand all of its impacts, and speak properly at noticed hearings. And I commend you for all you've done for the county commissioner office. I've been listening to every one of them and the hearings that you all spoke here. I wanted to maintain a complete and defensible record for any future appeal. A continuance ensured that all questions, jobs and infrastructure, compatibility, and economic return were addressed on the record, only to strengthen the county's legal position. And to give the applicant an opportunity to respond to all of our concerns. Continuing the item allowed the applicant to provide clarifications, revise materials, and address deficiencies and that was identified by staff and by us here at the PDC. I just wanted to get that on the record. I wasn't being rude. We can't discuss it. I think I can discuss it now, and I think I did. I don't agree with 95% of the information that was presented to us. I am totally disagree with the application side of the journey. I was not in favor for this on March the 5th, and I'm more not in favor for it today. So thank you.
Mr. Bozeman?
I won't repeat anything you said, but I do agree with every bit of it. The state sent us $2.8 million to afford the opportunity to extend the utilities to the existing property to allow that to move forward. I understand there was a timing, then there was COVID, there was a lot of things that interfered with that, but with nothing that you can present concrete, there are plans for that site there. It's hard for me to get my head around doing an additional site, especially in the heavy industrial realm. I mean, I've been here over 40 years and I've seen a lot of growth. Most of it's been responsible, but you know, this county's a magnet for people moving to. It's a great place to live. I've loved it, raised 2 daughters here, and I like to think that protecting it is a good thing. I support responsible growth, and the economic impact is a positive benefit, but I just don't see at this point in time my ability to support something that could potentially become what it's been reported to be one of the uses. So with that being said, I will not support it.
Mr. Shara?
Thanks for my 25 minutes. All right,
You're on the clock too.
I'm kidding. Look, I'm going to support the motion on the floor. First, I want to thank everybody in the county. I want to thank the folks who spent an entire day today, and the folks who have reached out to us with many, many emails, of which I tried to read most. I won't commit, I read them all. I want to thank the applicant, even though this is not an interesting situation to expand an existing industrial site. I do appreciate the work effort that goes into it. These folks represent the Deltona Corporation. They're professionals, and they are working within the framework of that. So thank you very much. I also want to just reconfirm for the public, and we don't need to say it to the board, to the attorney, to staff. Our job on the PDC is to take a look at every specific application, look at the information that's presented in the application, not verbally, but in the application, and compare it to the comprehensive plan as the policy guideline and the LDC as the detailed implementation guideline, and reach a decision as to whether this is in the best interest of the county. It's a weighty task. We face some real growth issues in the county. Let's not kid ourselves. Today we're a rural county, but the only constant in this county and in life is change. And we have to embrace change. We have to embrace it on a reasonable, measured, and controlled, educated basis. We have some real issues that we're going to be facing in the county relating to revenues, tax revenues, and growth and funding of the growth. And we should not be closing our eyes and ears to the right commercial, light industrial, or heavy industrial application in the right spot. Even though most of us want to live here and live here quietly and enjoy, which hopefully we can all do, we have to realize that growth is inevitable, and growth is not going to hop over Citrus County. And if you tend to put your head in the sand, you're going to get stuck with whatever you get to. So folks like this, I want to thank the PDC and the Board of County Commissioners and the staff, because they're taking on some weighty tasks. So to the applicant, significant burden of proof on you folks to prove without a doubt the objectives of the project, factual basis for decision-making, clarity and transparency, selection of technologies, timelines, and the implications and challenges. You didn't get there. And a lot of the information is conceptual. It remains conceptual. I understand why it has to be. I can understand the logic behind it, but there's not sufficient information to see that this application, in fact, even through today, is complete. When we take a look at this, we look at, does the proposed end use fit the location? Are the interests aligned? And those interests need to be aligned between the applicant, between the county, the residents and residences and others. Is the presented application compatible and consistent with the comprehensive plan and the LDC? In my personal opinion, I don't think so, and particularly related to the lack of a transition area between what would be proposed to be heavy industrial and the residential areas. It's an up zone. It's a very, very difficult issue to face. And I think a number of the folks who spoke to us clearly articulated that. Can the county expect the results of the project to provide long-term and stable operation? The 10-year useful life of this facility, with uncertainty what happens at the end, it really causes one to have some pause. The data center, focusing on data center for a minute, the data center technology is rapidly changing and evolving, as you folks have said, to the point where you're literally updating your information on a regular basis. But I have in my working life, and I'm no longer working, been involved in situations where we would be obligated to identify what is the end of useful life, the termination, dismantling, rehabilitation of sites. And when those questions were asked of you, there was really no answer to that other than, well, we'll see what happens next. And that in and of itself isn't a suitable answer. I felt I owed to the applicant that feedback and input based upon your application. Thank you for that.
Mr. Facemeyer.
Even if we were to deny this application today, the Holder area would still not remain as pristine as it is today forever, because in 2019, we approved a light industrial model for that area that seemed to work. However, we're faced with a difficult decision because we rely on technology. I look out at the audience, and many people are on their phones, checking messages, texting to make sure loved ones are safe. We shop online, AI, entertainment, fill in the blanks. Those data centers have to be somewhere. Should it be here? Probably not. I'm concerned about siting a data center even anywhere in Citrus County. I'm concerned for Eloise because she is kind of the face of this application, I believe, that we need to consider. I'm one of the few PDC members that were that voted on the 2019 application. Me, Commissioner Bramlett for sure, Commissioner Stone maybe, were you on in 2019? So a couple of us remember what it was like and what the concept was back in those days. That zoning made Eloise happy. Eloise has continued to thrive, and she continues to do well. Let's consider some facts that we heard today. The applicant testified that the data center, 4 units, would be 150,000 square feet each. I did a little AI on my phone during the meeting, and a conceptual vision of what that looks like. It's a building that's 500 by 300 feet. Big building, probably bigger than anything in Citrus County. It could be a 600 by 250. It could be 1,000 by 150. That's times 4. Plus the ancillary buildings and other structures that would go along with it. We learned it would possibly take the equivalent of about 3.5 megawatts of power per acre to power a facility such as this. When I was younger, thinner, and dare to say I had more hair, I knew a relative of Eloise in the town in which I lived at the time. Because I was mayor of that town, it was a rural town, but it also was the home of the second largest nuclear plant in the country, and it still is. That plant has 3,500 megawatts of nuclear power. I did the math on my cell phone. 3,500 megawatts of nuclear power on 740 acres is 4.6 megawatts per acre. Not a whole lot different than what you're talking about in Holder. The nuclear plant produces the same challenges that a potential data center would in Holder. Noise, traffic, water consumption, energy consumption, and something we didn't talk about a lot today, decommissioning. The parallel is striking. The 2019 zoning was a blend of the Nature Coast and controlled growth. This application is not consistent with the spirit of that 2019 application. I'm concerned about Eloise, and I will not be supporting this application.
Thank you. Okay, I'll have my 2 cents also. So I do agree with everything my colleagues have said. To me, there's nothing unique about this plan to warrant amending the sub-area plan. It is too open-ended. It brings industrial out where it's incompatible with the surrounding land uses. You have your residential land uses that are around there. You have Central Ridge Park, which is proximate to it, the conservation area. Citrus Springs Middle School is about a mile away. It's a quarter mile from our Lakes region. And so to that extent, I find it incompatible. With regards to the data center, Senate Bill 484 does allow us as a county to review it based on the comprehensive plan, on the availability of public infrastructure and compatibility. So I don't believe that it's met the test, particularly for concurrency, as it deals with potential water withdrawal, because we really don't even know what's going to be there. It's going to be something industrial, except for the items that were listed as not allowed. So, once you approve something as a sub-area plan, it becomes a development order, and it gives them those entitlements. And then, at this point, we're basically at the mercy of the state regarding water consumption. So just with the potential for adding the potential for additional water withdrawal from already water-stressed area, this is a regional issue for us that we need to be very careful with. So I do totally concur with staff's report and the policies that were stated in there as it deals with water infrastructure and environmental impacts. And so for those reasons, I'm opposed. I mean, you'll have your vested entitlements with the existing plan, which is somewhat of a nice mixed use for an industrial park, but I don't feel that it's met the test to be able to move forward for adoption. So we do have a motion on the floor for Mr. Gilbert to deny with a second for Mr. Barmis. What I need to ask, though, is that for both of them, do we need to make two motions? Two motions, or can we?
No, I put them in the
jointly?
same.
They're both,
You put them in the same.
Okay, so with that,
And you can ask the applicant if he objects to that.
do you object to that?
Shaking his
Okay,
head.
okay, the applicant has stated he doesn't object to joining them up. All those in favor of the denial?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay.
And Madam Chairman, this is set for July 14th at 5:01 and 5:05. The applicant has requested a continuance to November. The Board of County Commissioners will be considering that continuance in the near future.
You said say that again, please.
This is set for July 14th. The applicant has requested a continuance to November, and I expect the Board of County Commissioners will be considering whether to accept that continuance.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's still for transmittal.
That is for transmittal, and if they choose to transmit, then there would be a later adoption hearing, yes.
Okay, just for so our audience is aware. Let's see, so next on the agenda, Planning and Development Commission member comments.
I think
We did that,
You
okay.
guys are awesome, and I'll tell you, your next two meetings, 2 applications each, nothing like this, not all day, I promise, and even the first meeting in August, 2 applications. So thank you all for giving your all today. This was a tough one.
So we'll adjourn at 5:40.